guest is Elena Danan. She's an ET contactee, and she's a current contactee. She's in contact with members of like a Galactic Federation, Thorhan and Valiant Thor, and she's a member for making change in humanity, positive change, and changing the consciousness of the planet. And I like that a lot, and I love having her on the show. And it all started a couple of years back when she contacted me, and she told me about her abduction experience when she was young. So I figured, I've interviewed her a couple of times, but a lot of you are new to my channel. So I figured we would go through some of the older stuff today and then get into some of the new stuff that she's been talking about recently as well. So we'll do all that. But let me tell you a little bit about my guest. Born in France, Elena Danan graduated in fine arts in Paris and completed a postgrad in archaeology at the Louvre in university. She worked as a field archaeologist 20 years of her life, among which 8 years in Egypt as an engineer, epigraphist at the CNRS at Karnak, Luxor, Cairo, Dendara, Valley of the Kings before returning to France, assigned to the University of Toulouse, completing studies in druidry, shamanism, energy, and sound healing. She is actually working as a spiritual practitioner. Her website is elenadanan.org, and her YouTube is Elena Danan. Elena, thank you for coming back on my show. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Thank you, Robert, for having me again. I don't count now the times you've been having me on your show. It's
I
fantastic.
know it's been a lot. I love having you on. But for the audience that doesn't know, maybe we could do a quick wrap up. Like you started off with your book that was a gift from the stars, which kind of included. Well, I'll let you talk about it. Could you tell me the audience about how this all started and your books?
Yes, okay, thank you. Well, I wrote this book, A Gift from the Stars, uh, 2 years ago. Very quickly in 4 months' time because it needed to get out very quickly. This book speaks about my abduction by small gray aliens and my rescue in the process of this abduction on the ship of the Greys, my rescue by tall blonde Nordic type beings from the Galactic Federation of Worlds. So they rescued me, they took care of me, and they sent me back on Earth, but they kept contact with me all my life. And to this day, I never spoke about that before because, everybody knows the times were not right. If you were talking about these things like 10 years before, well, earlier, well, you could have been locked up, So it was like, but suddenly, there was this great awakening, and everybody was starting talking about star seeds and galactics and ETs, and it was right. So I told my story to the world, my abduction story and rescue, and how I kept contact with these people, and that's how this book came about. And also, it contains a repertoire of alien races. So,
Yeah, and it's very thorough with a lot of alien races. You get into, I mean, there's like a lot of, you get into, there's like a lot of different species of grays. There's a lot of different species of reptilians. A lot of people probably don't know that, right?
no, because you usually know about the Greys, the Reptilians, and the Nordics. But okay, among Greys, there are positive and negative Greys, same with Reptilians, and same with humanoid ETs. So I give all these differences and this repertoire, which has been given to me and showed to me by my contacts, And I have a degree in arts, so I could draw what I was shown. So instead of not being able to take photos, I could draw.
The photos of all the images of the different extraterrestrials, right? Now I wanted
Yeah.
to ask you when on the I listened to another interview you did, and I don't know if we ever covered this. Like we covered your abduction, and I know we covered it a couple times, but when the evil ETs tried to abduct you, they, you got into something to another interview. You said they were trying to do something to your womb, like they were trying to prepare you to have multiple maybe hybrid children, but the good ETs stopped that. Can you talk about that?
Yes, they. I was prepared to enter their hybridization agenda, as they do to so many children. And interestingly, they pick little girls at the age of 9, and I was 9. That's, I don't know, it's specific age before puberty, when they are preparing the inside to receive, that when the cycle starts, they are ready and they can receive hybrid eggs, So that's what they did. So they inserted in my womb something I didn't know at the time. I learned later that it was an empty, like pouch or bag, pod, let's say, empty pod, virgin empty pod, that was supposed to later, when they would take me again, be fertilized, but it never was. Okay.
Yeah. Go
So
ahead. Sorry.
that's what they were doing.
Now, did I ever ask you what is the whole purpose of the hybridization program? Like, what are they trying to accomplish with that? Are you still there? Oh no, I think we might have cut out.
Hello. Yes, the internet has cut.
Oh, I'm here. I'm here. You there?
Bit wobbled. Yes, I'm here. Can you see me, hear me?
Yeah,
internet has had a bit of a problem.
I'm here now.
Yeah.
I paused
yes.
it. We're back now, though. I was saying, did we ever get an idea of what the hybridization program is for? What they want to do with that?
They want to create a hybrid race between gray humans and humans to replace humans in the future. That was their plan, to replace human in the future, because they cannot properly invade us, they're not allowed, create this hybrid race. It's called an invasion by the womb. People do that on Earth as well. When you cannot invade a country, you're going to breed yourself in, and it takes 2 generations. And
I've never heard that. That's so interesting.
That's what they planned.
And they make it sound like they're doing. They make it sound like they make people sound like they're doing them such a favor, like they're their space brothers, and they're doing a big cause, like they're being a help to humanity, or like they're doing a service to them, like by being a part of this hybrid program. But those people are being lied to, right? This is an invasion by womb, like as you're saying, right?
Yes, and there's a big scam going on that the Nebu, the Orion Greys left. Okay, hybrid Greys presenting themselves as us from the future and asking us to consent to welcome them. Oh my God! Don't do that again. No, we are back in 1955 again. Do not. No, don't do that.
Yeah,
that's a scam. That's the same trick. They're very, very tricky.
Now, I was going to ask you, I don't know if I asked you this before, but I was wondering if your research goes along with some of like Judy Carroll's research. She's from Australia, and she talks about that there's the Zeta Greys that are kind of benevolent, and she says there's these are the reptilians, and they have their Greys that are like evil. Is that kind of like similar to how your way of thinking is too?
Everything in the Zeta Reticuli binary system has been assimilated by the Orion Greys.
Okay, so they're Orion Greys now.
Yeah, they are typical from Zeta Reticuli, but the Orion Greys have assimilated them.
Okay.
Unfortunately, there was in the past positive races in Zeta Reticuli system, but that was a very long time ago, and since they've been assimilated by the Orion Greys, so they are enslaved to them. They work for them. Although they have their own hive, but the hive is connected to the Orion hive. They are enslaved to them.
When you say hive, do they operate kind of like how bees operate? Is there like a queen?
Yeah. Yes. The Greys function by hive consciousness. Imagine those who know Star Trek, the Borg. That's how it works. There's going to be a central consciousness, which is usually an AI, and it's linked to every consciousness, like a spider in the middle of the web. And remember this notion of a spider. The Greys work a lot with spider-like technology. Okay, that's one of their main components. So yeah, there's a hive. So you can every Grey planetary culture at the start has their own planetary hive, but they can connect their hive queen to a more powerful hive queen who is going to absorb her and absorb the hive to be part of hers.
Wow, that's so strange.
Yes, that's how the Nebu built their power.
That's how
In
and that's why they're so powerful. Now,
Yes,
do the reptilians control them though?
no, no, they are competitors.
They're in a fight with each other.
Yes, well, they have a commercial agreement, trade agreement,
Yeah.
but they are competitors in colonizing the galaxy.
Now, would you say that there's reptilians that are Terrans here, or that are like in our underground bases and stuff like that?
Well, the ones in underground bases have been expelled. Now there's still a bit of cleansing going on in the undergrounds, but it's the aftermath. It's not done like this. But those in the undergrounds have been kicked out. Now there are hybrid reptilians on the surface, in governments, in some powerful places.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's not especially, it won't be especially a very powerful person like a president, or it can be just a secretary in an administration that will be a key person that shares information. People like that, people who have influence.
Yeah. But I think that kind of does a good job of explaining kind of what you talk about in your first book, Again from the Stars, because that kind of talks about alien races, but then you follow it up with We Will Never Let You Down, which I thought was an amazing book where you get into the adventures of Val Thor, which he's like a cult classic hero. Everybody loves Val Thor. I talked to Craig Campobasso about Val Thor too. I actually have a poster of Val Shore's, well, suppose the one that he made from the movie of Val Thor's ship. I haven't hung it up yet, but I just love the story of Val Thor, and and I know it's true too. I mean, I know, but what can you tell the audience about We Will Never Let You Down?
Oh, We Will Never Let You Down is the title of my second book, because it's the continuity of my first book. It's about my interaction with all these extraterrestrials. I just write about that, and I met Val Thor because I requested, and it was accepted finally. I was desperate. I thought it would never happen, but it did. And I met this person, and we had 3 conversations, and I wrote about it. So Val Thor was he has a surname Valiant Thor. That was Frank Stranges who gave him this surname. I don't know why, probably it was cool, but his real name is Val Thor. It's ET names. It's quite the both are quite common, especially Thor. It's interesting. He was at the time ship commander, and now is a diplomat. Who is he? What he did? He was sent by the Galactic Federation of Worlds. He's from Venus, and he was sent by the Galactic Federation of Worlds to Earth to take over the mistakes that had been done in 1955. The story that most people know is 1954. The Galactic Federation sends humanoid beings to warn the people of Earth not to sign with the Nebu, the Orion Greys, who are coming. And they say, so they met with President Eisenhower, that has been known, but they met with also other leaders that's not known. They met with
right? They met with
yes,
MJ12.
and the MJ12. And so they said, well, listen, Greys are coming. We recommend to not sign anything with them. They are very tricky, and you're going to go for your doom. In exchange, we give you the choice, the balance. We offer to make agreement with us, and we work together. And you need to disarm all your nuclear weapons, though. And well, Eisenhower was for disarming nuclear weapons, actually, but there was the MJ-12 behind. Okay, the MJ-12 signed a year later, in 1955, the MJ-12 signed with the Greys, who arrived as announced in the back of Eisenhower. So, he couldn't do really anything. Eisenhower tried to storm Area 51 to get the documents back. He couldn't, even as the president and chief of armies, he couldn't even get in there. So that was very serious. Val Thor was sent in 1957 to to strengthen agreements between Eisenhower and the Galactic Federation, which happened, and it was the start of programs with the Navy first, which would become later Solar Warden, the start of building our defenses against the enemy.
The secret space program.
Yes, that's how it started. And Valthor was for that. Also to keep an eye and see a spy as well. He was a spy to see who was doing what and who had signed these agreements and who was who. That as well to report. And he left in 1962.
But you have a deeper connection with this human extraterrestrial. Well, I don't know if he's not a human. He's a Pleiadian. You could tell me what he is. Thor Han, and he was your rescuer eventually, but you have some very deep connection with him, and you get messages from him all the time, right? And you have like a quantum connection with him. I heard you say in the interview with Alex Collier and Michael Sala. They were talking about the safe link, the sure link or whatever that's coming, how it's going to be like a quantum internet. You were saying, I have that connection with Thorhan. And I was like, wow, that's amazing. And could you talk about that?
Yes, I have a communicator somewhere in my body. And that was left from 9 years old when I had this abduction. They left a communicator in my body to be able to communicate with them. It's attuned to the frequencies of the Galactic Federation, and now they even upgraded it to their military frequencies, so it's super safe. And how it works? It's quantum technology. It's how to describe that. When there's a signal, I send a signal. There's no linear travel of EMF or waves or anything, or radio wave, nothing. It's just quantum. The signal pulses here, it responds here. But there's nothing in between. So there's nothing in between, it cannot be hacked.
Is it like a direct message? Would you say you can hear his voice in your head?
Yes. It's like walkie-talkies, if you want. And if and there's also, so we developed a telepathic link. So sometimes we don't need the implant, but the implant is here to really strengthen the communication and make it stable. So we mostly use it, and we can see through each other eyes as well. So we have a protocol for that.
That's amazing. Now, as far as like Val Thor and Thorhan, would you say they're a part of the Galactic Federation of Worlds?
Yes, Thorhan is part of the Galactic Federation of Worlds. He's a military, and Val Thor is part of the Council of Five, which is another positive organization, but he works also for the Galactic Federation of Worlds. He works for the both.
What are their and I don't want to get too political because I don't know if people know this, but one interview you and I did got taken down, and I couldn't believe it. I was like, because most of the stuff we talk about is like fine, like we talk about just like ET stuff, and usually ET stuff is okay, but I got a strike from YouTube, and I was like, what did we do? We must have pushed someone's buttons the wrong way, but anyway, that's why another reason why I wanted to do another interview with you. But anyway, what do they think the outlook is for humanity? What do they say? But what do they think where we stand as far as you know?
Well, as Val Thor told me, this famous sentence, we will never let you down, we never have, and we never will. They are here for not saving us, but strengthening us, help us to save ourselves, as we say, for giving us the teaching us how to build the weapons and standing up for ourselves. That's how they do. They will never do the job for us. That's contrary to their principles. Where do we stand from their point of view? It's quite positive. There's the ETs have been taken care. I've been taken care of the ET problems. They've expelled the ETs physically from Earth. Now it's our turn to take care of the human problems and regain the sovereignty of our planet, to throw back our governments. I'm not going to go too far in the
Yeah,
discussion, but it's us to finish the job. And they are quite positive because they see that people are standing up for themselves. So it's quite happening. So they are positive that we are on the good timeline and we are going to have a future very prosperous. We have started to work with them. The secret space programs already work with them, and when the Earth is safe, uh, all the technology, there will be like a jump in technology, because they cannot give us a useful technology now that the baddies are still here and could steal it to be more powerful. So we need to just finish the job. When people say, when we will have the medbed, they are ready. They just wait that we make Earth safe. And when disclosure will happen, I mean, they start to disclose things, but they cannot, bring chaos in the middle of chaos. We need to finish the job first.
yeah. Well, I heard you say one thing and I heard someone else say it too. This girl I had on the other day, Lily Nova, she's a star seed. She said, "We are the disclosure," and I heard you say that as well. I heard you say, "We are the disclosure." I feel like people like you, me, her, other star seeds, like people with YouTube channels, Michael Sala, Alex Collier, Laura Eisenhower, people.
Yes.
I think feel like we're all the disclosure, bringing it to the public to raise the consciousness to bring in this 4D, 5D reality that we're maybe shifting to. Would you agree?
Yes, yes, yes. And the disclosure, as I say, we must not wait for it. The governments will never reveal that they have put humanities, the 2 feet in the by the wrong decisions in 1955. So they will give crumbs to make people happy, but we're never happy because we know there's something behind. So the disclosure comes from two other sources, people like you and I, Michael Sala and others, and also the ETs themselves, because they have started to give information to people. And now that the bad baddies, ETs ships have gone, all the spaceships you see in the sky, it's good ones. It's good ones. So they started to show themselves. They have a plan of showing themselves more and more to get people used to their presence.
I have a
Um,
question. Now, for the longest time, it seems like, and this kind of goes along with the medbed question, like, because everybody's talking a lot about medbeds, but for the longest time, it seemed like there was a non-intervention clause on Earth. Now, does that start? Is that still going to stay, or is there still going to be or is there going to be some good ET intervention with technology intertwined?
there's not going to be a brutal intervention from the galactics. No, it would be contrary to their law of non-intervention, because it's something people need to understand. When you save someone, the person may go back again into the same situation later. But if you teach the person how to save themselves, they will do it, but in the process of doing it, they will understand and they will not do it again. That's how they do. Regarding to the medbeds, this technology, it's been mass produced at the moment, especially on the moon. And it's been implemented slowly at the moment. You know, if they would put now, like today or tomorrow, all the medbeds in action in everywhere in the world, what would happen? The cabal, the human cabal is still here.
Yeah.
They would burn these hospitals down. So it's not the moment. So, you know,
It's
as
not
long
the
as
right
these,
time. Yeah.
no, as long as those I names are still in power, well, decrepit power, but still, uh, you know, it's a question of logic,
Yeah.
but it's there.
That makes sense. Now, one thing you talked about in another podcast was the Orion Wars, the Jedi military, and the Black League. I've never heard of these things before. Can you catch me up to speed on what these things are and what they were real quick? And like, I'd love to hear about them.
Well, the Orion Wars, what you call the Orion Wars, last a very long time, and it's quite old. But this was the start of everything. The Orion constellation is growing with life, and there's there a nebula M42 with a portal in it, a stargate, but it's very it's natural and it's very special because it's a double vortex converging in a point, and that can it's a time portal as well. So it's everyone. They are very rare, and everyone wants to have them. Now there were different cultures in the Orion zone, and the Greys with hive consciousness on different worlds, mainly Rigel and Betelgeuse and Mintaka. They were the main spots, you know. They start to unite together to really get the portals for themselves, but it was a neutral zone. So there start to be a war, a territorial war, and it went all belly up because the Greys became very powerful, uniting together, developing a technology. And you know, with the hive mind, you don't need communication. They're all linked like the Borgs in Star Trek, you know. It goes very fast, the orders, and they react all the same time. It's very organized. It's very difficult to fight against that. One world of resistance was blown up, and that was the start of the anger and the rebellion in the Orion systems. People start to unite, and they created the Black League. The Black League, or the Orion League, was the rebels, the rebellion. Now there's another entity, which is the Council of Five, which was at the time the Council of Nine. There are only five now. They were highly advanced species in the Orion zone, positive people who were a bit like a council, like the Andromedan Council, the same, but in Orion. They were not a military power, so they taught the Black League how to organize and how to find the spiritual strength to make their fight better. Okay. It was a disaster. The Black League failed. The portal was taken by the Orion Greys, who named themselves the Nebu. Nebu means the masters or the dominions. Dominion. So the Council of then Five, reduced a lot, decide to create the envoy programs, the Starseed programs, and that's another story. But that's what happened in the Orion Wars. You know, Star Wars is based on the Orion Wars.
Wow, that's amazing. Like I didn't know that. Like, is that why they have like the Jedi military? Like the Jedi it makes you wonder where George Lucas got his information from. You think he was tipped off by somebody?
Or probably it it was probably given disclosure or help by someone who knew, extraterrestrial, or either he was himself in it and in the Orion Wars, and he was just remembering and finding inspiration in his memories, which is possible.
You know
What
what?
all the people who wrote this story.
I heard
I
he
don't
had
know.
a near death experience. I think it was him. I did you ever hear that? I heard he had a
No,
death experience. Like I think it was him. Like yeah, which is really weird. Like um, and maybe he had a near death experience and he was shown something in that as well. You never know.
possibly, possibly, we never know. Yes, but it's so consider the Nebu Orion Greys like the Empire and the Stormtroopers and everything, the dark side of the Force, and the Jedi Council of Five, and the Rebellion,
That's
the
amazing.
Black League. Yeah, yeah,
The-
yeah.
Now you wrote a third book, which we never talked about before, and some of the fans are going to be all new to this material, so I'm excited to talk about it. It's called Resilience, and if you want to show it to the audience, we've never, it's we've never talked about this book. Now this is based on true events, but it's sci-fi, right? Or is it based on true events?
It's a big sci-fi. It's a sci-fi novel, okay, but based on true events. And there's a character in this book. Her name is Sarah, and she's abducted. And I based her abduction story on my abduction story to make it real, to make it really real, and know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And yeah, oh, that's. It speaks about everything. There are discrepancies between this story, the facts, and the reality, because at the time I wrote it, I was also in the process of writing my first book. In fact, how it happens, it's very interesting. In 2018, when I was contacted again by Thoran, I was abducted, well, invited on board a ship, and he told me, "You are going to remember now." It was in 2018. "You are going to remember your abduction story, and we are going to give you dreams to help you remember." And I started to dream. It wasn't funny of Grace abducting me, and it was horrible. That's how I put an end to it, and I decided to go for hypnosis to get it in one go. But in this year, this process in 2018, I also had a recurrent dream, which is the last scene of this book. And I was thinking, God, that would do a great sci-fi story. That's the end scene. I'm going to trying to find back helps me remember my own abduction story. And I had little pieces of it. So I started to write it, and I had written it like the half of it when a hypnosis session happened. So I put this book on the side, and then I got, oh my God, that's mind blowing. And I start to write A Gift from the Star, the real stuff. When A Gift from the Start was published, and I went, oh, I have this half sci-fi novel. I need to finish it. I like to finish things. And I took it and I went, but that doesn't match now really what's happening. It's not how things are. What am I going to do with that? I want to finish it. So I finished it. I wrote the second half, trying to catch up and fit in the Sicars, the Mitra, everything I had learned in between. So this book is kind of a hybrid between an amazing sci-fi story and bribes, pieces of reality. But it's good. It's romantic as well. Love
Oh, that's
story
cool. That's
too,
real
actually.
cool. I like that. And then for people that don't know, I had a viewer come. They complained to me the other day. They said that I asked the last time we talked, you were telling your story about your friend Stephen Chua, and
Mm.
for people that don't know, he passed away, And I must have, you know me, I get excited when we talk. So if I could ever cut you off, it's not me being rude. It's just me
Thanks.
because I'm excited. But they said you didn't finish telling your story. So could you tell your story for whoever that person was and all the people who liked your friend Steven? Could you tell what happened to him? Like, because someone wanted me to ask you to tell that.
Yeah, it's quite a mind-blowing story. I've planned to write my story with Stephen, and so also, but Stephen Chow was super soldier. He was from Singapore, and he had psychic abilities. He could generate gamma waves with his brain. So he was a sniper, and he was taken on missions in Asia to fight reptilians, actually, in caves. How I met him, he was part of a group connecting consciousness, the group from Simon Parks, and they asked me, this group, Canada group, asked me to do an interview for them, private, in the Zoom. Stephen was them, and he said, "Oh, I worked in Area 51." Wow. And I said, "I'd like to keep contact with you," because he was starting to say, "Oh, he's asking me a question about grace," and I was answering his questions. He said, "Yes, that's how they are." We're matching.
Yeah.
So
We're getting interference.
it is. Oh yeah,
It's
because
because
he had the abilities. He was he worked for the prime minister in Singapore, and the prime minister received a visit from to take Stephen and say, "We need him for experiment in Area 51." And he went there. He worked a certain number as a pilot of F-15. And he was in an experimental program for piloting with thought. He told me that. And he met a lot of extraterrestrials there, bad ones. And he was brought back. He said that to me, and we were chatting about that. And, after a while, after a month chatting by email, we just stopped talking about it and more spiritual things, and we became friends. Until one day, I had no news from him for 2 months, and I was a bit worried. He was saying that he was sometimes attacked by Mitra in his room. They would beam through a portal in his room and attack him. I knew that. Well, suddenly, after 2 months, I got an email from him again saying, can you interview me on your YouTube? I'm ready to speak. And I went, what? And I replied, Stephen, that's not reasonable. I mean, are you sure? Because that's big, and you're going to be in trouble. You know that. And he said, I don't care. He replies to me, please do it. And he was like stressed, and he wanted to go fast. After, yes, no, he convinced me. He became really bossy, I need to do it. Okay, his decision. We recorded an interview. He told everything. And I said to him, listen, I'm going to edit it, put some pictures in it, and air it next week on YouTube. And you always have the time to redraw. Yes, no, put it. I was meant to, I don't know, he contacted me in emergency on a Tuesday night, like 3 days after we record the interview, and I hadn't finished editing it. And he said, will you please, damn, put this video on YouTube? hurry up. He said, hurry up. I have blackouts and I'm bleeding. What? I said, no, I want, please. And I understood that I needed to do it. I put it up and on YouTube, still there. No news until 24 hours later. He finally sent me an email. He said, I watched it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I said, are you fine? And you fine? And he didn't reply. And so 2 days later, I got an email from his girlfriend, his partner, saying Stephen passed away. He died. That was a shock. So
Wow.
I got on a Skype call with her, and she said, she spoke to me. We spoke a long time, and she said she was convinced he was killed. She was convinced he was killed. She confirmed everything about Area 51, everything, and she said, yeah. So Stephen was he sacrificed himself. So I was devastated. I was totally devastated. Imagine the guilt, you know. I was very bad, feeling very, very, very bad, very bad. It was a very dark time for me. Simon Parks phoned me and he said, you know, do not remove this stupid guilt. He said, I understand, but know that Stephen probably chose you because he knew you were protected and he chose you. And it's an honor that you were the one to put his story out. He said, Stephen had received warnings not to talk, and he wasn't the only one. He said, if he chose you, consider it as an honor and a privilege. And it was his decision. He would have, if you would have said no, he would have chosen someone else until he got it out. That changed my life because it just felt better after that, but not that bad. You know?
I would say you were chosen, you know, and I would say you probably are protected by a greater source, you know, the ETs and maybe someone in the governments that want you to be putting the positive message out too, like, you know, like that you're putting out. And he wanted to probably get his message out that what was going wrong in the world, right? I mean, like,
yes,
and I think so. Everything you did was right. I think that's I see everything you did. I when I listened to it, I thought it was amazing. I would recommend anybody to go on your channel and listen to it. It's really it's amazing. Let me get back to my questions. I lost track of what I was going to ask you. I wanted to get into your interview with Dr. Sala and Alex Collier, which I thought was pretty amazing. Uh, they shared stuff about the state of the secret space program, disclosure. You started talking about there's fleets coming behind Jupiter through a portal. And then I was going to say, what are your biggest takeaways from your meeting with Dr. Sala and Alex Collier?
Well, I think it's great that Alex and I, from the start, like it was recognizing each other as true and genuine, you know, and from the start, from the first phone call, we were like good friends, you know, because we knew each other, you know, we knew we were in the same stuff, the same adventure, contactees, you know, so that's great for me to work with Alex and bring this disclosure to the world. Dr. Salah is going to play more and more a prominent place in this whole change and new future and stuff. What was the best from this interview? I spoke about a lot of things. Is that we agree that we are moving forward to a positive timeline. We are already on it. This fleet who arrived behind Jupiter. Well, Alex and I have the same intel from different sources. It matches. Sometimes we send messages to each other, and I got this intel. Oh wow, me too. And we compare and it complete each other. It's fantastic. This fleet had arrived behind Jupiter in October 2021, is the Intergalactic Confederation. It's people from other galaxies. Here in our galaxy, we have different federation and stuff, but we have the Galactic Federation of Worlds, which is our galaxy in here. But then this other stuff is bigger, you know. It regroups many galaxies together in the same management. They arrived throughout a portal behind Jupiter. They settled around Ganymede, and on Ganymede they have a facility there. It's not the first time they're here. They've been here a long time because they are called the seeders or the founders or the guardians. These are people who seeded human genome in this galaxy, starting by Lyra zone. So this is who they are. And they are here. They are back because they are proud that the kids, us, are doing well. And they are here for the next step, the disclosure and the contact. Also,
I'm sorry to me. Would this be the Anunnaki? Is that who that is?
The Anunnaki are not part of them, but they came as well. Well, they are also. They have been. They are not in the program of life seeding. They are not in their 24 council of seeder of life. The Anunnaki are separate entities, but they have been involved as well in modifying the human genome at one point in history. So although they're not part of the Intergalactic Confederation, they are also back. Well, there's something to know about the Anunnaki. If your audience don't know already, it's there are two factions of Anunnaki, okay? When they came very long time ago, they were all one. They were like positive. They came to mine resources. There were some primates crawling on the earth. Don't care this one. But then they say, okay, we could use them. So they improved genetically the primitive humans there into hybrids, and they put their genome in them. They modified some of them, not all, a group of them to work in their mines, you know. And that was the first thing, and messing up, not the first, but it was an important moment in our history. The thing is, they split the Anunnaki. One faction led by Enlil, a guy called Enlil, wanted to keep humans enslaved and spread that to the whole planet. The other faction, Enki, didn't want to. He was the scientist. He was the one who put his DNA in the first humans. He said, no, these people have great potential. Let us not enslave them. I like to, Enki, he's a geneticist, he's a scientist. So he was excited to play more with these hybrids, you know, and see what you can get of them, how they can grow and blossom, you know. So there was a big war. Enki and his people left. Unfortunately, they didn't win that one. But then they came back. Enki came back with his people, I suppose, because humans of Earth are finally getting out of their enslavement, you know, out of slavery. So the big evil has gone, you know, the Nebu, the reptilians, there's some evil left on Earth, which is human.
Well, do you think that part of that evil was part of the Anunnaki, which might have been Marduk, which was Enki's son? He switched on Enki though. They said that Marduk he used to be like the ruler of Babylon, but they said he was kind of the ruler of Earth for a while, and he went kind of evil. Like, did you buy into that?
Yeah, I do buy into that, as you say. I don't know what became of Marduk though. I haven't been told, so it's only speculations. But yeah, he stayed on Earth, and he was very involved in conflicts. Yes, absolutely. He joined the section of Enlil. But I don't know more about Marduk, but that's what I know. Yeah.
Okay, I have one last question for you. There are supposedly new colonies on Mars being settled. This is one thing I picked out of your interview from Alex and Michael Saw, which I thought was so interesting. Alpha Centaurians and humans, and they're settling on Mars. Can you talk about this?
Yes, Mars has been liberated last year. from the occupants, which was mainly the Dark Fleet and some corporation conglomerate. Mars was given back to the Martians, the locals, who are pacifist, well, positive species of reptilians and many insectoid species. And there was a lot of colony already on Mars, but these colonies were Earth people, okay? These colonies have been just moved for a while and put back because, for their safety. Now, there are programs from Earth, new programs from new colonies who are going to planning to settle on Mars. And that's the little bit that we are told about, because there are two realities. Well, there's one reality, but there's what's happening and what we're told here. Okay, what's happening in space and everywhere. It's the secret space program based on the moon, Galactic Federation, Mars, Jupiter, Ganymede, all these things. On Earth, we know through NASA. Yeah, and stuff like that. So and there are two speed, and now we are told on Earth is it's speeding up to catch up with what's really going on. So we're going to be told that we are going to Mars for the first time and build colonies. But hey, honestly, you will not know what will happen, what's going on Mars. You won't have the direct video cam, you can't know, not only what you're told. So you will be told, oh, there are like some corporates and CEOs and first colonies were building it. I mean, Aries Prime, it's just like so old, in the 1940s, Anyway, so there are Alpha Centaurians who are coming to share colonies with Earth colons, new Earth colons. So they are building at the moment biodomes, and the Alpha Centaurians are teaching the Earth colonists how to build biodomes, well, more high techs, because they know, but more high tech ones, and they're giving them technology, and they're working together, and especially for agriculture, to grow food. And they're going to start terraform the planet, but in a very intelligent way that it doesn't bother the life of the Martian, the local Martians, because they are the first to have an opinion. It's their planet, And there's been also meetings with the Martians, representatives of the Martian people, the reptilians, and not the insectoids, because it's difficult to deal with them, but the Martians, the reptilians. On Ganymede, I've seen that. I wasn't allowed to attend, but I've seen that. Three Eyes of Thoron was there to ensure security, to just plan ahead the future, and the Martian people will be the first to benefit of all of this.
Wow, this is amazing. Well, this is amazing. I don't have any other questions. Can you tell everybody where to find your stuff, like where to find your YouTube and your website and everything?
So you can, if you wish, so hit the like button on my YouTube channel, Elena Danan. I have a lot of free videos of meditation and tutorials and a lot of good stuff on it. And I have my website, elenadanan.org, O-R-G, and there's everything on it. There's my courses, my books, all my books, plenty of stuff there. Just check it out.
All right. Well, thanks, Elena. This is so much fun to do, and I'll send you a link when I get it done. I'll probably upload it tomorrow. Thank you.
Fantastic.
All right. Good talking to you again. Until next time.
Until next time.
Which is the new TV? And which is the TV bought locally from someone on OfferUp? Try OfferUp first and save up to a lot. Download the app today.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching another episode of the Typical Skeptic Show. I have with me tonight a contactee / abductee, of the Galactic Federation. If you watch my show, you saw her twice on here before. Her contact experience started at a young age when she was abducted by nefarious ETs, then rescued by Pleiadians. Then more recently, she made contact with her rescuer, Thorhan, and she has been channeling messages from him. She is really bringing positivity, light, and love to the UFO community. She has been featured on the Laura Eisenhower show, and she just had an amazing conversation with Alex Collier himself. I have the amazing Elena Danan with me. And a little bit that you guys didn't know about Elena, if you listen to my past shows, I want to tell you a little bit more. She was born in France. Elena Danan graduated with a fine arts degree in Paris and completed a postgrad in archaeology at the Louvre University. She worked as a field archaeologist for 20 years of her life, among which 8 years was in Egypt as an engineer, epigraphist for the CNRS, Karnak, Luxor, Cairo, the Dendara, and the Valley of the Kings, before returning to France, assigned to the University of Toulouse, completing studies in druidry, shamanism, energy, and sound healing. She is currently working as a spiritual practitioner. Elena, thank you for coming on. How are you?
Thank you, Robert. I'm very happy to be back on your show. First, I want to say how a little bit emotional it is for me, because a year and exactly 10 days, you were the first person to interview me, and it was for me the big step. I was still writing my book. I just was into that. I just had my hypnosis sessions and my memories of my abductions back. And you maybe you noticed me on some UFO groups, or I don't know, you asked me for an interview, and to me it was a decisive step to really take the courage to go public. And it takes courage to tell things very private, but you put me in a safe place, and I trusted you. And so it was really that's the thing. I encourage people who have had abductions like me to make this first step. And at the time I was writing my book and about my experience, and I mentioned you in the acknowledgement because you were the first to encourage me. So thank you so much, because since that moment it has been such a ride. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Robert.
You're welcome, and I'm it's my pleasure to I let people come on my platform, and I could tell you were a genuine person, and you had such a great story, and you have amazing artwork. People don't understand how talented you are with your artwork. I saw it in your book, like like you have amazing talents, and I love the fact that you're bringing, like I said, a lot of positivity, light, and love, and you're with Laura Eisenhower and other people, you're trying to win this war on consciousness that we're up against these it's hard to get into the subject too heavy on YouTube because we don't want to get the video banned, but we could be up against the NAZIS, that control different governments. They never lost World War II, and there's these tyrannical governments that want to oppress people, and they want to you could probably take it from there better than me, but we're up against it, and I think we're all fighting. We're all coming through an awakening point in our lives. I mean, mine was I like you studied shamanism and druidism, and I didn't get into that. I just found out about this I had my whole awakening when I learned about the Anunnaki in 2017. So I'm not very well versed in this world, I'm still learning a lot, and but I am learning that more of us are waking up. And let me ask you this. This is a good question. From the time we had our first interview, a lot has happened, but I watch your videos, and what is the message that you want to not just get out to the UFO community, but to the world from your contact experiences and what we're up,
The message, the global message I want to pass on to everyone, which is a very a great importance, is to refuse fear. and that we are in control and we have the power to say no and to say, I do not consent. It is our birthright. It is the greatest fundamental law of the universe, free will. And we have it. We are made believe we don't, but we do actually. There are many situations I have witnessed, especially with people who contact me to ask for help, especially with abductions. When you say, you stand up to something that's frightening you, and you say, I do not consent, get the F away from my life, house, bedroom, it works. It works.
Yeah.
They go. They make you believe you don't have the choice, but always had the choice since the beginning. So that's my message.
Well, what's weird is a lot of people, they have these abductions and then they want them to continue. I think they're getting fooled by the ETs. Like, you have positive, there's a difference between what you have. You have positive contact experiences, but there's a lot of people that I think are fooled because, these Greys, they say they come for world peace, or they say they're our space brothers and they just need a little bit of our DNA to help them save their race, or whatever they're saying. But it's bullshit. I'll just say that. And I don't think that people should be hoodwinked by, I think that's a good term, hoodwinked by, that means like fooled, they shouldn't be fooled for what they're trying to do. And it's not just the Greys, I guess the Greys are working for the reptilians, and the reptilians are working for, you would be better this than me, than the mantis beings. How does the chain of command go?
Okay, yeah, you have the Greys and the reptilians who are competitors, and the mantis works for both. And the mantis are from a parallel dimension, but they come here and they are superior in knowledge, in technology, in a lot of things. And they have totally different ethics from what we could understand of good and bad, or doing something good to somebody or doing something bad to somebody. They don't have this ethic. Their ethic, the mantis, is science, study, room. And we get paid for that, we get deals for that, fine, whoever it is. So that's how you find mantis beings with Greys, with reptilians, even with Nordics, because they're just mercenary scientists. They're here to learn and to participate to experiments. But there's different grades in the mantis. There are 3 different mantis, let's say, races.
Insectoids.
Yes. And the black ones are the benevolent. They have more ethics closer to ours, and they wouldn't hurt people. And these ones, the black ones, they work more with the Federation. And the white mantis and the green mantis, those ones work more with the regressive ETs, such as Greys and reptilians,
Okay, so, and I heard that they don't have emotion. And to me, something that acts without emotion is like a psychopath, right?
Yeah.
Is that right? They work without emotion. They don't have emotion. Like, I watched an interview with some guy, and he said that he saw them in hyperspace. And this guy, his name's Cliff High. He's like a UFO researcher, but when he says hyperspace, he means he took like DMT and other mind expanding hallucinogens, and he actually didn't see these beings in abductions. He saw them in what they call hyperspace, where you go when you can break on through to the other side from these consciousness expanding drugs. And he said that from his experiences with these mantis beings, that they have no emotion. I don't know about the ones that the ones that are closer to us. Is there a difference?
Yeah, you have the ones closer to us is the black ones. They look a bit like ants. There's lovely story of ant people as well in the Native American myth. Can dig that up.
In the Anasazi? Is that with the tribe?
I don't know the name.
Oh, okay.
But maybe something.
That's what I've heard. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know people think I know everything, but I think people who I don't, and people who say they have an answer for everything, I find that suspicious.
Yeah, you're right. You're definitely right.
So when I don't know, I say I don't know.
Yeah.
So yeah, so that's the black ones. They have mantis. They have kind of, yeah, they have emotions. Um, that's why they choose to work only with the Federation or the Galactic Federation or the Council of Five, who is a very interesting structure who works for the greater good of humanity as well. They do a lot of abductions, but for the good reasons. And the mantis work with them a lot.
Okay.
It's you see more the black ones. Now there's a difference between the green and the white ones, but I don't remember. It's in my book because I wrote the book since when you interviewed me the first time. I was in the process of writing it. I was showing you the drawings. I remember.
Yeah. Well, what I was going to say is, can you talk about who this Council of Five is and how they work for the greater good of humanity? I'm all interested in hearing about the Galactic Federation because people ask me questions all the time. They say, "Is there really a Galactic Federation?" And I say, I don't know. I hope so because, I feel like there has to be some kind of positive intervention sometimes by these beings. I know it can't be all the time. I don't know if we're under, international banking cabal control along with reptilian and maybe Anunnaki. Maybe you would know better than that. Do you know like what the nefarious control structure is?
No,
is it like the elite?
I'm not very.
Yeah,
I'm not very good at what's underground the Earth. I'm better at what in orbit above ground.
Yeah, you probably that's pretty cool. But you probably heard I've heard that it's the elites. We call them the elites, and then the reptilians, and then maybe the Anunnaki, the evil Anunnaki, and then supposedly there's good Anunnaki. But I'm sorry, back to this Council of Five. Who are they? Yeah.
The Council of Five, so it was created at the start. It's older than the Galactic Federation, which is a federation of different worlds of the galaxy. It's a very important benevolent structure. Council of Five, it's older. It's been created in the Orion zone to protect the population, the local population, from the growing threat of the Orion group or /Nebu /Alliance of the Six, the malevolent gray Orion group, the ones who really annoy us.
Is that the Maitreya? Or is that how you
Mitra, sorry, I have joined them, are part of them, but they come from Galaxy Andromeda, but they're part of them. They've allied, because the Nebu of Orion, it's not. There are only three. There are six main races leading them, and only three of them are locals. Three other ones are. It's funny. Certainly a reason for that. So 9 evolved pacifist races in the Orion zone said, okay, we need to stand up against them and protect ourselves. So they created the Council of Nine, Council of the Nine. It was very difficult. 3 of these races have been wiped out. Then there were 6 left. And one, I don't remember the name, they were about to leave and then the 5 other ones decided, okay, we are going to do more than this because our job is to protect people from this Orion Nebu, the Nebu. So we are going to extend our protection outside of the Orion zone to other star systems who are threatened by the Nebu as well. And this race, the 6th race said, no, we are out because we are not strong enough to do that. It's madness. We are out. So it became the Council of 5.
Oh, okay. Now, this is a complicated question, but
Are there good and bad beings that come from Orion, and then are there good and bad beings that come from Andromeda? Because here's my thing.
Yeah.
I know a guy named Ryushin who comes on my show. You might have seen him on podcasts before. He talks about these aliens from Orion that are maybe causing us problems. And then there's Alex Collier who talks about the beings from Andromeda that he had contact with that are positive. But you're saying these Nebu are from Andromeda as well, and they're bad, right?
The Mitra.
Oh, so, the Mite. Okay.
Nebu. It's Orion. It's called Nebu. Nebu in their language means the masters. They live in Orion, and it's an alliance in Orion, the alliance of the six gray races. Okay.
Oh, that's interesting. This is so interesting.
These 6 gray races, who compose the Nebu Empire or Orion group, as we call it, 6 races. 3 are locals, and 3 are from outside. And among the 3, you have the Mitra from Galaxy Andromeda, that they call themselves Megopei. These ones are horrible. They are very toxic. They are very hateful. They're really, really bad. They are involved in Area 51 as well, and in many projects in underground bases. They do abductions. They're a real plague.
Do they have the little ones working for them? They're the little ones robots? Yeah, that's what I thought.
So the alliance of the 6, it's all tall grays. Okay, the Nebu are all tall grays, and they use small grays. In fact, it's from races of small grays that they have enslaved.
Oh, wow.
And totally assimilated.
Wow.
Yes. That's what they're doing now on Earth. They have started their program to assimilate us and make of us zombie clones,
Yeah.
That we're not... You want to keep your channel.
Well, no. I think I get what you're saying on that real quick.
Everyone knows...
They want to merge us with AI? Is that what?
Yeah.
We can talk about that. I don't think there's a problem with that. I mean, but it scares me because I'm a spiritual person like you, and I believe in a creator of all. And I believe that we're eternal spiritual beings living in a meat modem experience. Like, this is the meat modem, the body's the meat modem, and inside is the light, the energy, and it lives forever. I really believe that from people I've had on my show about past life regressions and out of body experiences. And I've had people from the Robert Monroe Institute on. I mean, I've really went into studying if consciousness continues after death. And it was one of the reasons why I started my podcast, because I think it's a question everybody wants to know, because we're all confronted with death and it seems so scary. What have your contacts told you about the other side, or if you don't mind me asking, or what are your thoughts on the other side?
When we leave our meat suit, avatar, the soul inside, this being that is inside, is eternal, interdimensional. We can go everywhere we want. So when we have developed our consciousness on a planet, we develop our consciousness on a planet, and we are going to reincarnate in the cycles of this planet. When we reach a certain level of consciousness, we can then break through and reincarnate wherever we want, on other planets, for instance. The thing is, on Earth, the Nebu, for instance, they have blocked this reincarnation cycles that we really need to awaken when we are alive, to then when we leave, we can leave and go anywhere else. Well, there's no harm to going back here, it's a cool place, but this every planet, in fact, now we can speak about densities. You imagine every planet is like an onion. You have different layers and different densities. A density is a rate of frequency, of vibration, of pulse. So when you leave this body, the soul inside, this light being, is of a higher frequency. So it's going to go in a higher realm, which become invisible for those who are incarnated here. But some people who have more accurate sight can see ghosts, spirits, dead people. I don't like dead is not the concept for me. It's but um, they are here, but you don't see them because they vibrate in a different frequency. So we choose to either come back or either stay for a while. We usually choose to reincarnate again to keep on our journey of evolution
Soul's
of
journey.
consciousness.
Yeah.
Soul journey. That's
Yeah.
it. We are eternal.
Yeah, this is comparative of what I've heard from other people. It's right along the line. I mean, it's refreshing to hear. It's really it's good to hear because coming from you, who's someone who's studied all these different areas, like I'd love, I need to be reassured of it, because even though I believe it, sometimes in the back of my mind I question it, because like you said, just that word of death, it just seems so. Don't want to talk about it. You know what I mean? But you're right. But let me ask you this: the Nebu, do they have like a lockdown on the reincarnation cycle because they feed off our energy or something like that?
Yeah, they have put kind of a frequency lock on around the Earth. But that they worked out with the reptilians. But this frequency locked is at the moment being dismantled. So it's all part of the awakening of humanity. But they have, because they like to harvest our soul energy. They don't have the same soul nature. And what I've understood with my friends upstairs, as I say, is that regarding to the species, the nature of the soul is slightly different. When you're a humanoid soul, you and I, humanoid souls. And we are going to reincarnate into humanoid bodies because it fits the structure. Otherwise, it can't. It's difficult. The Greys, they have their own souls structure. And so the reptilians, so other races. So they don't have the same structure as us, and they are not as interdimensional and powerful as we are, because we are very powerful.
Yeah.
And so they abduct us a lot to try to crack the code and the keys of the power of human soul, because human soul, it's something.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, like, are they trying to take our soul? Because I had someone come on my show and he compared them to demons, like, because he does he does like what we call exorcisms, you know what I mean? And he's found a big he's found a big similarities between what are called demons or disincarnate entities. A disincarnate entity is just something that's not incarnated, but maybe more of a malevolent spirit. And he found similarities to that and Greys through ancient literature, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. Yes. And the what we call demons, they are earth entities that belong to the realms and the densities of the earth, who are lower astral or kind of demons as well. But there are also what we call demons. We think it's demons, but it's ETs, and either Greys or either reptilians. Reptilians do that a lot. They're very, very good at doing that, at coming into your dreams and scare you to access to your inner self, and then suck out your energy. It can be through fear and panic, or through sexual energy as well. They harvest that a lot. They feed themselves of that. So the reptilians, the Sicars, they look like how we have pictured the devil with horns,
I've heard they have horns. Who said that? Have you ever heard of the shaman Credo Mutwa? He was an African shaman. He did a show with David Icke. It was called The Reptilian Agenda. And in that, the shaman guy, Credo Mutwa, the African shaman, he says about the reptilians, he says that they have horns. Is that what they look like?
Yeah.
That's pretty scary.
That's scary. That's the Sikar, that's the masters, the lords. Then you have the Naga, which is the inferior class, the warrior class. I don't know if you see it. That's the Naga.
It's amazing artwork. Amazing artwork. The warrior class. Now, the warrior class doesn't have horns.
Doesn't have horns, doesn't have wings, and they have a tail. Well, the higher they go in society, the shorter the tail is. It's funny. Or no, it's the contrary. It's contrary. I think. Anyway.
This is amazing stuff.
Yeah.
I can tell you're at your best when you talk alien races. You really know this stuff. I love talking about it. So let me get into some of my questions.
Yeah.
What I wanted to talk about this to you. Can you, because some of my audience may have not heard it. Can you talk a little bit about what happened with your friend who was maybe possibly working at Area 51? We weren't sure, and then he passed away. I thought that was, I saw that, and that was pretty intense.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, by the way.
Yeah, I have had difficulty to cope on with that afterwards because I felt very, very guilty, and I mean that was tough for me too.
Yeah.
So this man contacted me because to go very short, what he found in my book was fitting what he had experienced in life, and we started corresponding by email, and he said he worked in Area 51, blah blah blah, and it was it's exactly the same names, and he said he was a super soldier in Malaysia. And this man was in his late in his 60s. He had been a super soldier in Malaysia, and he worked for the prime minister in Singapore as well. And
Wow.
he has been asked to in some missions when he was very young, because he had super soldier. They have people with first they have talents. They pick people with talents, and this one Stephen Chow, he had the power to make gamma waves with his brain, but super well, very powerful. Some people have gamma waves. And so he could feel and sense like better than everyone else. So that's why he was a very good warrior. He's been sent for protection of political people, person who would come to Singapore. For instance, he has protected Benazir Bhutto when this person came and this person was attacked by reptilians. Then he was sent to places to fight reptilians, and he describes it. The most incredible story that he said, children were disappearing in the mountains, and it's somewhere in Malaysia where there's a series of giant caves. So he was sent there and to inquire about the disappearance of children, and he found himself and his men facing Naga reptilians. And so he described, I interviewed him, so he described all the fight. He's been facing them many times, and one day he was visited by an American secret agency. We want you for working with us. So the minister in Singapore said, yeah, but you have him only for a short while. I want him back. Okay, deal. They brought him to Area 51 because they wanted to, so they hired him as a pilot. They trained him as a pilot on an F-15 plane. And these planes were, so they were doing there at the time, it was in the 1980s.
That sounds about right, because that's the plane they used in the 80s was the F-15. So they were definitely the plane we used.
They were making experiments with alien technology there for piloting planes by thoughts, and Stephen could do that. So he could do that, and he said, "I'm the only one who survived." He was quite, Stephen. You hear the interview? He speaks with difficulty. He's been quite damaged. He's been fighting. with his health. Anyway, he could do that. He said because otherwise all the other pilots, they were dying, because first they were injecting them a serum to energize the capacities of the brain, but this serum was really hard and it was mashing the brain at the end, and they were dying.
Oh,
But
wow.
he described the devices in the plane, on the co-pilot seat, and he said I had a helmet like a giant virus with spikes everywhere, and he describes that it's absolutely incredible. He got a badge, eagle something, he describes it.
Yeah.
And then, well, that's what he was doing, but that's not the most staggering thing. Is that when he arrived, so he said the Area 51, it's super protected. You can't get in, but you can't get out. But once you pass the control and all the protections, you're free. You roam free inside, because that's it.
Yeah.
He said, but as I arrived, he said there were two two soldiers escorting me with super guns. He said, describes the guns very well, because he was a sniper also. Sorry. And I said to the guy, he said, I told them, he said, why are you walking around with these super guns? Because we're protected, right? We're just and they said, oh, no, it's not from outside. It's to protect you from the Greys. The Greys? What? And he said, yeah, the Grey extraterrestrials who work with us. They're not very nice, very kind. And that's how the coin dropped. What? And that's how he got to see them. And he describes them: Mitra, the aggressive ones, the Keelitokurt, who are tall whites, not nice as well, and the small little Greys, who were workforce for the tall Greys, tall ones.
The ones they say they're from Beetlejuice or something like that, or Zeta
Yes.
Reticuli. Is it Zeta Reticuli?
Zeta Reticuli. You have different groups, but Zeta Reticuli is the main. Yes.
Yeah.
Zeta Reticuli. They're called Solipsirae. Yes, and they come from different places as well.
That's amazing
Zeta
that you know all
Reticuli.
these names. I could never remember these names. I think this you have an amazing wealth of knowledge when it comes to alien races. It's by far, and nobody I know has any this much knowledge. I really applaud your knowledge. It's amazing.
Well, I'm grateful to those who tell me, Thorhan, who tells me all that,
Yeah.
But
And
sorry. Go on.
he's a commander. For the people that I'm sure your audience knows, but my audience knows that he's a commander of a Pleiadian ship, right?
Oh, yeah, Thorhan. So Thorhan is the man who saved my life when I was 9 years old and abducted by the Greys from Zeta Reticuli at the service of the Nibu. And him and his crew rescued me. And since then, he's been looking after me, and he's giving me all the knowledge about the alien races and the map of the stars, where they are, etc. He was at the time a ship captain and pilot, and he's been upgraded. He's now a fleet commander. He has, but he's moving away from that because my mission on Earth becomes more public and important. So he is now working. He's going to dedicate himself more and more to just working at protecting me and giving me information, and that's it, because that's more important. So he's at the moment moving to mission coordinator and then looking after me. So he's a Pleiadian. He's a Pleiadian, a hell from the star system Taygeta.
That's amazing. And I think it's amazing that you have this communication with them. And I honestly, so what, do you think they have a plan to take down, do we have to do, I know you say I listen to your videos, and you say we have to ask them as equals, or we have to say to them that we're equals, right? But do we want to ask them for assistance, or do we want to rise up against this on our own? But it seems like we can't rise up against this on our own, because what do we have against these governments? It's hard. We have our consciousness, which is very strong. What are your thoughts?
So that is something very important. The Galactic Federation of Worlds has been helping us and assisting us since a very long time, and they are very involved at the moment to help us get rid of the cabal and everything. They are acting behind the scenes. They are not willing to have an open war with the Nebu and the Sicars, as with Earth as a battleground, because it will be devastating. So they are acting strategically, and they are, the Nebu and the Sicar, they are quite powerful, and both together, the Galactic Federation is not sure to win, and
Yeah.
so they are doing that more strategically by operation and stuff. The Galactic Federation of Worlds has created recently, in the last decades, what is called the Alliance, or the Earth Alliance. It's the alliance of forces of humanoid extraterrestrials from the Galactic Federation and soldiers, or white hats, and the Navy is involved in that,
Yeah.
on Earth. So they conduct together operations in the underground, for instance, but also in orbit or in space. So that's what they're doing, and they're acting a lot. They have been giving us technology. The Prime Directive stuff, that's a long while that they...
What's the Prime Directive?
The Prime Directive, it's the law of non-interference in the evolution of a species.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, they're not allowed to interfere with
Yes.
They have to let us grow, or spiritually grow. Is that
Yes.
right? Or
that's when everything goes normal, but it's not going normal on Earth.
Yeah.
Since the 1940s and 50s, when agreements have been signed with the Nebu by the MJ-12.
Yeah.
So since that time, the Galactic Federation decided to intervene and send people to treat with the governments, So that's a whole story. I try not to stick to the subject, the question, and we can go there. I know there's so much.
No, that's fine. You can go take the conversation wherever you want. I'm so interested in hearing everything.
No, because I want to make a point that so they are helping us. That was my point. So requesting assistance to them, they already give us assistance.
Yeah.
We request or not won't change anything. But what it will change, and it is very important, it will change us. Because when they ask us to request assistance to the Galactic Federation of Worlds, all you can do to the Andromeda Council or to the Council of Five benevolent groups. You say, you stand on your feet, and I request assistance as an equal, and you do not kneel, as an equal to the Galactic Federation of Worlds, for instance. Standing as a free human being in my sovereignty, and as such, I rescind all the agreements that have been made on my behalf without me knowing, with the blood of humanity on behalf of my species. Now I stand up as a sovereign being, as equal with the Galactic Federation, as equal. What does it do? It doesn't change their work, but it liberates you. The law of free will, the power of non-consent. When you do that, you break your chains. You break your chains. And that is what they ask us to do, stand as equal. It's over kneeling in front of a religion, a government, anyone. On our feet, humanity, stop kneeling. And that's what they want us to do, to liberate us. It's an inner process.
So it's kind of like we're fighting this battle with them. Like we're
Yes.
we're all fighting it together to get rid of these tyrannical controls.
Yes.
But,
Yes. Because there's way more than us. Because
yeah,
there's so many planets of civilizations as primitive as ours, in trouble everywhere. The Nebu and the Sika, they're terrorizing a lot of worlds. Why do the Galactic Federation, the Council of Five, Council of Andromeda, and they're here in our solar system? It's so crowded, and they just trying to sort us out. Why? We are a little world at the fringe of an arm of the galaxy. Because what's happening now here involves the fate of the entire galaxy. How come? They have a way to see in time travel and stuff.
yeah, the
The
looking
Androm-
glass
the,
device. Have
yeah,
you ever heard of the looking glass device?
yes,
Okay.
yes. Um, I asked this question to Thorhan once. Why all this interest for us? Because you do that for all the world. Say, no. He said, we are here because the Andromedan Council, 300 years in the future, had foreseen that there's a big galactic tyranny. It's horrible. Everybody the galaxy is ransacked by the very evil empire, and the Andromedan Council has foreseen the seeding, the start of this evil empire. They've traced it back 300 and something years before. I talk in Earth years. On our planet, its moon and Mars. And we are here to suffocate this bad seed at its birth. And that's why we are here. What is this bad seed? They call it the Dark Alliance. It's the alliance of the Nebu, the Sikaar, and Earth bad people.
Yeah, like
dark people.
the pedophiles and
Yeah, but it's more especially the breakaway Nazi civilization of Antarctica.
Oh, okay.
The Dark Fleet.
The,
The Dark Fleet. They've groomed them.
the Nebu has groomed them. The Nazi. Okay.
More the reptilian took care of them. Yeah, but yeah, it's an evil triangle that in 300 years from now, if we do nothing, will absolutely terrorize the galaxy. And so that's the war going on. So what? Yeah.
For some reason, they call that base. No, and what's interesting? I watched a video on the secret space program the other day because I'm trying to learn all about the secret space program, and they call that base in Antarctica Base 211 for some reason. I don't know why they call that. Do you have any idea why they call that?
I don't know. Michael Sala would know.
Yeah, Michael Sala.
A lot with him.
Yeah. Have you talked to him?
He's the man. Yes. Oh, yeah. Even made many few videos with him, and we are good contact. We communicate a lot. He would be the man to know everything about this situation, especially in Antarctica. You go on his website, exopolitics.com, and he has many webinars and videos on that. He's written books as well. Check him out. They say
about the secret space program. Yeah, I know he wrote one on our secret space program, and then he wrote one on China's secret space program, which I didn't even know they had a secret space program. That's wild. So yeah, I wasn't aware that you did videos with him, but I knew that he's been very involved in what this secret space program is, and it's so complicated. All the races tying together. But what would you say the big takeaway was from your meeting with Alex Collier? Because let me just tell you, I was a big fan of that meeting between you and Alex Collier because I watched a lot of his interviews or lectures that he did back in the 90s. And, I grew up in the 80s. I'm 41 years old. So, I never got a chance to see those because when he was doing those lectures, I was younger then. And I'm guessing you are too. But it's kind of like he's like a culture hero to me. Like, you know what I mean? Because and he's a big figure in ufology, you know, and I love ufology. So, you know, that was really cool to see you to talk with him.
Mm. Yes, listen, I've always avoided the funnily all my life the alien ufology thing because I was scared of putting a foot in some bad memory, so I was ignoring it. So I didn't know about Alex Collier until last year, believe it or not.
Oh,
And
wow.
someone told me you should check him out because he says the same thing as you. And what? Great. And I watched this famous video of 1990 something,
Yeah.
and my jaw dropped. He said the Seekers. He said all the same names of aliens. Thoran told me, and I went, "What?" It
Mhm.
was exactly the same stories. And I said, "Oh my God, I need to connect with this man."
Yeah.
You know. And through friends, I managed to connect to him, and it was like, wow. We did 2 videos together, and the second one is the best because recently, I think a week or 2 weeks ago, we compare our memories of extraterrestrial contacts, and it's a pure delight. There's everything, all the data I had matches the data he had,
That's
and
legendary.
I mean
That's awesome.
that was like two timelines merging, wow.
Yeah. Yeah,
Wow.
that is because it's interesting because he has contacts from the Andromeda constellation
Yeah.
or the Andromeda galaxy or whatever they are, and then you have the Pleiadians, but they're both benevolent races, and they chose to speak to you, and the other
Yes.
race chose to speak to him. But what's interesting is this. What I find really interesting is that they're reaching out to humans because they're trying to win this war. I would say they're trying to, the benevolent ETs are trying to win this war through contacting humanity and planting seeds through
Yes.
people like you, by Alex Collier, other people, trying to win this war that way, of the war of consciousness, the war of regaining our sovereignty, you know, becoming liberated humans instead of slaves to this reptilian Nebu, whatever it is, you know. It's like you said, yeah. Am I right about? Yeah,
Yeah.
uh,
Yeah. You said
yeah.
it well. Yes, totally.
I'm trying to think if I had any other questions for you. Let me see here. I wanted to ask you what your experience was. I'm just real quick. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but what was it like working in Egypt as an
That's fine.
archaeologist?
Ah, yeah. Oh, it was amazing. It was like being in another world, on another planet. It was another time. It was absolutely fantastic. I was hired there as an epigraphist. So I had studied Egyptology and archaeology, field archaeology, the techniques. And because I had as well a diploma in arts, they picked me because I could draw and take notes and reproduce all the hieroglyphics and decoration very quickly and very accurately. So that's why they hired me.
Oh,
And from
wow.
there, yeah. So my job was epigraphist. That I mean, the graphist,
You're
drawing
drawing. You're
the
drawing.
stone, the
Yeah.
sculpture. Yes. So that's it. And transcripting the hieroglyphs and just analyzing and documenting what I was copying.
Yeah.
That's
And
my
then,
job. And
sorry.
I was assigned. I was assigned first to Cairo, to the IFAO. It's the French Institute of Oriental Archaeology, and then I've had the privilege to work with Zahir Hawass as well. Very shortly,
I
but
know him.
the meeting
Yeah.
was fantastic. Um, and then I was assigned for 8 years to Luxor, to the temple of Karnak for the French government. And it was a cooperation mission, a permanent mission between French government and Egyptian government. And I was staying there in the temple of Karnak, working there, and also sent for missions either to Alexandria, Dendera, the Valley of the Kings, for instance.
What was Alexandria
So,
like?
that was my life.
What was it?
Alexandria, it's people say either you love it, either you hate it. I loved it, but I understand why. It's like a ghost town. You have the facade, the front sea, which is very luxurious buildings from an old times. It looks like the French, the Riviera, but
Yeah.
after the Third World War.
Yeah.
Like, and behind you have the ghetto.
The what?
And it's very interesting.
Yeah.
Well, you have a town, and then it becomes very quickly ghetto. It's very interesting.
Oh, ghetto. I heard. Okay, I got you. Yeah. The
Ghetto,
reason why I asked
yes,
about that is
yes.
because I was always a big fan of Greek history. And so I was always a big fan of Alexander the Great.
Yes.
Stories of Alexander the Great and how he
Yeah.
founded Alexandria. And supposedly there used to be a library of Alexandria, but it got burned down.
Yeah.
You know, I'm sure you've heard about that. But I can't even imagine what our lives would be like if we still had that library. What was the energy like from the pyramids? Was it, because it's something you could feel?
Yes, I was feeling the energy, the feel of portals. That if I had managed to find the right frequency to tune myself in, I would have been transposed somewhere else. The energy there is very powerful, especially when you enter in it. It's like your body feels different. Even you vibrate in a different frequency. Yeah.
That's
Really,
amazing.
you find like all your atoms like becomes wider. I don't know. It's like you expand. And
Yeah.
it's very interesting.
Maybe
And
you
really
come
feel-
lighter, like lighter.
Yeah. I'd say that. Yes.
Because I would
It's
say
very
that the
interesting.
higher you vibrate, the higher frequency you vibrate, maybe the lighter you become because you're starting to pop out of your body. If you study out of body
Yeah.
experiences, like, you know, it's just a theory. I've never had an out of body experience, but I have. If you can see, do you see that?
Oh yeah.
Journeys
I
Out of the
read
Body
it.
by Robert Monroe. It's a
Yeah,
book.
very
It's
good.
called Journeys Out of the Body by Robert Monroe. It's
Very
one
good,
of my.
yeah.
I've been reading it
Yeah.
to try to. I'm trying to have out of body experiences. I'm studying it definitely. So, I don't know. This was an amazing interview. Is there anything? Do you want to tell everybody where they can find your books and everything and stuff like that?
Yes, of course. So my book, first, A Gift from the Stars, Guide of Alien Races, Amazon and Barnes and Nobles. You can also go on my website, elenadanan.org, not com, org, and you have also how to find my book and other different services and stuff. My YouTube channel, Elena Danan, is a very good way to follow me. All my interviews, my free videos of meditation and protection workshops, all is free. And also the channelings I do sometimes of my friends upstairs.
That's amazing.
And that's me.
All right. Well, thank you so much, and I'll send you a link once I post this. This was great that we did this exactly a year later.
With pleasure.
It was cool that we did this a year later from our first interview.
Yes.
It's kind of cool. It really is. Well, thanks, Elena. Have a good night.
Yes.
Or good day.
Yes, I love it.
All right. Good night.
You too, Robert.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining me for another episode of the Typical Skeptic Podcast. I have with me a really fascinating guest tonight. I have with me Michael Schratt. He has on the inside on some of these government black projects and like what's been going on with the UFOs and are they ours? And he specializes in that. He has a book out called Dark Files, A Pictorial History of Lost, Forgotten, Obscure UFO Encounters. and he's been seeing that there are things on these UFOs that are like rivets and pipes that make them seem more like military than alien. And also, I want to get his opinion on. He's going to give a presentation today, but I also want to get his opinion on the UAP thing yesterday. I'm sure you guys want to hear about that. So it's going to be an interesting show. Let me just tell you a little bit about my guest, Michael Schrapp. He's a private pilot / military aerospace historian. He's lectured across the country in the unique subject of mystery craft and classified propulsion systems buried deep within the military industrial complex. A guest speaker at the Oshkosh Air Venture 2006-2007 event, world's largest air show. Michael has developed a number of contacts which have had firsthand experience dealing with black programs, including former USAF pilots, retired personnel, and aerospace engineers that have maintained a top secret size security clearance. In an effort to expose government fraud, waste, and abuse, Michael devotes much of his free time researching aerospace technical documents, conducting interviews, traveling to multiple university archives. As a concerned citizen, it is his brief that our constitutional obligation to question authority and demand an accounting of special access programs bypass congressional oversight and public scrutiny. That's amazing. And I want to welcome him, to give him a big warm welcome to the show. Michael, thank you for coming on. How are you?
Thank you very much. Glad to be with you. Glad to be with you. Doing well.
Yeah. I wanted to see what you thought yesterday of that UAP hearing. It didn't seem like, again, it was like, I don't know if these people are lost. It seems like there's a lot of miscommunication, or if as that someone who doesn't know a lot, but like it seemed like the guys didn't know what some of them were talking about, and what was going on there from an insider's perspective. What do you think?
Well, now that we're 80 years into this phenomenon, any discussion that doesn't include specific details regarding physical evidence in the form of wreckage, material, bodies, craft, recoveries, anything less than that, and we're just spinning our wheels. We're just wasting our time. That's looking at it from my perspective, because we've been doing this for 80 years now. And any discussion that doesn't have specific examples of physical evidence from the hardware, from the crash retrievals, it's just a complete moot point. And I think they missed the boat yesterday. They talked about wreckage for about 5 seconds. And then, the comment was made, no, we don't have any unidentified wreckage that we can't explain.
And that's a lot.
Well, I'm going to present at least 3, 4, 5 different cases here where, according to U.S. military witnesses, we're talking high-level military brass, they do have wreckage. So it's their word against the witnesses.
I can't wait to hear. I can't wait to see it. And I have a real quick question. Do you think this obviously came from alien technology? Because here's what I have to say about, we've had UFO sightings for thousands of years, right? So
Right.
This had to have originally come from something alien, right? Is that what your thought is, or?
Well, see, that's the $64 million question. Are these things reverse engineered from recoveries, or is it just good old-fashioned American engineering? And it could be both. It could be both. We don't want to underestimate what can be done with the human mind, because it's fantastic. So we definitely want to give that credit. But were we helped along the way? Is there evidence that we can point to a historical lineage of a retrieval operation and a reverse engineering operation? That's what we want to look at.
Yeah, I'll let you take over. I'm excited to see this.
Oh, that's fine, no problem. All right, so thank you. You mentioned the book. Pretty much a lot of the cases that we'll be talking about today are going to be within the book. It's called Dark Files: A Pictorial History of Lost, Forgotten, and Obscure UFO Encounters. In the book, there's 66 fully illustrated, very odd, strange, obscure UFO cases. Very little of these cases have been heard of before. Most of these cases are the result of just good old-fashioned boots on the ground research, going into university archives, document centers, private collections, Center for UFO Studies, the Gray Barker Collection in Clarksburg, West Virginia, actually going there, not clicking on the internet and saving files as. I'm talking about real world research, putting on white gloves, pulling up file cabinets and pulling out the manila folders. That's research. That is research. I give you all the names, the dates, the locations. I give you the references, the documentation, so that you can go out and you can verify these cases on your own. That is the scientific method. And that's what I followed through in this book. So why don't we, I'm just going to give you a couple of quick examples of where I got the material. QFOS we mentioned before, NICAP, APRO. And I just want to mention, if there's anybody that's a fence sitter, a friend, a family member that might be skeptical, I would invite them to just go on NICAP.org, spend 20 minutes of time going through their chronology of cases for 1952. And there are just hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of pilot sighting, military sighting, Air Force sighting in 1952, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them. It's just not something that can be completely swept under the carpeting like the government's been trying to do by rebranding UFOs as UAP. So they're trying to make everything prior to 2004 disappear. But on NICAP.org, we've got hundreds, we've got 600 cases and more alone for 52. And these are from good quality witnesses. APRO, MUFON, another book by Ivan T. Sanderson called Invisible Residents that talks about unidentified submerged objects, which is another almost completely forgotten facet of ufology. That's another good thing for people that are sitting on the fence. When you start diving into these USO cases that were recorded by the US Navy, actual US Navy reports, there's really no denying that we've got something going on here.
I had Debbie,
by Richard. Yeah, go ahead.
I had Debbie Ziegelmeyer on my show. You know, she's the MUFON director for Missouri, and she wrote that book on the USOs. Those are really prevalent, right? They're really prevalent.
They're so prevalent that 51% of UFO cases are in point of fact USO cases. So they even take priority over the flying cases. Wow. The underworld cases are even more prevalent, and it's not even talked about, which is a mystery. David Marler UFO Research Collection, that's in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Got to give credit to David Marler. He has single-handedly pretty much collected the largest private collection of files in the world. And he's dedicated so much that he's actually built an additional wing to his home and has got a world-class research center that will rival any university special collections and archives department. I mean, he's got the green lamps, he's got the white gloves, he's got the file, everything. Credit goes to David Marler. So that's another resource. UFO News Clipping Service, Leonard Stringfield Collection. We'll be talking about that. Gray Barker UFO Collection. There's 18 file cabinets that almost no one has gone into, had to dive into all that. And then we talked about this before, real world boots on the ground research. That's what we're doing here. So that's kind of the sources of where we're getting the information. Now, I kind of always like to start out here with this case. This is February 3rd, 1983, Mobile, Alabama. And according to the APRO bulletin, which I'll give you the reference for here, primary eyewitness is driving down the road. This is Mobile, Alabama. She just came back from a dinner engagement, and the whole car she was driving in started vibrating after she heard this loud booming noise. Whole car starts vibrating. So she pulls off to the side of the road. She comes to a stop. She opens up the driver's side door, gets out of the vehicle. She looks under the vehicle. Everything seemed to be okay there. She gets back in, drives another half mile, and off to the right, there's this clearing. And it's kind of got a lit area there. And she looks over to this clearing area. She sees this craft. It's about 210 feet long. It's 80 feet tall. And it's got thousands of rivets fastening the whole thing together. So that's interesting. Point number one, right? Alien spacecraft coming here. We would expect to be like seamless and fully integrated. And you know, these beings are 100,000 years ahead of us in technology, but yet they're flying in our atmosphere with craft that have portholes and rivets. We need to dig a little bit deeper here. Now I'm going to start at the top. And again, this thing is 210 feet long, 80 feet high. There was a 1/3 clear, transparent wraparound section that exposed these 5'10" humanoid-looking beings that were wearing a one-piece, tight-fitting flight suit, and they were practically hairless, slightly larger heads, and they were moving around in what the primary eyewitness described as a quote-unquote antiseptically sterile environment. That's the way she described it. Now, just below that, there was another 1/3 wraparound clear section, and you'll notice that there's portholes throughout this entire craft. She said that standing below this craft, she could look through some of these portholes from one side, clear all the way through the vehicle, outside to the other side of the craft. And inside, it reminded her of a cross beam and girder construction similar to a truss bridge. It also reminded her of the East Coast naval shipping yards where they might be building an attack battleship or something, and it had all these bulkheads and stringers. That's what it looked like on the inside of this thing. Now, below that second transparent wraparound section, there were what were described as about 4.5 foot diameter tubes that were protruding from the craft. And these were embedded in about 5 foot by 5 foot square boxes. Now, this is something that I've identified in at least 15 other cases. These strange prongs or protrusions coming out of these craft keeps on popping up again and again. Now I'm going to advance here to the second illustration. And here you can see there was a door closing from right to left. And on the left-hand wall of this thing, she said she could see tubes, pipes, and cylinders embedded onto the left wall of this craft. Now that's another one of these things that keeps popping up. We hear about these rivets. We hear about these pipes, these tubes, these cylinders. These things look like silencers. Some people describe these as looking like the inside of a Midas muffler repair shop. That's what this thing looks like. Keeps on popping up again and again. Now, on the bottom of this craft, there were 2 transparent gondolas with the same 5'10" humanoid-looking beings. And on the top surface of the gondolas, there were approximately 200 to 250 24-inch by 24-inch highly polished mirror reflective devices that were in the form of the cross on the bottom of this craft. She got a real good look at it. Here is the reference for it. So I want people to do their own research, go into the archives, pull out these files. Here's the reference here. APRO Bulletin, Volume 32, Number 2, 1984, so that they can verify this on their own through their own research. And that's really the goal here.
This is amazing. This makes me think, the first thing this makes me think is this a breakaway civilization? You know, I wouldn't know what to think, but it seems like it's home cooking, right? Like it's like,
it seems like it's home cooking. Oh, I like that. Can I use that? That's great.
Yeah, you can do that.
That's
but
home
it's
cooking.
like home
Yeah,
cooking
right.
with someone who might have left here and we're not being told about it, which makes me think, you know, like, because who are these humanoids inside there? You know, that's the first thing that makes me think, like, that's amazing. And why do we not know about this? You know, like somebody has to know about this, right?
Sure. Well, somebody does. Yeah, somebody does.
That's the big problem here, right? I mean, like,
there's so many secrets being kept from us. So on so many different levels. I mean, this is just one level, but I do think we're being lied to on so many different levels. And the fact that multiple people are seeing these craft at different times, different locations, but they're all describing very similar features of these craft, like the pipes, like the cylinders, like the tubes, like the rivets, like the low frequency electrical humming noises. These things just keep on popping up again and again.
this is amazing. This is amazing stuff. I never thought of it this way. You know, it's just a whole new way for me to look at ufology. Like I'm so excited about this, but at the same time, in the back of my mind, I have so many more questions. Like, it takes me back to that hearing yesterday. It makes me think, like, well, does anybody know about this, or is this only a few people in the United States military that might know some of these secrets?
Well, look at it this way. I'm kind of I'm working on a shoestring budget here. I don't have billions of dollars at my disposal. This is just a fraction of what I've been able to dig up, by going through. Maybe I probably looked at 60,000 cases. Yes, actually 60,000 cases. It took me 3 years to get through them. And one by one, I went through all the manila folders. So yes, it is real world 60,000 cases. This is just what I've been able to do on a shoestring budget. Think about the US government that spent $100 million a day during the Clinton administration on very interesting projects that we can't talk about. That's the kind of budget that they're dealing with. What kind of sensors and sensing equipment do they have? Infrared cameras, high definition video. It's got to be just staggering, the evidence that they have.
Yeah, I can't even imagine. And especially because it seems like all this started around as far as craft that might be ours might have started around the 50s. That makes me want to ask you about presidents and ET treaties and stuff like that. Have you, do you think this is all lore, or do you think there might be some backing to this?
Well, I try to stay nuts and bolts hardware, and I try to stay with what the witnesses are telling us. And the criteria that I used is that if the report had at least a 3-page report, and then it had a detailed sketch, drawing, illustration of the craft. And then here's the important thing. It had to have kind of like a flight path diagram to go with the other two. When it had those pieces of criteria, then I pulled the file. Anything less than that, I'm not interested in CE1 cases. I want more meat on the bones here. And that's kind of where we're at with these cases.
Yeah, I understand.
Yep, that's fine. Yeah. That's fine. Okay, so this is the good one. US FDR. This is late 1958, Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. And the USS FDR, I want to mention this right up front, it had an absolute history of UFO and USO encounters. And one possible reason for this might be because the USS FDR was the first aircraft carrier to carry nuclear weapons on board. That might be one reason. Okay, so it's late 1958. The setting here is around 9 p.m. All of the naval personnel below decks were scrambling, and I'm talking about scrambling and screaming and yelling and swearing and rushing up ladders to get to the flight deck, which you see on this slide here. They were all racing to get up onto the flight deck. And again, it's 9 p.m. And when they got there were 25 naval personnel. I did speak to, by phone, about 10 years ago, Chester Grzinski, who was the primary eyewitness on this case. He was standing on the flight deck of the USS FDR. He's the central feature in this entire case. He's deceased now, but I did speak to him by phone. And what they saw approaching the aircraft carrier was very interesting. Here is his original sketch. This was about 9 p.m. at night, and there was this yellow colored, you could call it a light, approaching the aircraft carrier, and then it parked itself about 150 feet above the flight deck, and this was no yellow light. This was a 200-foot long cigar-shaped craft that had square cutout windows, and behind the windows, there were humanoid-looking beings that were walking back and forth behind the windows. Now, and this is his original sketch. This is not my sketch. This is his original sketch, MUFON report. They also, the 25 naval personnel standing on the flight deck, they also felt heat radiating off this craft onto their faces. So if you break this down, it's a close encounter of the first kind because it was a visual sighting. It's a close encounter of the second kind because it had physical effects. It's also a close encounter of the third kind because there were beings involved. So it satisfies all the CE criteria. Interesting. Now, I'm going to do a blow up here so you can get a better look here. Again, I've got the sketch right here. This is his signature on the upper right-hand corner, Chester Grzinski. And you can see here, one of the beings pressed his face against the window, was looking down at the naval personnel on the flight deck, raised his hand above his head, and was waving to the naval personnel back onto the flight deck. I mean, it's just crazy. So I worked with my good friend, Tom Bogan. We put everything together from the 5-page report, everything I learned from Chester Brzezinski, everything from the 2 newspaper clippings, and also everything from 2 internal naval personnel newsletters called Flat Top, put all that information together, and we did an illustration, which I'm going to show you right here. This is what it may have looked like on the deck of the USS FDR, late 1958, Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. And you can see here one of these beings waving back to the personnel below. So now I want to take you, and I'm going to get you a little bit closer now, and we're going to do an enlargement. And now you can see this being waving back. And the FDR had a history of these cases. This isn't the only one. It had a history of these. Now, the way this case ended is when they kind of pulled into port, there was elements from the IC, which yesterday they pushed this so much, this whole IC terminology, intelligence community. The intelligence community boarded this aircraft carrier. They pulled the logbooks, they pulled the radar tapes, and the excuse that was given for why they were there is quote unquote gambling below decks. And that's how this case ended.
Oh my God.
Yep. So when the government tells us that they don't have any evidence, you know, we're lacking information, we're just as confused as the public. We don't forget it. It's
a lie.
We're being lied to. Yes, correct.
Wow. I mean, like, this is so amazing. Like, it makes me think, like, why would ETs need lights and windows? You know, and you would think like that if they were ETs, like they would be a little bit more advanced, right?
Sure, that's right. You know, and again, whatever these UFOs are, they're tricksters, okay? Because we are dealing with a multi-headed hydra here. We're dealing with man-made UFOs. We're dealing with perhaps extraterrestrial UFOs. We're dealing with alien UFOs. We're dealing with interdimensional beings. We're dealing with USOs, unidentified submerged objects. So you've got 5 heads to this hydra that are all blended in, and you've got disinformation, you've got the muddying of the waters, and that's why this whole phenomenon is so difficult to track down.
Yeah, really, because we can't tell. I mean, like, unless we see it up close, we can't really tell if it's an interdimensional, or which would be an alien probably, because I'm not sure if we have I wouldn't be sure if we have the capability to go interdimensional just yet, but we might. I mean, we hear all these talks of the secret space program, and they might be traveling through wormholes, and I know the government says they're looking into wormholes right now and stuff, but this is such an amazing, this detail on this drawing is amazing. Like, and the beings look like they're like little like grays almost, like, you know, like, is that how he reported them? What they look like?
Humanoid looking, you know, from a distance of 200 feet, you know, I mean, I don't know how much detail you could get, but they were certainly humanoid looking. And we did the best we could with the information we had. Now, they might have better information, but this is the best we can come up with right now, based on the eyewitness testimony. It's anybody's guess what the US government is hiding in underground facilities and underground vaults. You know, I am absolutely sure that they do not operate on the principle of, you know, they're not working on a single point failure here. They've got multiple repositories all across the country. I'm sure of it. You know, multiple Air Force bases. Think of it. If they put all their eggs in one basket, and there was an earthquake, there was a leak, somehow there was a pipe broke or something, or there was a fire, all of their treasured documents and photographs and motion picture film reels, all their gun camera, it would all be ruined. So they have to have multiple repositories around the country so that they don't have a single point failure.
Yeah, I never thought of that. That's a good way to think about it too. Mm-hmm. You know, but yep. it still makes me raise the question: is like, how will we ever find out? Like, what do you? I mean, let me ask you this: what are your thoughts on what Dr. Greer talks about, where he says like only a few people know about these black projects, and like, I mean, do you think that's true? And do you think that's the problem, that only a few people have this knowledge? And do you think the rest of the government's kind of scratching their heads, like, or do you think they know and they're not showing their cards?
Well, I'm a little bit limited on what I can talk about. I will definitely stick to my historical cases, but just from what I've been able to dig up here, it's very clear that, you know, they have certainly done their part in maintaining what they believe is a part of our national history, although it looks recently that they're trying to erase our national history for anything prior to 2004. Anything prior to 2004 is non-existent. But already here, we're at 1958, and these cases can't be denied because it's the government's own sailors who are reporting this.
Yeah.
It's the U.S. Navy that's reporting this. So, you know, it's kind of a catch-22. We've got them cornered because it's their own data, it's their own naval personnel, and it's their own radar tapes. So we've kind of got them cornered here.
And when people go into your book, I know it's called a pictorial. Did the images look like this in the book as well?
Precisely. What you see here is exactly what it looks like in the book.
Oh, that's amazing. That's really
Precisely.
amazing. These are beautiful pictures.
Yep. Credit goes to Tom Bogan. I can't take credit for doing these, but I've worked with the best who have provided me, you know, some of the very good illustrations that we're seeing here. Now, next one here, September 10th, 1976, Kaluza, California. This is a very good case. Let me set it up for you here. It's 11:30 p.m. Primary eyewitness is watching TV in the bedroom of their house. 11:30 p.m. It's late at night. All of a sudden, the TV conks out. Concurrently, at the same time, the air conditioning unit conks out. So here you can see the primary eyewitness. He rolls off the couch. He goes around to the back of the building. He opens up the circuit breaker box. He looks at the circuit breaker. That seemed to be going okay. And then he notices something really strange. The hair on his head, the hair on his arms, and the hair on his chest not only stands up on end, but starts crackling. He had been standing in the vicinity of a static electrical field. He looks up and he sees this 140-foot diameter dish-shaped craft, and I'm going to describe this thing per the eyewitness. The upper dome of the craft had these ridges around the outer circumference of it. It looked like an old school lemon squeezer or orange juice squeezer. That's what this thing looked like.
Wow.
140 feet in diameter. Now, if you look closely here, you'll see these conduit pipes that come down and terminate in frayed edges. And there were 6 of them. And so I thought, okay, what would be a better description for these conduit pipes? What do they really look like? Well, if you go to any supermarket and you start going into the noodle section, these things look like ramen noodles. So I'm going to call them ramen noodles because that's exactly what they look like. There were 6 of these things hanging down. Now, on the left and the right-hand side of this craft, there were these double prongs that were sticking out. So here's this prong thing again that we've been noticing. Now, off to the left, he said that there was at least one more craft that was half the diameter of the main one that he was directly below, and it was pulling power off the 500,000 volt power lines, causing them to become cherry red. So it's a CE2 case because it has physical effects. Now, about a minute later, these conduit pipes or ramen noodles retracted into the bottom of the craft, and these prongs sticking out of the left and right hand side, they retracted 90% into the bottom of the craft, not 100%, but 90%. Concurrently, there was a hatch that opened up on the right and left hand side, and these gooseneck lights popped out. That's kind of the first scene of this entire episode here. Now, at this point, the primary eyewitness is getting pretty concerned for his safety and the safety of his family. And I'm going to go ahead and shoot ahead here. This is a drawing from the newspaper clipping, the Sun Herald, Kaluza, California, May 29th, 1979. And you can see this lemon squeezer dome on top. You've got the ramen noodles hanging down with the frayed edges. You've got these double prong devices, and then you've got these gooseneck lights, just exactly primarily with what you saw in the previous illustration by Tom Bogan. So that's kind of give you a real good idea of what this thing looked like. So what he does is he goes into the bedroom, he wakes up his wife, he wakes up his 2 children, they open up the blinds and they're looking out the window. They see the large craft flanked on either side by the 2 smaller craft, and they're pulling power off the 500,000 volt power line. So again, it's a CE2 case. It blacked out the whole region.
Oh my
Then
God.
something strange happened, and we're going to zoom back 2 times here. This is 1976. Keep in mind, this is 1976. This large 140-foot diameter dish-shaped craft goes from a dead standstill to hovering over these low rolling hills in the background that are about 25 nautical miles away, and comes back, does the whole thing in 2 seconds. So it had traversed 50 miles in 2 seconds and made no sonic boom back in 1976. Someone had the technology to go supersonic, no doubt, as early as 1976 and had no sonic boom. This is back in 19. Someone made a breakthrough. At this point, he said, you know what, we're out of here. So he packed up his wife, his kids, they were still in their pajamas, they're rushing. They get into their pickup truck, and now they're screaming down the driveway here onto the road at 90 miles an hour. The large craft starts following them, goes over the cab of the vehicle, off to the passenger side where the wife is, goes back over to the cab, flips over to the left-hand side where the driver's side is, and is following them going 90 miles an hour. Now, again, I'm not making up this number. San Antonio Express, February 6, 1977. Family tells of terror as UFO chase car at 90 miles an hour. This is the newspaper clipping that talk about this. They were horrified. They were horrified. So they end up going down the driveway. They pull off to the side right by the neighbor's house. They slam on the brakes. They come piling out of the truck. They start knocking on the neighbor's door. The 2 neighbors come out. So you've got the 2 neighbors plus the 4 original eyewitnesses. You've got 6 eyewitnesses that see this large 140-foot diameter dish-shaped craft depart at a 45-degree angle. And that's the Calusa, California, 1976 case.
That's amazing. That is so amazing. I've never heard of this case before, and I'm repeating myself. Like, and the illustrations are drop dead, like, gorgeous. Like this illustrator, whoever did this for you, is like, this is amazing. But like, what's interesting about this case is, why do you think they were pulling power off the power lines? Did you ever?
Good question. Good question. If they were so advanced from a civilization that's 1 million years more than, why would they need to be doing that? Why would they need to be pulling power off of our antiquated power lines? Something else going on here. This sounds like a brazen move to me. That's what it sounds like to me.
What do you mean by that? Like
brazen means that, like we're throwing it in your face because we can. That's
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of like, this again makes me think breakaway civilization. Because like I'm thinking, like, where do they park these things even? Do you think they're at Wright Pat, or like, do you think they're
if you look into the Leonard
place,
Springfield collection, and they did publish a volume that's about $85. It's about 1.5 inches to 2 inches thick, and it includes all of his status reports. And in that report, there's a case where there was a pilot who flew for an airline, which I won't mention, and he was looking for kind of like a racquetball field, and they were going to play racquetball in a hangar. So they're kind of running. This is with a couple of other personnel. They're running down the hangar row at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, and this is documented within the Leonard Springfield report. They're going through these hangars. One hangar was slightly cracked open a little bit, and they figured they would maybe go play racquetball in there. They look into this hangar and they see about a 30-foot diameter dish-shaped craft that looked like 2 saucers put together. It was sitting on an engine test stand, and immediately a military guard said, "You're not supposed to be here." He got into big trouble, and when he got back to where the general was, the general asked him, "What did you see in that hangar?" And this guy proceeded to say, "I didn't see anything." And the guy said, "Good answer." So they could be storing these at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, or these things could be USOs, unidentified submerged objects, and no one would see them then. So they could be hiding in any location.
Do you think that we would have those capabilities by now to go underwater with these things?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And that has to do with electromagnetism, right?
Just track the newspaper clippings from 1954, 1955. where they were trying to crack the gravity barrier. And when you put unlimited funds on these things, you're going to get something for it. So yes, I think they made a breakthrough.
Wow, that's amazing. This is
Yeah.
so amazing. I'm blown away.
All right, let's go to the next one. March 23rd, 1966, Temple, Oklahoma. This is my favorite Project Blue Book case. Now, this is not my case. This is the official United States Air Force Project Blue Book case. You can pull this file from the National Archives in Washington, D.C., so you don't have to take my word for it. And I'm going to go ahead and set this up. It is 5:05 in the morning, Temple, Oklahoma, March 23rd, 1966. An electrical engineer. He was a kind of more of a instructor at the time. He's from Shepherd Air Force Base, and he's commuting to work. It's about 5:05 in the morning, so the sun is kind of just coming up over the horizon. It was still a little bit dark up, but it was still just slightly lighting now in the horizon. And he's driving down the road on his morning commute, and all of a sudden, his headlights capture something that's blocking the road at a perpendicular 90-degree angle. Can only be described as a large bowling pin that fell off to the side, and now it's blocking the road. That's what this thing looked like. Now, I want to describe it from right to left in this illustration. This thing measured 75 feet across, about 8 feet tall. The forward right-hand section that you see on the right-hand side looked like it came from a B-26 bomber. It had a bubble transparent canopy. Now, just after that transparent canopy, there were two lights that were shining horizontally, very bright spotlights. Two other lights were shining vertically down toward the ground. The whole thing was propped up 3.5 feet from the ground on what looked like pogo landing gear legs. Now, just aft of the forward landing gear legs, there was an air stair door with a man standing right next to the air stair door. He was shining a flashlight down toward the bottom of the craft like he was looking at something. He was about 5'10". He was a man. He was not an extraterrestrial. He was not an alien. He was a human. He had a baseball cap with the bill turned up, and he was wearing two-piece military green fatigues. And on his shoulder, he had ranking insignias, like you would see on a U.S. Naval admiral. That's what was on his shoulder, ranking insignias. Above his head, there was a stinger or spire that swept back toward the aft end of the craft that terminated in about a 10-inch diameter sphere. Now, aft of the air stair door on the starboard side of the craft that you see here, there was a 3.5-foot diameter porthole window that was divided into 4 equal pie segments. Now, this is the point where the case gets interesting. Just aft of that lit porthole window, written in black letters and written vertically, going from top to bottom, were the letters TL4768 written on the side of the craft.
Oh my
TL4768 written on the side of the craft. Now, at the extreme back end of the craft, there were what looked like flight controls that were way too small to be for aerodynamic. There's got to be something else going on here. Now, when whoever this man was with the green military fatigue, when he saw that he was being watched by Eddie Laxon, he climbed up this air stair door. He shut the door. Then, according to the Project Blue Book template card for this case, there was a high-pitched drilling noise, which I've got 12 other cases of this high-pitched drilling noise. This thing hovers off the ground about 25 feet, sits there for 30 seconds, and then literally departs like a spark on a grinding wheel and makes no sonic boom whatsoever. This is back in 1966. So Eddie Laxon, he climbs back into his vehicle. Now the road is clear. He proceeds down the road another half mile. Off to the right, he sees a truck driver. His truck is stopped. He's got the driver's side door open, and he's standing on the floorboard of his truck looking up. And when Eddie Laxon pulls off to the side of the road, he gets out of his vehicle and he talks to the truck driver. And he said, "Do you need any assistance?" And he said, you're never going to believe this, but I just saw this strange torpedo bowling pin looking craft depart at a high radius. He had just witnessed the same craft that Eddie Laxon had seen 2 minutes earlier. So we got independent confirmation from two different sources at the same craft. Now I'm going to move forward here. This is Eddie Laxon's original sketch. This is not my drawing. This is his original sketch. You can see the dimensions are 75 feet long, 8 feet of this porthole window. You can actually read his lettering here. TL4768. He's got the air stair door. He's got the illuminated lights shining vertically down and also forward. Now, if you look at this drawing and you look at the dimensions, the drawing is out of scale. This thing should be a lot longer. So I cleaned up the drawing. I looked at the newspaper clipping. I looked at the 12-page report, and this is the final version of what the craft looked like. Again, on his shoulder, he said that whatever this man was, he had these ranking insignias. In fact, he was so close in the newspaper clipping, he said that if he saw this gentleman a little bit later in the afternoon in downtown, he'd recognize him. That's how close he was. Now, here is the official Project Blue Book index card. And you can see here, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it says observer spotted object parked on highway in front of his car. Observer stopped car and got out to investigate. But as he got close to the object, a man apparently entered the object, and immediately the object began to rise from the ground. And that's official Project Blue Book case. Here is the Daily Oklahoman, March 1st, 1971. So you can verify this on their own. Up on the right here, that's a photograph of Eddie Laxon. That's the gentleman we're talking about here. And the heading here, object sighting now rude. So in this article, he discusses how he regretted ever even bringing this up because he was ridiculed, he was laughed at, he got calls from other countries wanting to get interviews. And he said, you know what, I regret even talking about this because I'm getting harassed now and I'm getting bullied because of this thing. And if you think about it, it actually adds more credibility to the case that he regretted even talking about it. It actually adds more credibility. Now, I'm not going to read the whole article here, but there's a very interesting point that he makes in this article, which I've got quoted here. And this is Eddie Laxon, not me talking. This is Eddie Laxon. Quote, what I saw was definitely not from space. The man was wearing fatigues and had a cap with the bill broken up like Air Force mechanics wear, Laxon said. It had common English letters on it. So according to this electrical engineer, this was not an extraterrestrial spacecraft. This was one of ours. This was one of ours. And then I want to make the point. We should all consider very carefully the tremendous implications about what that statement really means. I mean, just ponder what he just said. What he just said, that this was not an extraterrestrial spacecraft. It appeared to be one of ours. What that means is, if we have the technology to travel into space without using liquid rockets as early as March of 1966, then what was the Saturn V rocket for? What was all that for?
What was the whole Apollo program for, right? It was just a sham.
What was the entire Apollo program for, using liquid rockets, if we already had this back in 1960? This is 3 years before Apollo 11 landed on the moon. What was Neil Armstrong told about this? What about the astronauts that died in the fire? Why weren't they told that? What are you doing strapping yourself into a liquid rocket when over here we got this thing? It doesn't even use liquid rockets. Let's move forward. Take a look at this. Multiple single point failure. This is one of the Saturn V engines. Okay, this is one of the boosters, the rocket nozzle from the Saturn V first stage booster. When you put 5 of these things together, you got 7,700,000 pounds of static thrust. Look at all these pipes and turbos and valves. Any one of these things, and you've lost the mission, and you may have lost the astronauts as well. Talk about a single point failure. If anything goes wrong with this, you're going to lose the crew. Now, let's move forward. Total combined thrust, 7.5 million pounds of. Is all this really necessary? I mean, do we really need all this?
Yeah, really.
Do we really need all this? It's
when
crazy.
we have the technology, like
the technology
it's hidden from us, like unless it's a breakaway civilization, right? Like I keep saying, but like I don't think it is. I think it's like like we said at the beginning, it's home cooking, right? It's like
it's home cooking. It's home. Here we are. We're 80 years. We're at least 75 years beyond the V2 rockets, and we're still using liquid rockets. Why is Elon Musk still using liquid rockets when we already have the technology prior to 1966 to travel exoatmospherically without using liquid rockets? No moving parts, essentially. This is a seamless technology, and yet we're still using liquid rockets. This whole thing is a construct. It's a total construct.
Yeah, yeah, and one of the impressive things that I found about these craft when you were going through them is that a lot of them didn't even have a sonic boom. You know, like what are they powered by?
No sonic boom. Again, if we fast forward January, I don't know if you remember where you were, January 28th, 1986. I know where I was.
I was 6 years old. I'm
Okay.
42 now. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, when the Challenger exploded using liquid and solid rockets, was Krista McAuliffe briefed on this technology that they had in 1960s? Was she told about this? No. Would she have risked her life and strapped herself in to the Challenger if she knew that we already did away with rockets a long time ago? I bet you none of them would have strapped in.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
You know, that's what we're dealing with here. That's the level of technology, the level of secrecy that we're dealing with here. And really, it's a tragedy. It's a tragedy. It really is.
I don't understand why. Do you think it has something to do with fossil fuels too?
It has everything to do with the propulsion system. It has everything to do with the propulsion system. And when you talk about Dr. Greer earlier, he's correct. Because if they let out the propulsion system associated with the craft that we just talked about, okay, now you're talking about dooming the oil industry, the coal-fired industry, the nuclear power plant industry, the solar power industry, all of the windmills that we've got around that really don't put out that much energy anyway. You're talking about at least 5 to 6 industries that are out of business overnight, multi-trillion-dollar industry, boom, it's obsolete overnight using this new technology.
That's why this is a secret. Yeah, that's exactly.
That's primarily the reason why.
Yeah. And we'll never probably see some of this technology as long as we live.
Not the way we're going. Not the way. I mean, you saw the example yesterday. They are just kicking the can down the road. Did we get any breakthroughs? Did we see any alien technology? Did we see any bodies? Did we see any debris? Did we see any craft? No. We just got more talking heads. We're just spinning our wheels. So that's where we're at.
Well, can I ask you this? Did you ever come up with a theory as to when this all might have started? Do you think it all started with paperclip scientists?
Probably prior to that. I think our entire physics are flawed. What we've been led to believe about Newtonian physics, when you talk about the craft that we just discussed, it does not operate on Newtonian physics, okay? Because they're not creating a sonic boom. We're talking about an inertialess flight path. Do you think that guy, if he departed like a spark on a grinding wheel going supersonic in less than a second, would he be alive using Newtonian physics? No. We're talking about multiple G's. This is a completely different thing, and you have to throw Newtonian physics out the window when you talk about these craft.
Yeah, this is amazing stuff, man. This is amazing.
All right, next one. May 16th, 1966, Falcon Lake, Canada. Now, when you talk about ufology, there are a top 10 list, and then within that top 10 list, there's a top 3 list. We could argue this fits within that top 3 list. This is a very well-known case. This is Falcon Lake, Canada. Primary eyewitness is a man named Stephen Mekulik. He was a rock hound. He was kind of a geologist type. He was looking for minerals, and he liked to go looking for rocks. And so, again, this is May 16th, 1967. And to set this scene up, he was wearing very thick clothes, okay? He had jeans on, he had a plaid shirt on, he had leather gloves on, he had a hat on, and he had welder's goggles on too, so that when he was chipping away, nothing would affect his eyes. He heard some commotion below to the back of his location, and he saw a group of birds depart the area. He looks up and he sees 2 40-foot diameter dish-shaped craft that looked identical to what Tom Bogan has drawn for us here. Credit goes to Tom Bogan. Looked identical to this craft. One craft stayed there hovering. The other one departed. So now we're down to one. This other craft that stayed at the location landed about 200 feet from his location and did something very strange. It sat there for a half an hour, didn't even move. And he was about 200 feet from it. He was looking at this thing for 30 minutes, got a very good look at this thing before he did anything at all. Now, he got up enough strength to start walking toward this thing. Again, it's 40 feet in diameter. It has a kind of a, you could call it a dome on top that's sliced off with a butter knife. And it had these around the outer circumference of the upper dome. It had these elongated slots. Now, there was also a hatchway that opened up that started emitting this violet purplish light, and then radially oriented about 10 degrees along the vertical axis of the craft was another hatchway, which we could call an exhaust port, much smaller than the entryway hatch, that had these very interesting 1/8 diameter pinprick holes that were drilled into the side of this exhaust port, perfectly spaced like it was put on a CNC machine. I mean, perfectly spaced. Now, at this point, he walks up to this craft because this doorway is open. He looks inside this craft, and there's this purplish violet light coming out. Two things happen next. He hears a language coming inside this craft from the inside. He never walked in, but he looked in. And this was an unintelligible language that he didn't know. This hatch was about 2 feet across by 3 feet wide. And the smaller hatch is about 6 inches by 8 inches. And so what he did is he started speaking in multiple different languages to kind of get somebody's attention here. He used English, Spanish, Polish, French, and German at the very minimum. He got no response that he could hear. Also, he heard laughter coming from the interior of this craft too. Laughter, that pops up again and again. This laughter coming from these craft. Now, at this point, here's a blow up of him looking inside this craft. This craft hovers off the ground about 12 inches, rotates counterclockwise, and we'll go back one here. You see this smaller exhaust hatch here? That exhaust port lined up perfectly with his body, and something happened. A gas came out, a hot exhaust came out, and actually burned his body. It caught his shirt on fire, extreme pain. And what it did is the whole pitch pattern on the exhaust port lined up perfectly with the burn marks on his chest. I mean, we're talking mirror image here. So this is a CE2 case because it had physical effects. He started vomiting, very, very severe burns. And these burns just kept concurrently going on. You know, they would show up, and then a year later they would go away, then they would show up again, all the way through his entire life. I'm going to fast forward here. This is an enlargement. Now these burn marks lined up perfectly with the whole pitch pattern on this exhaust port. Here's another illustration that shows you what it looked like when he was looking inside this craft. And then I want to give you kind of an enlargement here that shows you what the burn marks looks on him. Now he died just a couple of years ago. And, to his last day, he just completely stood with the story 100%. And I've got some newspaper clippings too. Now, this came from Antonia Huneas, who was a coworker of mine. This is kind of a world exclusive here. This is the official Falcon Lake landing site photo from the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. And if you look here very closely, you can see the demarcation of the circular bottom of this craft. And you can see the ring that it left in the soil. It's definitely different color than the outside ring. So you could see that there was physical effects. So it's kind of a world exclusive photograph of the actual landing site of this craft. Now, here again, Edmonton Journal. This is May 24th, 1967, a year after the Eddie Laxon case. Foul smell persists. UFO sighter suffers chest burns. And that's the newspaper clipping. So in a nutshell, this is the Stephen Mekulik Falcon Lake case.
Wow, that's amazing. That's an amazing case. Like, and what's so weird is that he had the burns throughout his life that they kept coming
Yes,
back.
he did.
I wonder what that was from. Like, what kind of exhaust or burn would do that? It's very weird. And what also I found very interesting was the unintelligible language. Like, and they
Correct.
tried speaking different languages. Who knows what that was? That's so interesting. Oh man, these are and again, I can't give enough credit to this. How do you say his last name? Bowen, who did the
His name is
illustration.
Tom. His name is Tom Bogan. He's not with us anymore, but his illustrations live on.
They're amazing. They're amazing. I mean, this is great stuff, man. This is amazing.
The whole goal of this crusade that we're on here is to take these cases, look at them kind of with fresh eyes, and really dig down to what the eyewitness is telling us. And then through the use of illustrations, we want to put you there like you're actually in the scene. That's the whole goal of this.
And that's what the book does, right?
That's what the book does. That's exactly what the book does. Yep. Mm-hmm. All right, so let's go on to the next case. This is April 24th, 1964. This is Socorro,
the Lonnie
Mexico.
Zamora case, right?
Primary eyewitness was police officer Lonnie Zamora. Now, what's interesting about this case, and which is really the linchpin of the entire case, is the credibility and the reliability of Lonnie Zamora. It was really never questioned. He was always upheld within the community. And the way this sighting began is that it didn't even begin with Lonnie Zamora. It began just prior to, where there was a family on vacation, and they're kind of driving through Socorro, New Mexico. And all of a sudden, this approximately 18-foot wide, light-colored egg-shaped craft comes screaming over their car. And I'm talking about 1 foot altitude above the top of their car, comes screaming over their car. They saw this thing. The wife, the husband, the 2 kids, they saw this thing at close range. So they actually pulled into the police department. They filed a report. And in the report, which you can read today, it says, quote, "You people really fly your planes low around here," end quote. That's what it was written in the police report. So they saw this crap. Now, a few minutes later, Lonnie Zamora is in his police car and he's chasing a speeder. Off to the left-hand side in the corner of his eye, he notices this 20-foot, 18-foot wide, light-colored egg-shaped craft comes screaming by. So he gives up chasing the speeder, and now he's following where this craft apparently came down. He goes over these low-rolling hills that were a little bit hard to navigate, and it's rough. It's not a paved road. There's some rocks and trenches, and he finally gets to the vicinity of where this craft was. And what does he see? He sees this egg-shaped craft that has 4 lunar lander pogo landing gear sticking out with very interesting landing pads. He sees 2 small statured humanoid looking beings that are wearing white piece coveralls that were light in color. There was a very strange insignia on this craft. And then there was an exhaust nozzle at the bottom of it. That's interesting. Okay, so let's move forward here. Here he is. This is another drawing that was able to pull from the UFO Museum in Roswell. Interesting article here. And you can see here's Lonnie pulling up in his squad car, and the beings are off to the left, and they were small statured. That's the way they were described, wearing white piece, kind of one-piece overalls. And I want to make one interesting point. As this thing departed, the craft made an ear-splitting roar with a blue-colored flame coming out of the bottom of it. An ear-splitting roar. That's interesting. Wouldn't you think that if this was an extraterrestrial vehicle that was 100,000 years ahead of us in technology, why would they need an exhaust nozzle with this loud ear-splitting noise? Boy, sounds kind of like a terrestrial technology here. Now, New Mexican, April 27, 1964, flying object visits region. Okay. And in some cases, you got to go off the United States to get this information because we censor information so badly here. You got to get away from the United States to get some of the real story here. And we'll do a blow up here. He dove for cover as this thing took off because he was fearful for his life here. Now let's zoom in here. Let's take a real good look at this landing pad on this extraterrestrial vehicle. Take a real good look at this landing pad. You can see it's kind of got these straight edges. It's got these 90-degree corners. It kind of looks like the top of a barn. It's got a point at the bottom. We're going to revisit that a little bit later here. But now,
it looks like something very familiar.
Yeah, very familiar. Let's look at this insignia that Lonnie had talked about. And let's take that insignia, let's rotate it 90 degrees counterclockwise. You end up with what you look like here on the left. Now let's take the V formation and let's bring in that small dash, and then you've got a long slash. Let's transpose those, and if you look at the lower left, you get this. I thought that was very interesting. On the lower left, you get these letters that are very interesting. Okay, now, I am here to tell you that what you just saw is not the actual insignia that was seen on the craft. The actual insignia is an inverted V with 3 hash marks. That is the actual insignia. Now, how do we know that? We know that from a new book by Ben Moss called Not of This World, the 1964 Socorro UFO with Humanoids Witness Policeman Lonnie Zamora. It's detailed within this book. The actual insignia is an inverted V with 3 hash marks. Now, let's look at this map, okay? This is a map that shows you the restricted boundary of White Sands Missile Range, okay? So if you look down at the lower right-hand corner where the legend is, and you chart off 5 miles, now let's go back up to the top of this map and look at the top left, you'll see Socorro, New Mexico. Socorro, New Mexico, according to this map, is approximately 5 miles from the westernmost part of the restricted boundary of White Sands Missile Range. Is that a coincidence?
Wow.
Here we've
Oh
got
my God.
something that could be an extraterrestrial spacecraft, but yet it's 5 miles to the west of the westernmost boundary of White Sands Missile Range. Was this a test flight of one of our vehicles that went off range? That's the question I want to ask here. Okay, now we'll go through a couple bullet items here. Number 1, object was seen within close proximity to White Sands Missile Range. We just talked about that. Number 2, object featured retractable landing gear. Number 3, UFO featured inverted barn landing gear pads with sharp 90-degree straight corners. Number 4, a mysterious slam noise was heard just prior to liftoff and departure. Now, why would you hear a slamming noise just after these small statured beings entered the craft? Is that because they closed the door of this thing? Next, a second mysterious metallic slam was also heard just prior to departure. So you've got one slam is them slamming the door. Next slam heard 2 seconds later, them closing a latching mechanism. Is that what that was? Next, a very loud roar was heard prior to liftoff, a change in frequency from low to high. And then number 7, a blue colored flame was seen coming from the bottom of the craft as it lifted off the ground. So you put all this together, and I want to ask you a quick question. What other UFO case do we know of that's within top 10, top 5, could be top 3? What other UFO case do we know of where there was a loud roar and there was a blue colored flame coming out of the bottom of the craft? Can you think of anything that has this identical type configuration as far as the nozzle and the blue flame and the noise?
The Aztec crash, there was the Roswell. I can't think of what am I missing?
Okay. On December 29th, 1980 in Huffman, Texas, 3 eyewitnesses, Betty Cash, Vicki Landrum, and Colby Landrum, encountered a very strange craft with a nozzle at the bottom. There was a blue colored flame that came out of the bottom of it, and there was a loud roaring noise that they couldn't stand. It was so loud they couldn't even believe it. It was just incredible.
That's called the Cash Landrum case, right?
Cash Landrum incident. That's correct. Here we've got similar technology, but years prior to, when you link these 2 cases together, was this an early prototype of one of our interesting propulsion systems that might have had a hybrid system that went off range and made an emergency landing just west of White Sands Missile Range? I'm just throwing it out there. Now,
It definitely could be.
It definitely could be. Now let's take a look at this landing gear pad here. Does this look like the landing gear pad of an extraterrestrial spacecraft that's a million years ahead of us? I mean, look at this thing. It's got 90-degree corners. It's got these flat edges. It's got this point at the bottom. It's making this imprint into the soil, which we have photographs of. You would think that a landing pad would be fully integrated. It would have no sharp edges. It would have no 90-degree corners. This thing looks like something that you see that was done on a milling machine. Okay. Now, here again, this is a photograph of the pad mark. That's the imprint that it made. And then you can see the dotted line is what you would see if this thing was actually in real life. So what I did is I took this photograph with the dotted line. I went ahead and made a SolidWorks model of the landing pad. Do a blow up here. That's what this thing looks like. Here's what you end up with when you do a SolidWorks model of this landing gear pad from an extraterrestrial spacecraft. Now, if we do a 3-view drawing, you end up with this. Okay, so I've got all the 90-degree corners here. I've showed you the sharp edges. I've shown you where the barn door top comes in. And when do we see this in nature? We generally don't see this in nature. We don't see 90-degree corners in nature. It happens on a limited basis, but if you look at bird wings, if you look at tree rings, if you look at the wave breaking where a surfer's, it's all curvature. It's all fully integrated curvature. We don't see this man-made 90-degree sharp corner. We just don't see this. What this is telling us, and when we put that together with where this thing landed and the frequency that went from low to high, and then this exhaust nozzle, and then the blue colored flame and the roaring noise, we're looking at a man-made technology here. I mean, the evidence is getting stronger and stronger that a propulsion system breakthrough was made sometime around the mid-1950s, and it's been kept under wraps. That's what the evidence is showing us.
Yeah.
Where
Where we got that, like you said, it's up for debate, right? We don't know if it's because one thing that's interesting is that we see these humanoids in these cases, and I wonder if that's people that our government's working with. It would have to be, right? It would be maybe there are our test things that we've created if we're even that advanced, you know, like
it's not the first time that the United States government has used small statured people in their own craft. It's not the first time. So it's not unprecedented. It's happened before. And, you know, like we mentioned here just prior to, when you put all of the evidence together from Lonnie Zamora, the description of the craft, what the beings looked like, what they were wearing, the exhaust nozzle, the loud noise. I mean, when you hear about extraterrestrial sightings allegedly, it's silent. It doesn't make any noise. Here we've got an exhaust nozzle with blue flame. No. We're not going to be fooled. We're not going to let them pull the wool over our eyes.
Yeah, I agree. This is amazing stuff.
Mm-hmm. All right, so let's jump to a different subject here. UFO crash retrievals represent the holy grail of ufology, okay? Because everything is here. If the crash retrievals are true, then all bets are off. We've won the game. We've won the game. If we can prove with physical evidence that the crash retrievals are true, they actually did occur. And we're talking about bodies, craft, debris, hardware that was retrieved. If we can prove this conclusively, then it's point, set, match, we're done. We're out the door. We don't need the government to tell us anything. But see, that's the hard part, getting the physical evidence. So let's talk about a couple of cases here where we might be able to get something. Now, let me set this up. This came from the Leonard Stringfield collection. This is December 1963, and we're talking about Cherry Point, North Carolina, Marine Corps Air Station Cherry Point. That's where this case originated from. And this is interesting. This is literally days after President Kennedy was assassinated November 22nd, 1963. So I'm asking the question, did Kennedy know about this case before he was assassinated? Because this is literally weeks after it all happened. Was he given a private showing? It's possible. Okay, so this Marine is called out of bed Again, this is December 1963. He's called out of bed and he's told to board a plane with blacked out windows, and they fly to an undisclosed location that he didn't know where they were going to. Okay. Here is Havelock, North Carolina, and then here's Marine Corps Air Station Cherry Point, North Carolina. That's where they took off from. So imagine he's in this plane, blacked out windows. They fly 3 hours from Cherry Point, North Carolina, and they land somewhere. I don't know where it is. He never mentioned in the report, but it was 3 hours from Cherry Point, North Carolina. That we do know. Okay, so he's brought to this location. It could be a naval facility, it could be an Air Force facility, it could be an Army facility. He's brought to this building that perhaps looked like a hangar, and these doors open up, and he looks inside, and what does he see? He sees a 40-foot diameter dish-shaped craft that's about 15 feet tall, looks like a flat hamburger. It has 9 elliptically shaped windows wrapped around the outer circumference of the craft. They were opaque in color. You could not look through them, okay? And there was a 1-inch lip between the outer portion of the skin of the craft and the outer section of the opaque windows. A 1-inch lip. He mentioned that multiple times. Now, if you look at the bottom part of this drawing here, there's these red dots. And he said that these red dots were the attempted points of entry. They were trying to get into this craft, like desperately trying to get into this craft. And they used 3 methods. Number 1 was diamond tip drill bits, no effect whatsoever. Number 2, acetylene torches, no effect, completely useless. Number 3, they brought in an 18-wheeler tractor trailer with a huge electrical generator on it. It had these 3-inch cables going all the way from this trailer into this hangar, and they were using a laser to try to get on this thing. And when they moved the laser away, it was warm to the touch, but generally had no effect whatsoever. So they tried 3 methods back in 1963 to get into this craft. Now, I also should mention that this whole craft was propped up on scaffolding, and they built a catwalk around this thing. You could walk around this thing at eye level. And wow. They had multiple teams of white lab coat technicians that were trying to breach the hull of this craft, get into the craft, see what the propulsion system, I mean, there was no visible means of propulsion, no engine, no ailerons, no wings, no ailerons, no nothing, completely integrated. Now, I'm gonna go back a couple here. The US Marine who guarded this thing for 2 weeks there, he said that the hatch on the bottom of the craft was so fully integrated into the skin of the craft itself, you could not put a razor blade into the seam. That's how fully integrated the seam of this hatchway was into the craft. Now, I'm going to take you inside the hangar here and show you what this looked like.
This is amazing.
There was a white circle painted on the floor directly below this craft. And you are not allowed to breach this circle. He was told to shoot to kill anybody, repeat, anybody who breached that circle. And there was a US Navy admiral who actually got up close to this white ring. He was almost shot dead. He was within 2 seconds of getting shot dead when he almost breached this thing. And you can see here these lab coat technicians who did have access because they were all wearing these color-coded badges. So if you had a yellow badge, you could go here in the hangar, but you couldn't go over here. If you had a green badge, you could go maybe to the back, but you couldn't get in here. If you had a red badge, you had full access to the whole facility. And this whole thing was propped up on scaffolding.
So this is probably an example of a maybe extraterrestrial craft that we retrieved.
It's
right?
possible. It's possible because if this is one of ours, why would they be trying to breach the hull of the craft? Why would they be desperately trying to get it if it's one of ours? So in this case, this could be a legitimate crash retrieval. Okay, so this is what it looked like with all the scaffolding pulled away inside the hangar. And then this is a drawing that I commissioned Jose Sanchez to do as they're using the diamond tip drill bit, trying to breach the hull of the craft. And the debris that you see here, that's not the craft. That's the diamond tip drill bit breaking apart, okay? We could not get into this thing. All right, let's move forward. Now, If you've seen the movie Hangar 18, which is a B movie from 1980, I don't recommend it. We're talking like total cheese movie here. There's some very interesting similarities. And one of these is mentioned by the Marine who guarded this thing back in December 1963. Now, I'm just going to highlight 3 of them here. Number 1, there are white lab coat technicians within this movie, same white lab coat technicians that the Marine had talked about. Number 2, there were scaffolding positioned around this craft. The Marine talks about scaffolding propping this craft up. And number 3, in this movie, there's a point in the movie where they press a button and a laser beam comes out of this craft and damages an IBM mainframe computer. So there's an incident with a laser in this movie. Within the testimony from the U.S. Marine, he said that when they shine the laser onto the hull of the craft, it reflected, bounced off, and damaged a ceiling tile. So here we've got Hollywood is perhaps a belated designer leak for something that actually took place. Again, Hangar 18 movie, 1980, B movie. This is a drawing that I commissioned Rudy Gardia. Now, there was one particular day when he was alone with this craft in the hangar facility, and he had a small Minox camera with him. He took that Minox camera out of his pocket and he snapped a photograph of this thing up on the scaffolding.
Wow.
Unfortunately, and you can kind of tell where this is going here, back in 1983, there was a flood and he lost the photograph and all his possessions.
Oh.
So we were this close of getting the physical evidence, or at least photographic evidence of this craft actually being there within the facility, but it was lost in a flood back in 1983. Now, the last day he was there, he saw them loading the craft on an 18-wheeler tractor trailer, lowboy truck. They were putting tarps over the craft, and then they were stringing cables and chains above this tarp and then moving the craft to the next location. So one way that they keep these secrets of these crash retrievals is no one craft stays at any one location for any duration of time. They move these things from base to base, and that's how they keep the secret. Now, it certainly appears that all roads lead to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, but prior to, these things are spread out through these military facilities all around the country. Now, here is an original sketch by the U.S. Marine. This is his actual hand-drawn sketch of what this craft actually looked like. Now, I'm going to break down a couple of points. Number 1, look on the upper and left-hand corners. You can see these lights shining down on the craft. Within the testimony that I received from the gentleman who interviewed the Marine back in 1986, he said that this craft was excruciatingly well lit. There were no shadows in this facility because you've got lights coming down here, you've got lights coming down here. There's no shadows. Number 2, look at these elliptically shaped windows, opaque. That's a number case. Number 3, you've got the entry hatch on the right lower side, and then you've got small dots indicating the attempted points of entry. The whole thing is propped up on scaffolding. There's about a 5-foot gap from the bottom of the craft to the top of the floor that you could walk under. And then take a look at these, you could call them dark parts on the bottom of the craft that look like scribbles. Those are pads that supported this craft when it was propped up on the scaffolding. It's the same pads you see when they're supporting a boat. They have these pads. When they move a boat, they have these pads, same type pads used in this scaffolding device. Okay, this is a drawing by Michael Johnstone. He did this is based on the prior sketch here by the primary eyewitness. Now, if you look here on the left-hand side of this drawing, you'll see this lip that the Marine had talked about. There is a 1-inch lip between the outer exterior skin of the craft and the outer exterior part of the opaque windows that you could actually feel with your hand. This 1-inch lip, he mentioned that at least 3 times within the written testimony of this case. So it just kind of goes you that this is consistent with what the eyewitness is talking about here. Now, here is the laser device. And if you look, this is his original sketch. The laser is shining onto the hull of the craft. It's reflecting off and then hitting the ceiling tile on the within the facility itself. So another sketch as supporting evidence of this particular case. Okay, now I've added this slide here. Minox camera. Marine took a picture with a small German pocket camera. Quote, this is from the Marine. Someday I will tell this story, and by God, people are going to believe me. Photo of the flying saucer was lost in a flood back in 1983. Now, who is this U.S. Navy secretary back in 1963 who would have been involved in this? It's this gentleman right here. Undersecretary, United States Secretary of the Navy, Paul Nitz. He would be the one who was involved in this incident where he almost got shot. So somehow we need to get the records for this gentleman, which could provide supporting documentation for this particular incident. Okay, but I'm not going to leave you hanging because we have another person who is tangentially involved in this entire case. He is 4-star Major General Melvin F. McNichol. He was base commander at Tinker Air Force Base, Oklahoma. And he was friends with somebody named Charlotte Mann, who was also involved in a very interesting UFO crash retrieval allegedly taking place in 1941 in Cape Girardeau, Missouri. They both shared an interest in UFOs. And Charlotte Mann basically spoke to the general and said, you know what, General, we share a common interest in UFOs, and you've never told me anything. We've been friends for years. You've never told me anything. Are you still my friend? He asked the general. The general turned to Charlotte Mann and said, Charlotte, if you ever, and I repeat, ever repeat what I'm about to tell you, I'll deny it, and it could ruin my career. What did he tell Charlotte Mann? Okay, here's the Daily Oklahoma, July 11th, 1986. Here's the obituary. Ex-Tinker Commander Melvin McNichol dies. He was a real person. He was not made up. He was a real person. Here are the statements that the general told Charlotte Mann. Number one, he saw a UFO which was located in the West. Number two, he walked around a UFO that was on a catwalk, which was propped up by scaffolding. Isn't that interesting? Number three, bodies were recovered and one was still alive. Okay. Wow. Now, when I heard this from Charlotte Mann 3 years ago at IUFOC in Phoenix, Arizona, I said, boom, I got it. I got it, because two independent eyewitnesses separated by space and time are talking about virtually the identical thing. Okay, so the general said that he saw a UFO that was located in the West. The Marine said that he took off on a plane and flied 3 hours from Cherry Point, North Carolina. That would put you within the vicinity of the West. Number two, the general said that he walked around a UFO that was propped up on scaffolding and they had a catwalk. This is identical to what the Marine said back in 1963. Number three, bodies were recovered, one was still alive. The Marine overheard near a water fountain. He overheard terminology talking about UFO crash retrievals. There were bodies recovered. He overheard words that one was still alive. And so this is confirming exactly what this general is talking about. When I put those two together, I said, boom, I got it. So interesting case.
What about the bodies? What did they say about that? I mean, like, what kind of, did they say they were little grays, or what did?
Well, he basically they were 3.5 to 4 feet tall. They were humanoid looking. They had larger heads, oversized eyes, a slit for a mouth. Now, he didn't get now I'm talking about the Marine here. He didn't get specific details because he overheard this near water cooler talk, but it can't be denied because it's coming from a reliable source. And this is exactly what the general had talked about. He talking about bodies being recovered, one was still living. Now, here's the question that was posed here. Could the public handle the truth regarding UFO disclosure? Now, I want to give you what the answer is from the Marine, not me, this is from the Marine. Quote, there are a certain amount of people who, if the thing was on display down the street, would still rather stay home and watch football. A statement by U.S. Marine, August 22nd, 1986. So he feels that we're there, we're ready. And again, we just heard the hearings yesterday. Are they telling us anything about the crash retrievals? Are they telling us anything about bodies, debris, wreckage? Are they telling us about multiple teams of white lab coat technicians not only trying to reverse engineer the propulsion system of these craft, but just trying to breach the hull of these craft? They didn't mention anything about this yesterday.
The only thing I heard, I wanted to bring this up to you, is I can't remember who it was. He meant that one guy mentioned the Admiral Wilson document. Did you see that part?
I heard about that too. Yes, I heard about that too.
Yeah, but I don't think that's enough. I'm glad whoever that man was that he said that, but it's not nearly enough for where we need.
Yeah, it's not nearly enough. Now we've got the transcript of the hearings yesterday, and for one time and one time only, wreckage was brought up, but they didn't drill down on it. They didn't go into, do we really have it? And if so, who, and who's running the program, and who's paying for it? They just like glossed over it when we've got this Marine talking about not only do we have debris, we've got an intact craft, the whole thing. He took a photograph of it. So why don't we try to get to that craft and let's roll it out? According to this Marine here, I mean, it's at a point now that people would be upset that they're interrupting their NFL football game. We're there, according to this Marine. So let's roll. Let's do it.
I'm ready. Yeah, I'd love to see change. And I hope this video helps bring change to the minds of people. Because that's what I'd like. I'd like to see disclosure come. I mean, we already know there's disclosure, but it's just like we still want that confirmation. It's almost like, it's so frustrating, right?
It boils, like it always does. It boils down to the physical evidence. It's the hardware that needs to be seen. It's the metallurgy. It's the evidence, the 8x10 glossy whites. It's the gun camera footage. It's the motion picture film reel. It's the alleged bodies. We've got to get the craft. We've got to get the hardware. We've got to get the physical evidence put into the hands of the scientific community as a united coalition. And until then, we're going to move forward. That's how we're going to move forward.
I believe so too. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Well, do you want to tell everybody where they can find the book and find your website and anything like that?
Sure. The book is called Dark Files, A Pictorial History of Lost, Forgotten, and Obscure UFO Encounters. There's 66 cases there. They're all illustrated, full color drawings, line drawings. I give you the entire case. I give you the references and sources of where you can find this material on your own so you can verify it on your own. It's available on Amazon right now. Just type in Dark Files and my name, and it'll pop right up.
All right, that's awesome. Well, thank you so much for doing this and taking your time to give your presentation. I hope we see change in the future. And that's really all I have to say. But I'll send you a link when I put this up.
Great. Thanks a lot.
All right. Have a good night.
You too. Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining me for another episode of the Typical Skeptic Podcast. I have back a returning guest today, and I'm really fascinated to have him on again. I have with me from the Fifth Kind TV, from his books, Echoes of Eden, Scars of Eden, and Escaping from Eden. I have with me Paul Anthony Wallace, or Paul Wallace. He's an internationally best-selling author whose books probe world mythologies and ancestral narratives for their insights into human origins, human potential, and our place in the cosmos. As a senior churchman, Paul served as a church doctor, theological educator, and an archdeacon in the Anglican Church in Australia, and has published numerous titles on Christian mysticism and spirituality. He's a popular speaker at summits and conferences around the world. His 2020 book, Escaping from Eden, was held by George Norrie as this generation's Chariots of the Gods, propelling Paul onto the international stage as the go-to guy in the field of paleo contact. The internationally best-selling 2021 sequel, The Scars of Eden, is endorsed by Eric von Daniken. His new book, Echoes of Eden, endorsed by George Norrie, has just been released. Paul's interviews and documentaries on the Paul Wallace YouTube channel and on the Fifth Kind TV are watched by millions of people worldwide. So I want to give him a big warm welcome back to my show. Paul, thank you for coming back on. How are you?
G'day, Robert. I'm tip-top, thanks. And thanks for having me on your show again.
Yeah, it's good to see you. I love talking about these subjects with you. We always get into great discussions. I wanted to ask you, I read Escaping from Eden and Scars of Eden, and I think my audience has too. Where did you want to go with Echoes of Eden? It seems like you wanted to focus on the experiencer.
Well, yes, there is more of an aspect on the experiencer and the so what of paleo contact. People might say, well, what difference does it make if our ancestors had contact with ETs in the deep past? Or what difference does it make that we've inherited certain things from periods of paleo contact in the deep past? What I found was that at the end of Escaping from Eden, I had got to a place where I was actually very excited about the implications for us today regarding human potential. What are we capable of if these are the real stories of our origins, stories rooted in paleo contact? And I had noticed that when you listen with an open ear to world mythology and to the world's ancestral narratives from indigenous traditions, the themes of ancient ET contact and human potential are absolutely interwoven. And those traditions talk about higher cognitive powers, the possibility that we can live more intelligently, more consciously on this planet and have a better human experience. And so that's where Escaping ends. And I knew I had to go back and explore that further. The Scars of Eden looks at what is the impact? What is the aftermath? How has society been altered by contact in the deep past? And does that help us to understand the present day any differently? And again, at the end of The Scars of Eden, I recognize that the wisdom with which to answer those questions resides with our world of ancestral narratives. So in Echoes, I go back and sit at the feet of the guardians of indigenous cultures all around the world, and I find a coherent picture regarding human potential, human origins, our human future. And I find that there is a coherent body of information that has been suppressed in every age and yet somehow manages to resurface and be rediscovered by every generation. And I'm hoping that Echoes of Eden will be part of the rediscovery in this generation.
I was going to say, do you think we're going through that now? It seems like we're going through definitely an awakening process, and like it seems like people are more interested in this subject, that they want to discover their real heritage and their real roots. And I think our history, especially whether it's the Anunnaki or the story of and I know in Australia you have a deep ET contact history there. They have the Gossamer glyphs where they say there's Pleiadian writing, and as you say, there's stories all over the world. I know you talk about the Mammy Water tradition where people are abducted and taken to an underwater base. So I think it's prevalent. But do you think this is the right time? Do you think people are really getting into this now?
I think there's an enormous appetite for this kind of information right now. I'm contacted every week, and some weeks it's every day, by people telling me, I no longer believe what I did 10 years ago. I've got a tremendous appetite on me to find out what's really going on, what's the truth of the human story, what are we really capable of. And what strikes me is that it's people in every age bracket who are saying this to me. So I've recently heard from a whole sequence of people in their 80s who said exactly that to me. And I think that's unusual. I think there is a great appetite on people at the moment, and a massive unlearning, relearning, deprogramming, reprogramming that people are intentionally going through. People really do want to know what's the truth of who we are, what we're capable of. Can we have a better experience than this on planet Earth? I've not seen this kind of curiosity and reframing in my lifetime. for sure. So yes, I think there's something special happening right now that we've not seen before.
Yeah, I want to compare it to when you talk about our human potential. If you look at the old Sumerian tale, the myth of Adapa, I think it's interesting in there because they talk about how the Anunnaki made Adamu or Adapa, and there's a quote in there. I've heard Matthew LaCroix say it before. They say he was the wisest of the Anunnaki, and he was human. So it makes me wonder, did they make us better than them, or did they give us qualities inside us that we can even be better than our ET predecessors? What are your thoughts?
Yes. Oh, that's a really interesting question, because that conversation, and in fact, the conflict over that issue repeats in ancestral narratives all around the world. It's there in Genesis 3. Translated conventionally, it's the story of the fall, where Adam and Eve eat the apple, they get forbidden knowledge, so on and so forth. And in the current translation, it's God who wants to keep the humans so primitive they don't even know they're naked. He wants to keep them at an animal level. And it's the serpent who wants to upgrade them for a better human experience. Well, you read that translation, you know something's off. God can't be the one against human progress, can he? When you do the translation work I argue for in Escaping from Eden, you realize that that story is just one iteration of many that talks about a conflict over how intelligent the human beings should be in the context of a long program of genetic modification. So in Genesis 3, you've got one faction saying, we don't want them too clever. We don't want them as clever as us, is the point that's made there. You can go to Nigeria and listen to the epic story of origins and the powerful beings there, the sky people, Basi and Atai, also say we don't want them as clever as us. They've got so clever, we're now struggling to manage them. You go to the Mesoamerican story of the Mayan tradition in the Popol Vuh, and the chief genetic engineer, Cucumatz, aka Kukulkan, aka Quetzalcoatl, is conducting a sequence of experiments to try and get a Homo sapiens that's clever enough to be useful to them as a working class, but not so intelligent that they won't want to work for them. And as in many stories, Quetzalcoatl overshoots the mark and he creates a Homo sapiens, sapiens. So us plus Homo sapiens that's even cleverer than we are, a little bit more remote viewing than we have, a little more precognition than we have, better telepathic connection, better self-healing. And sure enough, they have an emergency meeting to say, how can we dial these down so that they'll be just smart enough to work for us? And that conversation, how can we dial them down because we've made them too clever? Well, that's in Genesis 11, the Babel story. It's in the Zeus and Prometheus story from out of ancient Greece. It's in the Abasi and Atai story from out of Nigeria. It's almost a universal aspect of the story of origins according to world mythology. And so the essence of that is the beings that were generated surprised our progenitors, surprised the ancient genetic engineers. They were surprised at how intelligent and conscious the humans were after they'd done a bit of crossbreeding, splicing a bit of their own DNA into ours. And I have a theory that they were surprised because they underestimated the intelligence that we brought with us from our animal and mammal heritage. I mean, my dog is probably a better remote viewer than I am. Birds certainly have a better sense of direction. My cat can see things I can't see. I just wonder if they underestimated how much we were bringing to the party as earthlings, and they ended up with a species too smart. And so Zeus punishes Prometheus for making the human beings a technological species. Abasi and Atai released devices into the environment to make the humans mentally ill and physically ill, to make them more manageable. In the Mayan story, a vapor is sprayed over human populations to brain damage them so that we'll no longer have remote viewing, precognition, telepathic connection, so on and so forth. So this is how the theme repeats all around the world.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It makes me wonder what our real potential is, because as I've been doing this research and as I've been meditating and practicing remote viewing and practicing psi abilities, I've been able to open up my own psychic abilities, and I feel like
Oh,
other
yes.
people can too. Since you've
Yeah,
been writing
exactly.
your books, have you had the same experience?
Very much so. And that's very much a theme within Echoes of Eden, looking at, we can talk about having higher cognitive abilities, but can we engage them? And Echoes of Eden says, yes, we absolutely can. I've had some experience of it. And to take us further, we really need to sit at the feet of elders and guardians of indigenous traditions who've maintained protocols through generations of enhancing our consciousness. And you mentioned remote viewing. I've got a long section in Echoes of Eden talking about how the US had a remote viewing program running through the CIA, still does, although it's now subcontracted out. The roots of the British intelligence service, MI5 and MI6, were a department of remote viewing, which John Dee had set up, tasked to do that by Queen Elizabeth I. I believe she believed it was possible because of what was in the literature of the day, some of which had come from the Mayan tradition and some from elsewhere. And I love how the Mayan story hints at the possibility of remote viewing, because it says that the Homo sapiens 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 had vision that wasn't limited in the way ours is. So if you stop and think, well, how is our vision limited? It's limited by surfaces. You can't see into things, through things, or behind things. Limited by distance. You can't see beyond the horizon. You can't see into deep space. Limited by time. You can only see the present. You can't see the past. You can't see the future. Limited by frequency. We can only see this spectrum of radio waves. Maybe a cat can see this, a dog can see this. Take all those limits off, and now you can see into deep space. You can remote view the rings of Jupiter, as Ingo Swann did in 1973, before any scientist has even posited that they existed. You can do future viewing. You can have X-ray vision with all the implications for self-healing. And so those implications were understood by the West back in the 1500s. In the meantime, indigenous traditions around the world had been practicing initiation ceremony to switch these faculties on for each new generation of young people as they came up to initiation age. And this gives a little bit of a clue as to why, through the ages, colonizing powers have always sought to extinguish indigenous wisdom and slaughter indigenous priests, burn indigenous literature, and in the US, for instance, for 100 years, illegalize indigenous initiation ceremony because they didn't want knowledge, information, and abilities passed on from one generation to the next. And so I talk about this in Echoes of Eden, this pattern that you can find in every age where there's an attempted sequestering of human technologies for government and a rubbishing of it for everybody else, or a suppression of it to the extent that priests are executed and texts are destroyed, so that if there's any possibility of remote viewing, it's only known by our intelligence services and not by you and me, for instance.
Yeah, and I was hoping, I was thinking about this, the story of Berossus writing Oannes and the Apkallu. You touch on that in Echoes of Eden. I thought that was kind of important to talk about as well.
Yes, well, one of these stories that has been forbidden by every colonizing power has been the story of paleo contact. So when I was in Brazil, for instance, in the 1980s, I attended some harvest festivals. And I thought I knew what was going on. I thought we were thanking God for another harvest. That's what harvest festivals meant in England when I was growing up. But I had a guide who said, you might want to look and listen a little bit more closely, because none of the ceremonies that happen before we go into the church building are Catholic ceremonies. So you might want to ask where they've come from and what they're really celebrating. And as I did a little more careful investigation, I realized my guide was absolutely right, that glued on to the Catholic Mass of Thanksgiving for the harvest was the celebration of contact with an entity referred to as the Queen of Heaven. Now, I thought that meant Jesus's mum, because that's one of the titles the Catholic Church gives to Mary. And I found out, no, the Queen of Heaven came from the stars thousands of years ago to teach our ancestors all the secrets of agriculture, how to turn naturally occurring plants into cultivatable crops, how to turn those crops into food, how to live off those crops in a way that doesn't deplete them. That's what we're celebrating, the gift of food. And so we've got corn figurines representing this female entity that taught us these things. And then foods and drinks all derived from corn, the great leap forward. So this is a story of paleo contact. Now, looking back, I understand why Pope John Paul II was trying to clean up all those ceremonies so that all that remained was the mass in the church and the indigenous knowledge that had come from the interior of Brazil and the indigenous knowledge that had come from West Africa when Africans were stolen and used as slaves in the plantations in Brazil. All those stories, which carried the memory of paleo contact, Pope John Paul was trying to wipe them out. Wow. And it was an absolute parallel. If I had gone to a town near Jerusalem in the 7th century BCE, I would have had an identical experience, harvest festivals, where we are remembering paleo contact, entities that came and gave us the secrets of agronomy, that achieved for us this great leap forward from living in animal subsistence on the planet's surface to being civilization builders. Again, there were people from HQ in Jerusalem trying to stamp out these ceremonies, stamp out the name of Asherah, get rid of the figurines of Asherah. That was the name they gave to the female entity that gave these primordial lessons. And you can find that all around the world, this memory of first contact. And Berossus describes it beautifully in his account of first contact. He's writing a Babylonian document. So first contact refers to first contact in the Fertile Crescent. We're talking about the ancestors of the Sumerians, really. And he talks about these entities coming from somewhere who are not human and who taught our ancestors all the accoutrements of life as a civilization. And what I love about his description is that that moment of first contact is described in a way that tells us what the people were thinking as they saw these strange visitors. And they weren't impressed by their technology or their advanced wisdom. What they were perplexed by is, why do they look so strange? Are they human or not? And they're wearing clothes that cover the whole of their body. This was completely strange to them, that you'd have clothing covering the whole of your body. And what is that textile? It's so thin and silvery. It's like the skin of a fish. And it's almost like you're hearing the thoughts as they finger the clothing and wonder why their visitors look so strange. Well, that's exactly how you would expect our ancient ancestors to respond to people arriving from elsewhere in the cosmos, as I would argue, and teaching them all the accoutrements of civilization. It's a lovely visual moment. And it's one of many that when you listen, especially to the correlations of stories around the world, you realize it is visual memory that's being described to you. It's not a book that's gone around the world and been retranslated. It's not a story that's gone as oral tradition in Chinese whispers. Different cultures have different language, different metaphor, different names to describe the same thing their ancestors saw. And it was those correlations of visual memory and sometimes auditory memory that have made me listen to world mythology and ancestral narrative differently, that make me approach it with the question, what did they see? What is the memory that this story has been written to carry?
Yeah, and I think it was a couple of things you pointed out that were really interesting. Is it wasn't just Berossus who wrote about the ancient ET contact. I wrote in my notes here that you had said Plato was getting some information from ET contact, as well as the Hermetic text and the Cathars. I heard you touch on those in other shows. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. All of those sources that you mentioned talk about contact as one of their sources of wisdom and understanding. So Plato says that he has a number of sources of information, and one is what he called philosophy. I think really we would call it science because it's the application of logic to things we can all observe. And much of his writing is structured that way, and it's absolutely inspiring, the far-reaching conclusions he arrives at through that simple method. But then he also talks about information that's come to him from ancestral narratives, and he has information which he says specifically came from the remnant of the ancient Egyptian priesthood. And they said their information came from the remnant of the Atlantean civilization. So that's rather interesting and curious, a subject all its own. But then Plato was also very open that some of his information came from interdimensional contact with other entities. Now, Plato actually credits this experience to Socrates, but I argue in Echoes of Eden that this is an experience Plato had had. He's referring to a psychedelic experience he had in Athens through ingesting a special brew that had been curated by a cult called the Eleusinian sect. And initiates, here's this pattern of initiation again, initiates of that sect were given this tea to induce, in effect, a near-death experience, carefully curated so people wouldn't actually die, but taking people close enough that they begin to have experiences of contact with other kinds of entity. And then they come back informed by that contact. So that's the claim Plato / Socrates makes. It's also the same claim that's made by the writers of the Corpus Hermeticum. And it's, some people might say, oh, that's just a literary gloss. This is just framing the information that the book gives. But when you realize there's this context of literature around the world, of writers willing to say some of this information came from a contact experience, you start raising an eyebrow. It's there in the Bible too, by the way. It sounds really far out, I think, to many a mainstream listener or a person of faith in today's world. But when you go to the roots of Christianity, if you look in Hebrews 12, there's a little section there about ancestral spirits having contact with us who are very interested in how we're living our lives and are intending in some way to spur us on in our own progress through life. And there's another passage in 1 John 4 in which the writer fully expects the early Christians to be having contact experiences with beings he calls spirits. And he never defines what they are. Does he mean ancestral spirits? Does he mean interdimensional contact? Does he mean physical beings who communicate telepathically? By spirit, does he mean a non-material being? Or does he mean a material being? Because in some cultures, a spirit is a material being. In New Guinea, the word moon spirit refers to a three-dimensional creature that looks like a gecko and that travels in some kind of vessel that can get it from here to the moon. So that's not a disembodied immaterial thing. That's a solid thing that exists in the heritage of PNG. So these are just a few examples that talk very openly in the past about contact, and yet through the ages, this kind of conversation and information has been pushed out of the mainstream. It's there in the Bible, but it's not in the core curriculum of Christianity. And if you go to traditional healers around the world, you'll get the same worldview with regard to ongoing contact to support us in our progress through life. But if you go to Zambia, you'll have to go to one of the villages to hear this, to one of the traditional healers. You won't hear it in school. You won't hear it on the TV. And that's the pattern I talk about in Echoes of Eden. One layer of information carried at the folkloric level, and the other carried by government, education, school, etc. It's at the folkloric level that we discover all the stories of paleo-contact and the protocols for releasing higher human cognitive power.
Yeah, I was wondering, do you think we're being prepared for contact now on a mainstream level? Like, I realize there's all this contact going on, and you touch on that. Like, if we want to talk about a modern day case, you touch on the Zimbabwe encounter, which I think is one of the best modern day examples of uh, contact, where all those school kids saw that craft and they had some kind of telepathic messages from beings. But so two questions. Like, did you think that was a knockout as far as like a modern contact case? I guess that's why you put it in the book. But then also, do you think we're being prepared for contact on a mainstream level?
Yes, and yes. Yes, I do think we're being prepared. I think that what we're seeing now with Senate briefings, congressional hearings, NASA talking about investigating contact. This is something we've not seen for 70 years. For 70 years, the story has been there's no such thing as ETs. How ridiculous. And there's no such thing as UFOs and close encounters. Everything started accelerating in 2017 when Chris Mellon, the former Assistant Secretary of Defense for Presidents Clinton and George W. Bush, leaked the Pentagon's footage of the USS Nimitz encounter with a Tic Tac craft. So that was suddenly viewable by the general public, and it was on the TV for us all to see. 2 years later, 2019, the Pentagon comes forward and authenticates that and says, yes, those were UFOs, to use the old-fashioned term. And in fact, we've had a unit in place for 70 years investigating these encounters and investigating physical materials retrieved from UFO crashes. And yes, indeed, Luis Elizondo did head it up for 10 years. Then we heard from Alain Juillet, the former chief of French security, saying, yes, that's all correct. And I was there when the current iteration of that unit was set up for that investigation. We've heard from physicists who briefed these bodies. So we've heard from Jacques Vallée. We've heard from Eric W. Davis talking about materials retrieved from off-world vehicles not made on this earth. Then we heard from Haim Eshed, the Brigadier General who for 27 years was the Chief of Space Security for Israel, joining the dots for us, in case we hadn't done that already, saying that at a covert government level, we've been in contact with spacefaring civilizations for a long, long time, but they've chosen not to self-disclose until we all have a fuller understanding of what space is, which is a curious turn of phrase. So these kinds of disclosures from figures this authoritative is new. There was a little precursor to it a decade ago when Dmitry Medvedev, then the Prime Minister of Russia, said on camera, every new Prime Minister of Russia is given a dossier detailing the spacefaring civilizations we're already in contact with. You can probably find that footage still on YouTube and watch for yourself. Ask yourself, do you think he's joking? Doesn't look like he's joking, and he wasn't debunked by the president. So there's been this acceleration of information. Yes, I think it is preparing us for contact, preparing us for disclosure, but not too aggressively. It's almost an insurance against disclosure. It's almost, I think, activity that's done so that if suddenly something happens that makes it blindingly obvious we're in contact, the authorities can say, oh, don't you remember, we've already talked about this. But there's enough, I think, to move us forward. And as for the Rua encounter at Ariel School, watch that. Watch James Fox's movie, The Phenomenon, where he has interview footage with the children who experienced this mass sighting in the 1990s. Listen to the interviews between John Mack, who was then the head of clinical psychology for Harvard, as he interviews the children days after the encounter. And ask yourself, are these children telling the truth? It was a mass sighting, very, very significant for that reason. There have been other really interesting mass sightings, and in the Scars of Eden, I talk about one in Australia, the 1966 Westall incident. that's interesting because it was not only a school full of children who interacted with beings from craft that landed adjacent to the school, but there were official authorities present within minutes as well. So you had the police, you had the Air Force, you had the Army, the press was there shortly after to interview people about what had happened. What's interesting about that account is how that experience, though it was a mass sighting, was suppressed. And you have to stop and ask, why was it suppressed? What does that tell us about the politics of contact? And I think those two stories side by side are powerful, but I happen to think that there's contact experiences happening all the time. And I hope that my books will encourage people to share their own experiences with friends and family. I do think we're moving into a time when we're better able to listen without prejudice and without ridicule to each other's experiences. And I think if we do that, we will put together a picture pretty quickly that indicates that we are not alone on this planet or in this corner of the cosmos, and really we've never been.
Yeah. Did you have an experience yourself? I know you said you visited Barbara Lamb in your book. Did you talk about that at all? I can't.
Yes, I sort of teased the reader with that in The Scars of Eden, because in The Scars of Eden, I asked the question, has humanity confused the idea of God with memories of ET contact? And so I go into the Bible and into world ancestral narratives to answer that question. But that phrase, memories of ET contact, is a double theme in the book, because through The Scars of Eden, I'm beginning to remember experiences of my own and how they parallel experiences of other people around the world. And so at the end of Scars of Eden, I'm about to go in for a regression session to see if I can unsurface some more memory of some strange things that happened to me back when I was 20. And that's exactly where Echoes of Eden starts. And in that, I look at, well, what was it that happened? What was my experience? How does it relate to a world full of experiences? And what's the so what of that? What difference does that make? And for me, it has to do with where it's taken me in terms of a drive to listen to stories that are often fiercely suppressed with violence, suppressed at times with genocides. You mentioned the Cathars. Some historians estimate that 1 million French people were genocided by 19 successive popes and their armies in order to rid the world of the information that they carried, information that was rooted in contact, information that was empowering in terms of actualizing higher cognitive powers and having a better human experience on planet Earth. The Cathars were noted by their neighbors because they had built a better society. In the Languedoc, in the 1200s, this is the period where it all comes to the crunch point. It was their neighbors who called them the Cathars, which means the good people, the pure ones, because they noticed that in the Languedoc, you did not have the high rates of crime and murder, poverty that were endemic in medieval Europe. People wanted to know how they'd done this, and how the Cathars had done it links with what we were talking about before, which was going back to ancestral narratives, to forbidden stories, to Gnostic forms of Christianity, and learning how to activate what some people might today call their higher self. And the idea that we have higher dimensions of ourselves that we can access, higher cognitive powers, higher levels of information and understanding is not new. That's what the Cathars were all about. And they had turned it into a living lifestyle and a working society. And it was so threatening to the feudalism of the day, so threatening to the power of kings and queens and popes, that it was responded to as if it were a military threat. And 100 years of genocide was perpetrated until every last one of the Cathars had been killed. And to use an apt metaphor, that's a smoking gun. that there was powerful information there that you and I might do well to take an interest in.
Yeah. And you spoke about getting to our higher self and turning on these powers. One interesting story that I heard you tell was, I thought this was so amazing, about this boy in Brazil that gets struck by lightning and his house blows up. And I'll let you take it from there. If you could tell that story, I thought that was amazing.
Yeah, it is an amazing story. And when I wrote the story of Taran, that's the name I gave him in Echoes of Eden, when I wrote his story in Echoes of Eden, I had never heard anything like it. Now, since publishing Echoes of Eden, I have heard more stories of almost identical experiences. What happened to Taran when he was 5 years old, he was struck by lightning. His house was struck by lightning. His house exploded, but he somehow survived, temporarily blinded, but he recovered his sight. Otherwise, he was perfectly well, much to the astonishment of his family. Except that from that time to this, his life has been changed by it. Since that time, he has had recurring experiences of precognition. So he will see things happening long before they happen, and then they happen exactly as he saw. So this is one of those higher cognitive powers we talked about before. And then, every so often, a little less frequently, he has the experience of being pulled out of his body up into what feels like up into the stars, up into space. And there he receives a rapid download of information and understanding, and then gets whooshed back into his body. And when he comes to in his body, he has information and understanding that he did not have before. And I mean things like advanced knowledge of advanced mathematics, advanced physics, quantum phenomena, things he did not learn in school. All of a sudden, it's there. And as he's gone through life, he says it's almost as if there's a higher, immaterial, more intelligent, more conscious version of himself in a sort of bubble up there somewhere, but it's connected with his material self here on planet Earth. And his higher self is continually feeding him with information, nudges, helping him make progress through life. Now, when he described that to me, I hadn't heard anything like it, except from the Cathars in the Languedoc. Because you read Taran's story, you might say, well, that sounds awesome. Can I have that experience without being struck by lightning? Thank you very much. And the Cathars said, yes, you absolutely can. And here are the protocols for achieving that experience. They fully believe that every single one of us, not just unusual people who get struck by lightning, every single one of us can have this experience of tapping higher information to support our progress through life. It's similar to the worldview that you will hear from traditional healers around the world, who perceive every one of us as having an invisible team of helpers nudging us through life, supporting our health and our progress. But the Cathar vision, Taran's, is different in the sense that it's not others helping us, it's higher dimensions of ourselves. And this echoes Hermetic information from the deep past. And so this is where the Cathars got some of their information from, this ancient fusion of Egyptian and Greek knowledge that we can find in the Hermetic tradition, in some of the Gnostic texts. And I mentioned Taran and I mentioned the Cathars to show this is not theory only. This can be a living experience that every one of us can aspire to.
Yeah, it's amazing. It really is. I was wondering what you think of the Gnostic perspective. Like, because okay, it's an interesting perspective. Like, you have the Gnostics, and then they believe in the demiurge, and they kind of believe in like it's almost like a simulation type theory. And I mean, like, the demiurge controls Earth, and it's like a false god. But have you studied this, and what are your thoughts on it?
Well, the Gnostic texts represent quite a kaleidoscope of texts. And they're a reminder that in the beginning, Christianity itself was a kaleidoscope of ideas and theologies and experiences and practices. And then as institutional Christianity grew up and was anchored to the Roman Empire, became the imperial department of religion, some of these more interesting ideas and texts were just pushed out of the core curriculum, and with such force that the Gnostic texts, many of them, were literally buried in the desert for their protection, so they'd not be burned, so they'd not be lost to history. And then in the 20th century, we've discovered a great many of them and can go back and reread them and find out what was there in the mix in the beginning. So they talk about experiences that are hinted at in the canonical texts, but are developed further in the Gnostic texts. So your question was specifically, just remind me, about
what are your thoughts on the Gnostic perspective of
the
what our
worldview.
reality is?
Right.
Yeah.
So the worldview, their worldview really is unpacked beautifully, I would say, by Plato. So Plato believed that this material universe is an emanation of or from something else, and that consciousness precedes material. And he gets to that conclusion through his logic applied to things we all observe. So he comes to this mind-boggling idea that when you go back to the beginning, let's talk about that for a moment. Einstein, theory of relativity, proved mathematically, let's put it that strongly, that time has a beginning, that energy, space, and time all began in the same moment. This is a mind-boggling idea. So that means that we always have this question, what was before? What was before the universe looked like this? What was before the Big Bang? And Einstein says that you go far enough back and you'll reach a point where time begins. And when you reach that point, before doesn't mean before anymore. And Plato reaches that point and he says, when you get to the point where before no longer means before, you're looking at a unified field of intelligence and consciousness. And it fractalized into the material universe. The material universe exists in order for that consciousness to experience itself and express itself. The stars, the planets, you and I are all here as part of that consciousness experiencing itself. When you put nuts and bolts on that and ask what that looks like, you get to the theory of panspermia. And that's a theory held to by many serious scientists, particularly in the area of DNA research. So Francis Crick, the co-discoverer of the double helix of DNA, taught this. It's the idea that the genetic coding for biological, conscious, intelligent life is part of the cosmos in the same way that gravity, time, and light are. That they are part of the properties of the universe, and that whenever this genetic coding lands in an hospitable environment, meaning a planet with water on it, it will generate forms of life similar to the ones we're familiar with on planet Earth. Plato also talks about other forms of life who are transdimensional, who are so powerful compared to us that it's mind-boggling, and that they can download physical forms from the coding that produces stars and planets and human beings. And so it's in that territory we begin to get into this idea of the demiurge, the craftsman. That's what the craftsman is, someone who can download from the codes to create the physical things. It's in that territory that we hear Plato's language for virtual universe or simulated universe. Plato, when he talks about these things, is distilling something that was part of the international worldview at that time. And that's why we are hearing these same thoughts in the Gnostic texts. Some of the writers of the Gnostic texts may have derived thought directly from Plato. Others were hearing it because this was just the thought world of that time. And it was an acknowledgement of all these layers of being, a populated universe, cosmic cousins on other planets, transdimensional entities who are so more powerful and different to us that it's almost unimaginable, but then protocols for getting in contact with them and tapping their information. All that is in the mix of Plato and the Gnostic texts. And it was all deemed not very useful to the feudalized vision of Christianity that the Roman Empire had, who really wanted something much simpler. One God at the top of the pyramid, just alongside the emperor. And then in the middle, the senators and the bishops. And then at the bottom, the priests and the people meekly paying, praying, and obeying. They wanted to run the empire in the same way any government wants to run its territory, with full spectrum dominance over their populations, where they say what the official sources of information are. They don't want an empowered population that says, well, you've just given us this information, but our interdimensional informers have told us this. They don't want independent news agencies, and certainly not at that level. And I think for that reason, religion has often been pared down to something much simpler, much more empowering to the elites and disempowering to the plebs. And Gnosticism represents a different world, a world where you and I can download cosmic information, can have cosmic contact, and can have information that's empowering to our own health and progress through life without us being dependent on authorities to tell us what's what or to give us this, that, and the other.
So it goes back to the idea of our human potential, right? It's all related, it seems like.
It's all enmeshed, that's right. And I think that's why these narratives are suppressed. If these ancient narratives were just saying paleo-contact, in the past, our ancestors were taught agriculture by ETs, I think you could let that story lie. But because it's all enmeshed with stories of you and me achieving greater power, greater independence, higher cognitive abilities, I think that's why the indigenous narratives have been suppressed, because governments want governable populations. That is why, for instance, in the United States of America, indigenous traditions of initiation were illegalized for 100 years. That's why in the USA, Canada, and Australia, from 1880 to 1980, there were stolen generation policies, kidnapping children, taking them away from indigenous parents so there could be no transmission of these powers from one generation to the next, because the conquering forces in each of those countries wanted full spectrum dominance, wanted a population that's easily governed, didn't want other sources of power and or information. If you think of the history of empowered individuals over and against states wanting full spectrum dominance, it's not a pretty picture.
Yeah, it's so interesting. I wanted to ask you, it just made me think of something. Is it true that NASA is possibly funding theologians to relay a message about contact? Which this makes me think about, like, what you were saying made me think about that. Like, I heard something about, you say something about that in another show.
Yes, well, the short answer is yes, it is true. NASA and Snopes have been anxious to say, no, they don't employ theologians. But the fact is, what NASA's quite happy to say it has done is they have funded theologians to help them think through issues of how to communicate information about ET contact. And so the unit that did this research, it is one of these cases of subcontracting it out. This conversation was important to NASA. And so they sourced 24 theologians to work together and to address these questions of what are the theological implications of contact and how would we best communicate it. And it's interesting that NASA did that, and the Vatican did it, and the Royal Society did it. And they've been fairly open about those conversations. Again, I think it's a little hint that we're being
prepared for disclosure,
for a little bit more information.
It seems like it, and it's exciting. We're definitely living in the most exciting times, I think. Like I've seen, even if the congressional hearings didn't give out much, I think the one guy mentioned Maelstrom in there, and he mentioned, I talked about this before on my show, but I was excited when he mentioned Maelstrom, and he mentioned the Admiral Wilson leak, which are two huge things in ufology, which deal with our nuclear weapons, and then the leak of, information. But I think we're going to get to a point where these things become more commonplace. I think it's like a slow drip to maybe control the public's perspective on it, maybe so people don't kind of lose their mind. Or I'm not really sure why it's a slow drip, but it's definitely a slow drip. Do you have a theory on why it might be a slow leak of information?
Yes, I think it has to be a slow drip, as you say, to habituate people to the idea. I think what our governments want to avoid is that very percussive moment where the president of the United States of America steps forward and says, "My fellow Americans, I got something I want to tell you." And all of a sudden we're told we've been in contact for 70 years and we've lied about it. And we may even have killed a few people along the way to keep a lid on this because we didn't think you could cope. I'm so sorry for the people who've frozen to death in the winter and those who've lost their homes because they can't pay their utility bills, because we have had access to free energy all this time. I think they're avoiding a percussive moment like that because of the political fallout. It's not, I don't think, that people would lose their minds because they think we're in contact. I think a huge proportion of Americans have worked out we're probably in contact. People around the world have worked out we're probably in company. I don't think that's the issue. The issue is trust in government. If they come forward and say there's been a cover up on this scale, and then how do they deal with the follow-up questions? So who's in charge? If there's an intergalactic federation, as Hayam Ashed says, who's representing us on that body? These elected officials, in whose interest the decisions being made? We've been electing you guys to run our country. You saying somebody else has been running our country? I mean, can you imagine the political complexity of all the obvious questions that come from a moment like that? Far simpler to drip, 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 drip. We're in contact. We've been in contact. We're in a managed situation. We're in a stable situation. Yes, we know about this technology. Yes, we know where that came from, so on and so forth, bit by bit. And I would say that that approach is working because when the Pentagon verified the UFO phenomenon, went by without a blip. So that if I say to people, do you realize that the Pentagon has now authenticated the UFO phenomenon? They said it's real. And they said that there's zero evidence that these UFO craft are terrestrial craft by terrestrial intelligence. They've come from somewhere else. The reaction of non-shock is extraordinary. Not even an, I don't believe that. Oh, yes, I think I'd heard that. So if that's the reaction, then I think the drip, drip, drip is working. There's no blind panic there, is there?
No. Definitely not. I think I see why now, but I don't know how they're ever going to get, like you said, around the idea that we have the anti-gravity and free energy, because I think we have had it, and that's going to be a tough one for them to come out to the public with. And I can't figure out for the life of me how they'll do it, but I think maybe they eventually will, right?
Well, right now in Australia, this is very topical. Right now, we're having an energy crisis in Australia where Australians can't afford their electricity bills, where gas is not available to Australians, despite the fact that there's a huge gas surplus. Why is that? Because there's a gas market, and it's more important for private companies to make enormous profits than for Australians to be able to heat and light their homes. There's an enormous gas, there's an enormous oil market that has dominated foreign policy, warfare, the domestic life of Americans in the USA for decades and decades and decades. So much of our international politics is built on the politics of oil. What on earth would happen to these vested interests who pay for government policy all around the world if all of a sudden oil and gas are not necessary because we've got free power? It
Yeah.
is profoundly disrupting to acknowledge there's a simpler way of getting power, as Tesla said all those years ago. And it's one of the reasons why, at a human level, we're still in a policy of non-disclosure.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. And the last question I wanted to ask you was, you got to work with Mauro Baglino. I'm sorry, I didn't pronounce his name. I remember him, and he worked with Gerald Clark before. They did a show on, the Anunnaki and stuff. I just wanted to see, I watched your video, but I'd like for you to tell the audience, what your experience was like, doing a show with Mauro, because I really respect what he has to say on, the paleo contact as well.
Yes, I really respect Mauro as well, which is why I'm very happy doing this series with him, which is going out on the Mauro Bellino channel and on the Fifth Kind. I find it really kind of funny that three significant writers in the field of paleocontact, Eric von Daniken, Mauro Bellino, myself, we've all come to it via theology. And that's what we're talking about in the series. It's issues of Bible translation that have opened up the world of paleocontact to us. Now, when I wrote Escaping from Eden, I was looking at some key words in the ancient Hebrew texts that point to paleocontact. And I was following my nose, following my own logic, following the data, reaching these conclusions. And then almost I was finishing the book when I discovered, oh, I'm not the first person to have followed this white rabbit. And I discovered Zechariah Sitchin, done something very similar. And I discovered Mauro Bellino. And I took great courage from Mauro Bellino's experience, because his expertise in Bible translation is not to be sniffed at. He was producing the translations for Vatican-approved interlinear Bibles, where he has to give a precise etymological rendering of each word in the Hebrew text. And then you produce the translations alongside. But when you do it that closely, you realize there are many texts that are not about God, but that have traditionally been translated that way. He followed that data at great cost to himself, because it meant that he could no longer work for the Paulist press producing interlinear Bibles, because he was asking inconvenient questions. There's technology in this text. Why don't we translate it that way? There are advanced beings from off planet here. Why don't we translate it that way? There's a wormhole here. Why don't we translate it that way? And so as I discovered the work of Mauro, I was very encouraged. I wasn't the first person to think this, that someone with his credentials in Bible translation was reaching the same conclusions as myself. And so when we finally met, it was a great pleasure meeting him. And I'm now really enjoying this work together, which I hope will really shine a light for a new generation on the information that's in the Bible. That means you really can't go home believing the old stories, God stories that we told from out of the Bible, and miss out this whole layer of ancient ET contact curated so carefully by the ancient writers of the Hebrew texts.
Yes, I agree. I agree. And just to finish up, I just wanted to thank you so much for coming on. I don't have any other questions. If there's anything else you would like to cover, or if you just want to tell everybody where they can find the books, it's up to you. But if you have any final words, or if you want to just tell everybody your website.
Well, I've been so enriched by contact with people who read my books. So I just encourage you, if you've read Escaping from Eden, Echoes of Eden, The Scars of Eden, then you can get into conversation with me through The Fifth Kind on YouTube. I'm in the comments there every day. In the Paul Wallace channel on YouTube, I'm in the comments every day. I do coaching with people who are trying to process journeys of reframing or experiences that they've had that have busted them out of their worldview. You can come and find me at paulanthonywallace.com, Anthony with an H, Wallace, WALLIS.com. And if you've not yet read Escaping from Eden, Echoes of Eden, The Scars of Eden, you can go to Amazon, Kindle, Barnes & Noble, Hive, Book Depository, wherever books are sold. Get hold of those, and I'll look forward to hearing from you and getting into conversation with you.
I agree, and they're amazing books. I love them all, and thank you so much, Paul. This was awesome, and I look forward to talking to you next time. I heard you're writing a fourth book.
Oh, yes, I'm already writing the notes of the next one. It will follow on from the Eden trilogy, and it will dig a little bit deeper, and it will look at the question of what was the Bible about then? Once we realize there's paleo contact in it, okay, it changes it a bit. So what did our ancestors want us to know? And that's where I'm going.
That should be amazing, because it would be interesting is I'd like to know who this Yahweh figure was. I know Gerald Clark thought he was Enlil, and then I think when Gerald talked to Mauro Baglino, he said that Mauro thought that maybe he was maybe a lesser Anunnaki, that he was under maybe Enlil, maybe his son or something. But I'd like to know who this figure was, because he's very mean in the Old Testament, and then in the New Testament it's a brand new God. So I don't know if this was just an alien.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. To whet people's appetite for that, in Echoes of Eden, I argue that that many of the Yahweh narratives actually belong in our world's panoply of dragon narratives.
Wow.
I believe that's where the name came from, and I give evidence for that in Echoes of Eden. And in the next book, I'm going deeper into that territory to show exactly where that fits in our ancient panoply.
Wow, this is amazing. Well, thank you so much, Paul. I really enjoyed this, and thank you.
Oh, it's been a pleasure, Robert. Look forward to next time.
All right, I'll talk to you soon. Have a good night.
You too. Bye.
You know, Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance, so you only pay for what you need. Like how I customized this scarf. Check out this backpack I made for Marco. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. We'll go from there. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining me for another episode of the Typical Skeptic Podcast. I have a beyond amazing guest for you guys today. We're going to be talking about some really fascinating subjects, dealing with time travel, inner Earth, just really fascinating stuff. The title of this, things that are going on in Transylvania that will blow your mind, basically. And it all starts with Montauk. And let me explain to you more. Born and raised in California, I have with me Peter Moon. He's primarily known for his investigation of space-time projects, and particularly the Montauk Project, a series of mind control experiments that were conducted at Montauk Point, New York during the 70s and early 80s that reported to resulted in full-scale experience of time travel. His work caught the attention of the control scientist, Dr. David Anderson, who was on if you guys don't remember, Dr. David Anderson was on the Art Bell show, and he actually was able to actually have proven results with time travel. That's why I'm so excited to have Mr. Moon on my show, because you guys don't realize how big the stuff that him and Dr. David Anderson are doing. But anyway, but at the Time Travel Research Center on Long Island, Dr. Anderson eventually brought Peter to Romania in 2008, where he paved the way for him to investigate other space-time projects, as discussed in his books, that is the Transylvania series, one of which includes what has been called the most amazing archaeological artifact in the history of mankind, a chamber that contains a holographic record of the Earth's history, as well as the holographic readouts to human DNA and other species. Peter's own journeys into Romania have become legendary. So with all that said, Peter, thank you for coming on my show. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine. I'm very good. It's a pleasure to be with you today.
Thank you so much for doing this. You don't understand. I'm so interested in learning about all that you know. And I listened to the interview with David Anderson on Art Bell. I'm a huge Art Bell fan. I listened to that interview that he was on. David Anderson was on Art Bell a couple times, and the last time he was on there, he had proven results in sending someone to the past with time travel, I remember. And it was Art was flabbergasted, because there were people who had come on our show with time travel before, but nobody had ever had results, and this man, David Anderson, was claiming to have results that he actually sent someone in the past. Well, let me ask you this. How did you get introduced to Dr. David Anderson? And then I guess, were you always interested in time travel?
Well, I guess we'll take it sequentially. Was I always interested in time travel? Preston Nichols, my co-author with the Montauk Project, who that book is based upon his experiences. We were very different people, very different. However, we had one commonality. Our favorite TV show when we were kids, I was younger than he was. He was born 7 years before me. Or perhaps, 7 years. Our favorite TV show was The Time Tunnel, which was at about 1965 or 6 or something like that. It lasted for one season, and it was a fun show about time travel. And so I was interested in it from the perspective of television. I did read The Time Machine. In high school, it was required reading for my science fiction class. Of course, time is the great mystery. It's the great mystery. So I never expected that there would be such meat to the subject and to the story. And of course, Preston Nichols talked about it, his experiences, but he told me as I began to write the book with him, he says, this stuff, I had a dream where I time traveled with him. And he says, this stuff is just a dream. This is just a dream. And Duncan Cameron, the main time traveler or psychic involved in the Montauk Project, said, he says, we could do a lot of great things then, but we can't do them now. And of course, David Anderson, the way he came into my life was he started subscribing to my newsletter, the Montauk Pulse newsletter, which has been in print since 1993. We just issued a new issue this solstice, and people can get that. Go to my website, skybooksusa.com. They can also visit the timetraveleducationcenter.com. But David Anderson, he had subscribed to my newsletter, and he wrote with his check. He sent a letter saying who he was, and it was a very short letter with stationery that said Time Travel Research Center, with a P.O. box in Smithtown, Long Island. And when I saw this stationery, I didn't take it too seriously. I thought it was a kid who was interested in time travel that knew how to put stationery together. That's what I thought it was, because I had all sorts of people writing to me.
Little did you know it was David Anderson, right?
Well, I knew it was David Anderson because he signed his name. But what was very curious to me when I read the letter was that Al Bielek, when I actually met Al Bielek, wasn't the first time I saw him, but I drove him to Princeton. It was set up by Preston because he wanted to investigate some things in Princeton. And he told Al to share with me everything he knew about the Montauk story. And Al Bielek told me about the Anderson family. He said the Anderson family were key people. Genetically, they were the custodians of time. And that there was George Anderson, who opened the base to Preston Nichols so that he could retrieve all this equipment. George Anderson. There was also the Anderson twins from Nutley, New Jersey, where Al Bielek lived, who overlooked him as he was an up-and-coming high school student and arranged for his matriculation into technical school or whatever he was, because he was a technician, and a good one. And then he told a crazy story that they had taken off from a spaceport in New Hampshire to go back to, I think it was Alpha Centauri. And that was the Anderson family were the custodians of time. Now, that was a story that was very strange. It made no sense except that it was part of the lore that Al had experienced. I do believe they were real characters. He said they ended up working in a facility on Long Island called Airborne Instruments Laboratory, which was where Preston worked. It was that facility was heavily involved with the Montauk project. So anyway,
Can I ask you a question? I don't want to interrupt you, but I want to for the audience that isn't familiar, was the Philadelphia experiment and the Montauk project the same thing? Was it basically the same thing?
No. They were two different projects. The Philadelphia experiment was 1943, when the Navy was experimenting with radar, attempting to make the ship.
The Eldridge, right? They made the Eldridge.
The Eldridge, attempting to make it appear invisible to radar.
Yeah.
This is the forerunner of today's stealth technology, and it actually did disappear. So that was the Philadelphia experiment. The Montauk project was the result of the research that followed in the wake of the Philadelphia experiment to make another project that would deal with time and also dealt with radar. And that was climaxed in 1983. Both projects took place in August, the August biorhythm, it's called, from August 10th to 14th, during the month of August in 43 and 83. Those 20-year cycles from 43 to 63 to 83 being big biorhythms that trace back to the origin of the galaxy, if not the universe itself. Now, that's a separate digression. However, those are two different projects, to answer your question. They did connect up with each other.
That's what I thought. I just wanted the audience to know, because a lot of my audience might not be familiar when we talk about these terms. But like, for people who don't know who Al Bielek was, he says he was the one who worked on the Philadelphia experiment. There's a video of him on YouTube talking about the types of extraterrestrials that were involved in the Philadelphia experiment. And he's talking about a little gray, and he talks about this one and that one. Did Al ever talk about that with you? Was that the different extraterrestrials were involved in the Philadelphia experiment?
There was a lot of talk about extraterrestrials, and I always tried or wanted Preston in particular, because I worked more with Preston than Al. I talked to Al quite a bit, but to tone that stuff down, because a lot of what they remember are screen memories, and there has been so much manipulation to the people who participated in these projects. And most of the people who think they're seeing aliens are not seeing aliens at all.
What are they seeing? Like, and this screen memory technology, this sounds really interesting. And this is a whole different path we could go down, because
it is a whole different path.
The abductions deal with screen memories too. You know what I mean?
Exactly. So, when stories begin to defy common sense and logical explanation, you have to tone them down. You can accept them with a certain amount of healthy skepticism. You don't deny the experience.
Yeah.
But you have to evaluate the experience. And so, and of course, one of the problems with Preston is that he was set up or programmed so as to undermine his own credibility. He had a lot of credibility in certain areas, and then he would say things that would invite him not to be believed. And it created a lot of problems. But be that as it may, there are certainly lots of people who've told stories about aliens, and Montauk is no exception. And Preston, yes, aliens.
Well,
but,
not just that, but Preston was also on Art Bell too. The one thing about Art Bell that people don't realize is that Art got to interview pretty much everybody who was ever something in the early stages of whatever this field is that we're all in right now, like the esoteric field. He interviewed Bob Monroe, he interviewed John Keel, he interviewed Preston Nichols, he interviewed Al Bielek. Art Bell talked to them all. No,
I have to correct you. He refused to interview me. He would have nothing to do with me.
Why?
Well, that's a very interesting story, but I think we're digressing from the main subject. He did interview Dr. Anderson because I offer a credibility that the government is very uncomfortable with. I don't claim to know everything, but I don't jump off the deep end. And Art was a shill for the government, most definitely.
And that sucks for me to hear because I'm a big art fan. I'm a huge art fan.
You know what? Look, it's like he played on people's interest and curiosity. But you have to understand, particularly in that day and age, when you're allowed free access to media, he was big. He was huge.
Oh, yeah. He did millions and millions of people listen to that show.
And people have no idea how rich he was. But the thing is, when you're allowed to be that big and that powerful, at the same time, I can tell you stories of Preston when he would be relaying stuff off of transmitters. This is when shortwave transmitters, that were relaying real conspiratorial information, the government would blow up the transmitters. They weren't going to blow up Art Bell because he was doing what they wanted to within the bounds of it. If I was to get too big, I would have had too big of a voice. For example, in 1992, when the Montauk Project was released, we sold 3,000 books from May 92 to October. That's a lot of books to move.
Yeah.
And in 1992, I would have purchased advertising at 11 o'clock when either they had Cheers. I think Cheers was on at 11 o'clock in New York City. It was the most highly rated show. It was a time to get your audience that would buy these books. And it would have cost me about $5,000 to make a commercial and then more time to run it. Would it have paid for itself? Yes, but they never would have let me run it. I was smart enough to know that. They would never let me advertise the Montauk Project on TV, even for like a minute or a half minute, because it was hot. It was selling. And then we sold 5,000 from that October of 92 to May or June of 93. And when I said, okay, I ordered 10,000 books because I'd sold 8,000 in 1 year. So I ordered 10,000 books. And now, of course, I'm operating this time Sky Books out of my daughter's bedroom. Okay. My daughter was like 1 or 2, and we moved her, I think, in with my wife's bedroom so she could be with her. Eventually, she was too young to go upstairs. But so we took her bedroom over because it was downstairs. It's a tiny bedroom. And I stored books in there. So I'm going to get 10,000 books. They show up in a big truck. And as soon as they show up, this stealth bomber comes over my suburban neighborhood in Westbury. It was like 150 yards, 200 yards from me. And the truck driver saw it. Like, what are the odds of a stealth fighter coming over a suburban neighborhood? And it was sending me a message. That's what I felt. Wow. It's like, so this stuff was hot potatoes then.
Well, let me ask you this, Mr. Moon. Like, why do you think, what was going on with the Montauk Project? I know what happened with the Philadelphia experiment. Well, what happened in the Montauk Project? I hear stuff about Nazis. I heard Preston Nichols' story, but I can't remember it that well. What exactly happened? And is it all right for us to talk about? Like, if I put it on YouTube, is it going to get taken out?
No, it's grandfathered into what you would call suburban legend now because of the book. But I would also tell you this. I copyrighted the Montauk Project when I published the book. When I started selling it on Amazon, 20 years later, Amazon challenged me after I'd been making sales and was accusing me of selling a public domain work, And I showed them the copyright and they relented. They backed off. They were trying to steal the rights from me. It wasn't Amazon per se. It was Art Bell's mentor or overseer, and that was Dr. Michael Aquino, Colonel Michael Aquino. And
who was he?
Colonel Michael Aquino was the founder of the Temple of Set. He branched off from the Church of Satan in San Francisco, formed the Temple of Set. He eventually became deputy director of the National Security Agency, and he was the main perpetrator and the main person accused There was even credible testimony against him for all this huge child molestation that took place at the Presidio in San Francisco and also in his home in San Francisco. And he, the National Security Agency, or the U.S. Army, refused to act upon his transgressions under the grounds of national security. This is no secret. There have been articles written on it galore.
Let me ask you this: why do you say he was Art's mentor? Because let me ask, because later on in 2015, I remember Art had Blanche Barton from the Church of Satan on this show, but acted like he really didn't know who she was.
He may not have. Art Bell, the Church of Satan was like nothing compared to the Temple of Set. The Temple of Set was a much more powerful. See, the difference between Michael Aquino and Anton LaVey, who founded the Church of Satan.
And by the way, I just had Carl Abrahamson on my show, who was a really nice guy. I wasn't able to post the episode because something happened. The file.
I don't know him. I don't know him.
He writes books. He wrote a book on Antoine LaVey. He's not really, what would you say? Like, he's not like, I think he's a member, but he's not like he's not in that LaVey, Blanche Barton circle. You know, he might be like a close ally, you know, something like that.
I really don't know him, but Anton LaVey was somebody who actually ran guns to Israel. So, you know, he was selling, you know, running guns, but he was more into Satanism to exploit it and to take advantage of it. And also at the same time, tweaking the hypocrisy of typical Christians. There's a lot of hypocrisy in Christianity. So he was tweaking that and being honest about his exploitation. Really, I don't know if he's that honest, but he was, Michael Aquino met him at the debut of Rosemary's Baby in San Francisco when he was, I think he was about 20 years old, and he was just about to join the military. And Aquino joined the military. And the difference between Aquino, he joined the Church of Satan, but he thought that Anton LaVey was too laissez-faire. And Michael Aquino had a much greater aptitude for darkness and evil, and he applied it. And he also applied it with sound and with magical, I guess what you call in lay terms, enchantments to entrain people's minds. And he used this with sound. And this was a forerunner of the Montauk Project. Montauk Project was also involved with Satanism. Preston never wrote too much about it. He certainly commented on it. But anyway, he had, under national security, he could do so much. He was very powerful. He could influence media. He could control media. He's the basic author of Wikipedia. He won't find anything on him on Wikipedia. He had my name taken off of Wikipedia and David Anderson's. He was very, and I learned that he was the main person putting the kibosh on me appearing. I could appear on radio shows. It was mostly Preston Nichols in the beginning. As Preston began to fade away, I took a more prominent role because I didn't have Preston anymore. And then I began to become more into the spotlight with my association with David Anderson. But in those days, so anyway, we could appear on radio shows in Toledo, Ohio, Kansas City, Missouri. But if it came to big media centers like LA, Chicago, no. Philadelphia, we were once going to have a TV show with Al Bielek, Duncan Cameron, and Preston Nichols. And when they found out what it was about, the anniversary of the Philadelphia experiment, the 10th or 40th year, 50th year, 1993, they wanted to do it. And then when they found out what it was really about, they canceled it. The same thing happened in Seattle. I met some people from TV at a book fair, and they wanted to do it. And then when they started running advertisements for the show, people from the Philadelphia experiment, when the owners of Cairo TV in Seattle found out what it was, and they were connected to the Mormon Church, they put the kibosh on it.
Well, let me ask you this. How in the Montauk Project were they accessing people's minds? And would you say it was the Nazis working with our government to manipulate people's minds? And were some hypnotizable and were some programmable?
To clarify on the German question, the Americans did, of course, ingratiate many Germans with Project Paperclip. But what they were also using was the captured German documents, which included all of the empirical testing on human beings, predominantly Jewish human beings, by Joseph Mengele, and some of his genetic research and some of research that you haven't heard about, and they took that and they employed it with radar technology in the 1950s, where radar was much more advanced, where radar could influence people's minds, and computer technology was up and coming then, and they could also integrate computer technology with radar technology and human behavior applications. So that's what the Montauk Project was. And when you could actually begin to influence a person's mind, you could actually change their perception. You could change the perception of time. Now you can change somebody's perception of time on a hallucinogenic drug.
Is that what the Mandela effect is?
Yeah, they're watching time change. But the difference here is you're projecting what's in their mental sphere and you're making it tangible by taking their thoughts and projecting them out of a radar transmitter. And it's called a gain horn, which is attached to the big radar dish at Montauk. And it would emit at a frequency of approximately 435 megahertz, which was the window frequency to the human consciousness, which is the basic window frequency of the galaxy and assumably the universe. So this was tapping into I guess you'd say in Hindu terms, the original Maya, the illusionary aspects. People like to say reality is a hologram. They think it's a very sexy way to describe reality. It's all a hologram. Well, reality is an illusion, but it's a hard illusion, and it's an illusion that has a consistency to it. So if you ignore the illusion, the baseball bat coming to hit you in the head is going to hit you in the head if you don't ignore it. So it's got a contextual continuity to it. So they were able to break that continuity. And when you break that continuity, you're able to break up time. The book goes into some of the dynamics of that as best as Preston could offer at the time. It has to do with time references to the human consciousness. We're all referenced or locked into time. Just like, you will see later today, it will be, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock and whatnot. So you can't escape that consistency unless you change your mind. And, that's just a short overview of what they were doing at Montauk.
Yeah, that's so interesting. I was going to say, and it seems like the Montauk were started in the Cold War, and they were going to get people with intuitive abilities to spy on the Russians, and then did it have to do with remote viewing as well?
Well, they had what they would call a full out, where they would get the person outside of the context of their body and perceiving things. I think they called it the seeing eye, and it was a form of certainly remote viewing, which is a buzzword which gets very overused and manipulated. But yes, they were doing that.
That's interesting. And then you and Preston Nichols did a lot to prove that the Montauk Project existed. And you already talked about how you guys brought it to the surface. So I guess we covered Montauk pretty well. Now, I wanted to talk more about Dr. Anderson. He was actually able to slow down time and speed it up. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yes, I can. But I will get back to I'm going to bridge to David Anderson. Preston Nichols and I did an investigation, and it's covered in the silver anniversary edition of the Montauk Project, which actually I'm currently sold out of that book. It's at the website. I'll have it back. I should have more books in about a week. it can be ordered on Amazon, the Silver Anniversary Edition of the Montauk Project, which is different than the original one. But in that book, I explain how Preston and I investigated, and we proved everything about the Montauk Project as far as it being a secret project. They had to change the boundaries of where it exists. They claimed it was a state park. We've now made it a state park that's accessible to everyone where it wasn't before. We proved every aspect of the Montauk Project except the time aspect, because that was something we couldn't prove. Well, then Dr. David Anderson came into my life, and he came into my life not only by subscribing to my newsletter, but he attended a meeting that we had. We used to have a monthly meeting on Long Island. It was called Montauk Night, once a month. And I think it was the first or second Wednesday of the month. And David walked into one of these things, and he introduced himself as a physicist. He didn't name himself. And he sat there and listened to Preston's lecture. And then he approached me afterwards in the anteroom of my friend's house, the basement of my friend's house where we had the meeting. And he told me he was a scientist. He said his name was Dr. David Anderson. And he had a time travel research center on Long Island. And then I knew immediately who he was, because I remembered the letter. And I knew who he was. And after listening to him talk for a few minutes, I knew he was for real. He wasn't a high school kid with stationery. He was for real. And he said he would like to work with me. And he approached me, not Preston, and he wanted to know if we could meet the following week, which we did. And he came to my house, he picked me up, he took me to lunch. We had a long talk, and he told me that he had just returned from Romania. He had just gotten back from Romania, where he attended a conference called Atlanticron, and that he would like me to go there someday and meet this woman, Mihaila, who was very much into metaphysics. And she was a very substantial person. He'd like me to meet her. And then he talked about a foundation that he was starting for Romanian artists, writers, and scientists. And we had a long talk about tax laws in my driveway. He said goodbye. I would hear from him again. And eventually he came to my house again. And in my kitchen, he created my first website, trying to help me. He really believed in what I was doing. And he also appreciated the fact that I was writing about things that people just weren't open to in his experience. And so I've had a relationship with him since 1998. That's 24 years now. And of course, he disappears and goes away and disappears and goes away. I have not seen him in person for 12 years now.
Do you think he's traveling in time?
I don't know. I know some of his time is very regular and real. He's been working a lot with ham radio, and he's created a transceiver for ham radio that's novel. It's a new thing. And he's using it to fund money for the World Genesis Foundation, which he created, a nonprofit organization in which he created. He's now no longer on the board. When he stepped off the board, I just happened to be attending a meeting because my girlfriend was a board member and I was in the room. Of course, this is all being done on Zoom. And he proposes me to be an honorary board member, whereupon our Romanian counterpart, who brought him to Romania and also arranged for me to come to Romania, insisted that I be a permanent member. So now I'm a member of that foundation, a board member of that nonprofit corporation. And I'll be returning to Romania this summer for the first time in 3 years. Because of COVID, I didn't go. So David is behind the scenes. I will be traveling with one of his closest confidants. I can't say whether or not they have access to his time research because I don't know.
Let me ask you this. There's something really big going on in Romania. There's like this holographic time cave with I mean, like I can talk about the notes I have. It's beneath the Roman Sphinx here in the Bugeshi Mountains.
Bucegi Mountains, Romanian Sphinx in the Bucegi Mountains, spelled Bucegi in our language. We call it Bucegi, but they say Bucegi.
Yeah, and there's holographic technology. Like, what is all this that you guys found? It sounds amazing.
Well, it's not really correct to say that we found, because I got very confused. David, see, what had happened was I got a request from a Romanian publisher. This is how it all happened.
That was Radu Cinema, right?
No. Radu is an author, not a publisher.
Okay, sorry.
I got a email from a Romanian publisher. Actually, I don't know if he was a publisher or not, but it was a man named Sorin Hormuz. And Sorin Hormuz was working as an editor at a Romanian publishing house. And he was handed the Montauk Project book in English by his boss, who was the publisher, to read the book and tell him if he should publish it. Sorin read the book, said to his boss, yes, you should publish it. The boss declined to, so Sorin went out on his own. And he said, this is a good book. I'm going to start my own publishing house with it. He got the rights from me. The rights were not a lot of money, because in Romania, you don't make a lot of money on books. But he started a publishing company on the Montauk Project, which has blossomed into this wonderful thing for him. He's done very well with it, and I'm very happy for him. But once he published the Montauk Project, it caught the eye of Radu Cinemar, which is not his real name, who had remarkable experiences with this Sphinx area we're talking about. And he says, I have a story. Would you like to see my story? I'd like you to publish it. And Sorin read it and he published it. And whereupon they translated it into English, they sent it to me, and it sat on my desk for 4 years. And I read it, I started it, I didn't finish it. After 4 years, and this was after the Montauk medicine man introduced me to Qigong. Once I started doing Qigong, which is a Asian practice of breath work and higher consciousness, I then had a friend visiting me, and I said, look, well, I'm busy. You read this book. Tell me if I should publish it. He says, definitely. So then I had time to read it while I was getting my car repaired by one of my fellow Qigong students. And I said, okay, so I started negotiating with Sorin Hormuz, and it took about 4 months to complete the negotiations. And as soon as we completed the negotiations and signed the contract, I got an email from David Anderson that said, I'd like you to come to Romania. This is in 2008. He says, all expenses will be paid for you, and you can bring somebody else. I'd like to bring you to this camp, and you can have a 3-day cultural tour of Romania. So this was exactly within 1 week of when I had last seen him physically. And it was 5 years to the week where he said, I won't be able to work with you for 5 years. So I thought there was a great connection between him and Radu Cinemar. But both of them have told me, no, there's not a great connection. David told me that somebody had told him that he's met Radu, and Radu says he would like to meet David. So to the best of my knowledge, they don't know each other. They haven't met. And so this only adds to the mystery. And then when I went to the Sphinx on that first trip, I went to the Romanian Sphinx and I asked a question in front of it, because that's what you're supposed to do in front of the Sphinx, is ask a question. And the question was, what is the connection between Radu Cinemar and David Anderson? Well, after years, I realized the connection is myself, because I am the conduit between the two. And it's up to me to, kind of find that connection. So that answers your question. Now, so I went to Romania, but anyway, to get to your question or what you're asking me to go to, in 2003, during the August of 2003, which is coincident with the biorhythm I was talking about, the 20-year biorhythm, this chamber was opened. It was already known about, but it was only open in August of 2003, where they discovered tunnels that went below to a room with technology that was ancient, but is more modern than anything we have, because it was holographic technology. So if you put your hand over one port of this table, these tables were like 6 feet high for tall people. If you put your hand over one section of the table, which was like a square, it would read out a holographic rendition of your DNA.
What? Are you
yeah.
serious?
Yes, it would read it out holographically. If you would take it, put your hand closer, it would become more microscopic. You might see it at the molecular level, then the atomic level, and perhaps even the quantum level. And I don't know, he didn't discuss that. And then there were other tables where if you put your hand over it, it would read out a life form. It would show a holographic rendition of a life form along with a planet and star system that this life form came from. If you put your hand over another one.
Wait, can you give us examples? Like what life form did it show, and like what star system?
I don't know if he described the particular life forms or the particular stars. But
oh, okay.
Your imagination, it might look halfway between a kangaroo and a wallaby. But okay. I don't know. You have to use your imagination. But I mean, all the life forms we have on Earth are abundant to fill your imagination with. But then if he put his hand on another part of the table simultaneously, it would read out another life form and another planet, but in between the two would be a hybridization of that life form. So if you had an ostrich and a giraffe, you would then see a giraffe with wings on it, or something like that.
And let me ask you this: is this like accessible to the public, or is this closed off?
It's not accessible to the public. It's
I didn't think so, because like this would be like major news, right?
It would be. And of course, in Romania, the book is set up so as to be dismissed as science fiction. It's not necessarily labeled as science fiction, but people treat it as science fiction. So it's non-threatening in that aspect. And there are people, like I know people in the Romanian government who have told me that Radu Cinemar is a legitimate character in the Romanian government. And that it's, so it doesn't necessarily they believe everything he writes, or they don't disbelieve it, but he's a real character.
How about this? I wasn't even familiar that there was a Romanian Sphinx. Like I interviewed someone on the Bosnian pyramids. I'm aware that there's pyramids all over the world, and Dr. Samos Menicic, he's a nice guy who found the Bosnian pyramids. He was nice enough to let me interview him. So I'm familiar with ancient relics all over the world, but I wasn't familiar that there was a Sphinx in Romania. That's new news to me. Like, what does that look like?
Well, there are pictures of it, and you can put up a picture. You're going to put up a picture on you can find them easy. You look up Romanian Sphinx on Google Images, you'll find it. It's not hard.
Do you think it traces it back to Egyptians? Do you think those cultures might have merged at some point?
Well, I can tell you a little bit about that. But first off, I would say that Edgar Cayce, the great clairvoyant, said that there were 4 sphinxes, and that there was a hall of records beneath the one in Egypt. Well, the hall of records beneath the one in Romania is clearly superior. There are also there's also one of the books, Mystery of Egypt, talks about a similar hall of records underneath Giza Plateau. But yes, this was not known. It's like it trumps so much of what Edgar Cayce talked about. It doesn't show him up. It just adds so much more to the ball game, so to speak. Now, what did you ask me about?
We were talking about if the Romanian culture and the Egyptian culture ever merged.
Yes. Well, there is some of the gold in Egypt is traceable to Romanian gold. But see, Romania, Transylvania in particular, which is a part of Romania, houses the richest gold deposit in the world of pure gold. This is not a secret. This is a geological known fact. And gold is a transmitter of consciousness. Just like it's a superior transmitter of electricity, it's also makes your brain work faster and quicker. So these gold, the Romans took 200 tons of gold from Transylvania, invaded it, and they barely scratched the surface. This gold, but there's ancient traditions that go back. The patron god of Romania and Transylvania in particular, which was where the sacred religious capital was, Sarmisegetusa, was named Zalmoxes. And Zalmoxes was by tradition, was a human who transformed into a god. And the religion of Zalmoxes, there's some 300 books on it in Romanian, but on Zalmoxes, but his religion, which is much more ancient than Egypt, became the founding threads of what became the Egyptian religion, the Zoroastrian religion, Judaism, and Christianity. So it's a foundational culture. It's a foundational religion. The Romanian language is the mother language of all of the Romance languages. That's why it's called Romance languages. Although they say it's Latin, it's misconstrued because Vulgar Latin is basically the same or not different from the Romanian tongue. Romanian classical Latin is a educated language. Nobody spoke. They spoke Vulgar Latin, which is akin to the Romanian tongue, but that's why, and this is the ancient Thracian culture and Proto-Thracian culture, which
that's
also
close to Greece, right? That's close to Greece in Rome.
Well, let's see, Greece, above Greece is, if you go to the east, is Bulgaria. And above Bulgaria, at the top of Bulgaria is the Danube River, and above the Danube River is Romania. And then when you get to the Carpathians, above the Carpathians is Transylvania. And Transylvania was pocketed from the Ice Age. So you could survive in Transylvania during the Ice Age. So what cultures could survive? They went to Transylvania to survive because you could still grow crops there. It was protected from the Ice Age. And to the degree that you couldn't protect the weather, you could go underground into the caves where they had running water. It's 55 degrees and you could survive if it got cold during the winters. So Transylvania is the cradle culture of basically Western and Eastern Europe and well into Asia. Tibet similarly survived. And I think there's some areas in Africa that survived as well, although I'm not too up on Africa.
Well, it's so interesting, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I got excited because you said Thracian, and that made me think of Spartacus because Spartacus was a Thracian. So that was like
Spartacus is way after the Thracian culture. I mean, they would have their roots to Thracian culture, yes, but Thracians were pre-Greek, way pre-Greek. And
I thought, but the Spartacus was a Thracian though.
I think there's an area in Greece called Thrace.
Oh, okay.
So it's named after the Thracian culture, which, was up into Bulgaria. And there's tunnels going all the way down from Romania to Bulgaria. And there's also the Proto-Thracians, which came pre that. And so this is a very ancient part. And history has not only ignored this, it's conspired to hide it because there's a subject called protochronism. Protochronism is a word they made up to saying this is a civilization which has a complex about being first. And the Romanians can show you that their culture was before all these other cultures. And they call it a complex. The Romanian language and the script was changed to make people think it all originated from Latin. And it was all from retired Latin Roman soldiers. They originally wrote in Cyrillic script, and then it was changed to the Latin script the Latin alphabet. They originally wrote in Cyrillic, and the language was changed to make it different than it was. This was all conspired by Freemasonry, and it's all historically factual, but nobody talks about it. But that's just one piece of the pie, because there's so much spectacular things. So to get back to the story of this incredible holographic technology, there was, and this is in the book, Transylvanian Sunrise.
And there's Transylvanian Moonrise too, right?
That's correct. Yes, that's the sequel. And I changed the titles because the titles were too non-understandable in English. They're also a little rugged in Romanian. So Transylvanian Sunrise is basically, they talk about this. In addition to these holographic tables, there is a projection hall where you can go and look into a viewer of technology. You're subject to this technology in a screen, or a holographic screen, I would say, where you can see the history of the world in holographic form. And the history of the world you will see is bioresonant with you. So if you saw a history of the world and I saw a history of the world, it would be tailored to our own personal prejudices, interests, and orientations. So, your ancestors might have come from a different place than mine, so I might be more interested in that genetically, and it might just be out of curiosity. So Radu saw this, and he was witness to this. He was allowed to see it. And then within that projection hall, there were 3 tunnels, which go into tunnels into the inner earth. One goes into inner earth and civilizations. It's in the 5th book of the series, called Inside the Earth, the 2nd tunnel. The 1st tunnel is called Mystery of Egypt, the 1st tunnel. And the 3rd book, or the 7th book, is called The Etheric Crystal, the 3rd tunnel. So there's these 3 tunnels that go into similar places and installations like this. One is in Egypt, one is in Baghdad, which has an extension into Tibet that they don't go into. It's not ready to be told. And there's one that goes into a civilization in the inside of the earth. That book is perhaps the most spectacular of them all, Inside the Earth, the 2nd tunnel.
What are they saying is going on inside the earth? Like, what do they, I mean, like, if you don't mind me asking, I know we don't have a lot of time, but I just want to ask you, like, what are they saying is, I mean, because I know I've heard Admiral Byrd's story, and supposedly some guy was supposed to fly down inside the inner earth with a helicopter. He was going to go to the North Pole, but he never did it. I hear stories all the time, but like, of inner earth, but like, this was one of the more provable, or more, your story is more provable. Can you talk about it a little bit?
I will give the best I can in the short amount of time that we have. But basically, this book, The Inside the Earth, talks about there being a black hole. We can call it a black sun inside the earth and inside of all celestial bodies. And this is where they originate from. And it gives a theory of how what emerges first is something that's like water. And it although he doesn't specifically reference it, it makes the German or Nazi fire and ice theory make a lot more sense. I've actually seen people say the Nazis were involved in all the pseudoscience of fire and ice. If I've actually seen Romanian renditions of it, I can't reproduce them, of going into detail of what fire and ice meant. It's not the simplistic fire and ice. The Nazis think fire and ice is what started the whole universe. There's detailed explanations. This book does not reference the Nazi fire and ice, but it goes into saying how there is an origin of life in all celestial bodies that comes from the inside out. And he also gives a very good scientific refutation of this idea of molten core at the inside of the earth, and how all the scientific assumptions of that are just assumptions, and they're not scientific at all. this is in the book, and it's very well. They all base it on something called the Cavendish experiment. And while the Cavendish experiment, it doesn't account for all factors. So we're dealing with a very slim margin of reality here, where you don't see the cracks in reality. So he explains the cracks, but when it comes down into the inside of the earth, now I'm going to go from the top in. When you go down into these cracks and into the actual inner earth, where there are civilizations living inside the earth that live with different sources of heat, different sources of food, they are just as physical as you or I, but they're very different. The fauna and flora is more limited than we have on the surface world. But as you go into deeper regions, the vibrational frequency is different, and you're no longer in the earth plane as we know it. You're changing vibrational frequency. And he says with Admiral Byrd, and all of these stories you've heard, whether they be from the North Pole or the South Pole or the Bermuda Triangle, what happens is when somebody like that, they begin to experience a different vibrational frequency, and they're now no longer on the surface world. And they go in and they go out and they come back with these fantabulous stories. If they come out, they don't necessarily come out. And it has to be tuned to that vibrational frequency. Now, as Radu has experienced all of this equipment and technology that he's exposed to, and it builds up over a period of years. He was gone for like at least 5 or 6 years before he came out with this Inside the Earth book. His publisher was distressed. He says, I haven't heard from Radu. I'd meet with him in Romania, my publisher, and he says, I haven't heard from him. I'm concerned. Then he surfaces with this whole incredible new book because he'd been, traveling to the inner earth. And this is over a period of years. It doesn't just happen. And he's being primed. His vibrational frequency is becoming more attuned to the inner earth. So he has different adventures with different people inside the earth who he meets, who are aligned with his consciousness for the moment. And they're sort of like guides and mentors. And then it's a slow process of being able to tune to it. At one point, he's introduced to Shambhala, the fabled city of Shambhala, but he's not allowed to go there. He just sees it. He gets a glimmer of it. And then he gets a closer view of the city next to it. He goes to the city near it and sees it again. But this is some part of his evolution. At least a couple of characters, at least 2 and probably 3, have visited Shambhala, but they don't talk about it. This is like and it says that the fables that we've heard about Shambhala are all true, and the name is resonant. The name has been preserved by consciousness, and that we could say, my experience in dealing with these books is they are a message from Shambhala to the outer world saying, hey, this is enlightenment, and these books lay a template of where humanity can go. But where humanity can go, where it may go, where it will go is a whole different question. And it involves geopolitics, and that's a whole nother show, which we can do if you want. So that's this is like utterly incredible and fantastic.
Yeah, can I ask you this though, real quick? Did he say what kind of beings these are? Are they human, or are they like alien, or what a mix of the alien, human, or what? Like,
well, it depends which book you read, because there's different characters. He does talk about aliens in the book Forgotten Genesis, which of course they're sentient creatures. The ones in the inner earth, some of them escaped from the surface world in ancient Romania, and they settled below the earth. And there are different types of beings. There are different types, but I mean, where do you draw the line between human and creature? And they're certainly human-like. Sentient creatures, are they? They're different, but they're, I guess what you'd say, they're more highly evolved, and that they're not into all of this fighting. They're not having arguments about Roe versus Wade or Black Lives Matter or guns or any of the issues we're having today. They're not fighting
human
each
issues
other.
or even nuclear war. Like, they don't have like thousands of nuclear missiles pointed at each other, like
Exactly.
ready to strike at any second,
Exactly. That's not where their consciousness is. This is, that's what's going on in the surface world. And if the surface world were to blow itself up, the inner earth will just keep on ticking and recycle. And
Let me ask you this. Do you think there are entry points, like, and if one can tune their consciousness to an acceptable frequency that would align to the inner earth, do you think one could merge with inner earth? And are there entry points to the inner earth?
Well, definitely. And it's, the question is, how good are you? If you could do it right from your living room, if you were good enough. But there are certain portals he talks about. One is in Yosemite. One is in, I think it's Patagonia in Argentina. One is in, there's different places.
One's Yosemite right here in the United States, though?
Yeah, in an Indian reservation in Yosemite. He goes there. Radu goes there.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's so awesome. Like this blew me away. This was one of the best podcasts I've done in a while. Like this was amazing. Like, I don't think I have any other questions. Like,
well, I would invite people to read the books, Transylvanian Sunrise, skybooks.usa.com. They're also available on Amazon and Kindle and on iBooks or even Barnes and Noble. Transylvanian Sunrise is the one you want to start with. And if you want to go straight to Inside the Earth, and because I've been addressing that, that's a great book. I do summarize the other books at the beginning, but it's best to start at the beginning.
And they can also get the Montauk Project book there as well.
Well, yeah, the Montauk Project Silver Anniversary Edition is sold out, and I should get it in next week, I hope. And I will, when I do have all the books. They're not on sale currently. I have a special offer it's about 12 books at about maybe a little more than half price. And that special offer number 5, but it's down right now. And it's down right now because I ran out of Montauk Project Silver Anniversary Editions. I've ordered more. And so I would hope, and I take the offer down because we're not going to be selling books that we don't have. So we'll put the offer back up no later than probably the second week of July, and it'll be up for a couple of weeks. And then I will be away, and Skybooks will close down from, the 28th of July, because I will be back in Romania. So Skybooks will be closed for a couple of weeks. But I would invite people to skybooks.usa.com, bookmark it. And you can also get these books direct from Amazon as well. They should have copies of them, however they buy them from our distributors or whatnot, the people who sell it. We do not sell direct on Amazon, but if you want to buy it from Amazon or get it on Kindle, it's fine. Do it, and you'll be entertained, informed, and enlightened.
That's amazing. Well, thank you for doing this. I appreciate it. And I look forward to doing another podcast with you in the future.
It'll be a pleasure.
All right. Thank you, Peter. Have a good night.
Thank you.
All right. Bye.
Did you try OfferUp first to see if someone nearby is selling it for less?
Try OfferUp first and save up.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining me for another episode of the Typical Skeptic Podcast. I have a fascinating guest tonight. You've probably seen this woman on other podcasts. I have with me Marina Seren. She's a 21-year-old experiencer from Madrid, Spain. So it's exciting. We have someone all the way from Spain on the show. We've had people from Australia, UK, but never anybody from Spain yet. So, this is great. She's a psychic medium, an extrasensory seer, a conscious channeler of the higher.
Sorry to interrupt you. You said 24-year-old?
21-year-old.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said 24-year-old.
I'm sorry. Did I get it wrong?
No, it's 21. It's 21, but I heard 24.
Okay. So, anyway, she's a conscious channeler of her higher mind, an intuitive artist, an ET contactee, an abductee, a hybrid alien mother, MyLab MK Ultra survivor, and a secret space program psychic super soldier inside her. In the year 2015, when Marina was 15, the wake-up call encoded in her DNA activated, and she started the path of her spiritual awakening and the recovery of her memories. She received these intense downloads on the structure of her consciousness and existence, and information what's really going on Earth. The real history of mankind and her mission is here. And I want to thank her for coming on the show and give her a big warm welcome. Marina, thank you for coming on. How are you?
I'm fine. Thanks for inviting me.
I appreciate it. And for those of us that might not be familiar with your story, or my audience that might not have heard it yet, can you talk about what's going on with you in the contact phenomenon and possibly the hybrid program, if that's still going on?
Sure. I am a contact of a really ancient race of Anunnakis. They are blue-skinned. They are of the Druidic, let's say, groups of consciousness that came here thousands of years in ancient civilizations to give away their knowledge. And they are teaching me a lot about these ancient civilizations and lost knowledge, lost traditional knowledge that we lost over time, so that I take back my roots, and I reconnect with my heritage and all of those symbols, all of the things that they came here to teach us,
Yeah.
And on the other part, I'm in the hybrid programs, but I wouldn't call myself an experiencer just of the hybrid programs. I will call myself a survivor of the hybrid programs, because my testimony is, in my testimony, I share how I've been attacked by these hybrid grays, because I found them to be corrupted and agenda based, and I explained how they attacked me for speaking up about it.
Wow. Well, first, let me ask you this: do you you're from Spain, right? And
Yes.
there could be a lot of Rh negative bloodline there. I've checked my bloodline because I thought I was maybe of an Anunnaki lineage as well, because I'm really drawn to the story of the Anunnaki. And if it turns out I have like Greek and Lebanese heritage, so that's like kind of close to the Middle East, the Lebanese parts. But like I found out that Enki's genetic lab could have been in the cedars of Lebanon. So I still think that I have a connection there, but I know I'm not Rh negative. Are you Rh negative?
I'm not Rh negative, but my father and my grandfather is Rh negative.
Wow, that's interesting. So it ties in. It definitely ties in, right?
Yes, 100%. As long as one of your parents or grandparents is Rh negative, you are part of that lineage. Because there's not just there's not just phenotype. There's always genotype and phenotype. Phenotype is the protein that you express in your physical vessel, in your genetic physical makeup. But the genotype is the gene that you also contain within yourself as a probability of manifestation. So
yeah, that's interesting. Now that's where the Basque is too. Do you know if you have Basque heritage?
Yes, I do have Basque blood.
That's so interesting, because I always wondered if there was a connection between the Basque and like the contact experience that was going on. And it seems like that line of wherever the Basque came from, they possibly were maybe the descendants of the Anunnaki, right?
They are. And they are also survivors of Atlantis.
Wow. I love that. I love all that stuff. It's so interesting, isn't it? Finding out our real history.
100%.
Yeah. Now, let me ask you this. What do you think the Greys are trying to accomplish with this hybridization program? Have you figured it out? And is there military involvement as well?
Yes. The Greys are a future parallel version of us who didn't make it through evolution, and they eventually let's say destroy their genetics by cloning themselves, through genetic manipulations, and also through disconnecting from the emotional body. And so they came here to find viable DNA, so that they could create a hybrid species that will make them to survive or not become extinct, let's say. But the problem is that They are gender based because they just don't want DNA. They want Earth. They want to live on Earth in those vessels when they got those vessels already, that species already created. So they are imposing through many channelers this kind of belief systems that the hybrid timeline in which the hybrids come here and they reunite with their parents, etc., and they settle down here and they become part of our society and then mix with us. They are kind of programming through channelers in people's mind that this is what's going to happen. This is like an inevitable future, and this is the path of evolution because they are supposedly better in our DNA, which is not true. They are just doing it for the purpose of having Earth back, because they destroyed their version of Earth.
So did they destroy their version of Earth in another timeline?
Yes, in the timeline that they come from.
So they're time travelers.
Yes.
To a certain degree. Okay, this is interesting. Now, let me ask you this. Do you think the Greys show people, like their abductees, do you think they show them immense love feeling? And do you think this is like a trickery element used to get people to consent to being abducted?
Yes. And that's not the only trick they use. They also manage to travel through all of the subconscious and unconscious aspects of you that are not integrated or aligned with source, that are in fear, so that they can trick them into making agreements for this kind of abductions and scenarios and hybrid programs.
What do you mean? Like they're can you clarify a little bit? I don't understand. Like, but you mean like they're attacking people like on an astral level, or how do you mean? Like
manipulating people on an astral level.
Wow. So they manipulate the soul, right? Is that kind of, because I've had someone come on my show and talk about that.
Yes, that's 100% what they do.
Like do they need now, can this happen on like an astral, ethereal, and physical level? Does it happen on all three?
Yes, on most of them, yes.
Okay, but like your experiences that you can have recall of, or like conscious recall, are most of them happening, would you say, on an astral level, or would you say there are times when you physically left as well, or is it mostly happening on an astral level?
On the astral level mostly.
Okay, so would you say you're a easy astral traveler? And when I say that, I mean like I have to practice. Like I try to have astral out of body experiences all the time, and I don't have good luck with it. I mean, it's not luck. It's more like, trying to meditate and raise your frequency and vibration, because the higher you raise your frequency and vibration, the more you're able to get out of body. But I've got to the point where my body starts vibrating and I've almost popped out of body, and I have popped out of body once. But when it comes to you, are you able to just kind of like lay down and leave your body when you want to, or does it take some kind of manipulation from the Greys, or does it take meditation on your part, or what would you say?
Most of the times when I astral travel is push from the other side. It's like not push, sorry, helped by other beings from the other side. Some of them are government experiences, some of them are ET contact experiences. It depends. But most of them are assisted. Yeah,
and then you said you see a military involvement in the abduction phenomena. Would you say this is the U.S. military, or is it your military? Is it all militaries, or who's would you say is involved in are they working with the Greys? Would you say?
Yes, the Greys of the hybrid programs, even though they never mention it for matters of, looking good in the surface as innocent people, they came to the 70s or even earlier, I will say the 50s or around those times. And they contacted the military and to ask for permission to abduct citizens, because around those times, the military already have aerial technology, like anti-gravity technology.
Yeah, like I think they contacted Eisenhower, right?
Yes, 100%. That and many other also governments, mostly the U.S.
Yeah. So when it comes to the secret space program, well, first let me ask you this: what are the reptilians involved in this somehow, and what do you think about them?
In the Mind Lab or in the Secret Space program?
In either or, like, are they, or what are the what's the role of the reptilians in general? Because here's what I hear. I hear that a lot of people say that there's a lot of questions on the reptilians. Like, a lot of people say they're real. Then some people say that it's an internet thing. Then other people say that they're evil. Other people say that they live inside Earth. Other people say that they're reminiscence of dinosaurs. So I just kind of wanted to get your idea on what you think the reptilians are, and like, what's that whole thing?
Yeah, most of those statements are true. They are related 100% to dinosaurs. They are like an evolution of the dinosaurs, actually. Another species coming from other star systems. And the general role, I will say, right now on Earth has been of a fear-based agenda. They have made contact with certain lineages, Anunnaki reptilian lineages that are connected to them. And they have made agreements that if they will help them control Earth, if they will, have an agreement to control Earth together, both will benefit each other and assist each other into gaining power. And now, I'm not saying that all reptilians are negative. There are some of them who are positive, but that's just with humans. The same with humans. We are both positive and negative and neutral. So.
Yeah, that makes sense that there would be and then let me ask you about the Anunnaki. Like, do you think they left, or do you think they never left, or do you think there's some still here and maybe that are kind of in the background of the scenes of the government and stuff like that? Or what do you think?
Some of them left, but they came here back because of the times that we're experiencing and going through right now.
And was like Sitchin right when he said they came from Nibiru, or what are your thoughts on that? Do you think they came from somewhere else, or what are your?
There's a specific group that is from Nibiru, and they're using that planet for as their home, whatever purpose. But not all of them come from Nibiru, and not all of them are reptilian genetic lineage. Some of them are most of them, the majority or the original, are humanoid. So, but mixed with either reptilian or Pleiadian. There are variations, some of them have more reptilian DNA, some of them have more Pleiadian DNA. It depends on what, let's say, evolutionary path they took in their story, in their history. So, some of them come from there, but some of them come from Aldebaran, some of them come from Lyra, some of them come from, Pleiades, Andromeda, many different Orion, many different locations.
So the Anunnaki is like a makeup of different things. You know what I was just thinking of? Like, when you hear about in religion, like in the Christian religion, for example, they talk about the seraphim and the cherubim, which are angels. They're like forms of angels, right? But they describe like the cherubim as like a human type angel, and I've heard the seraphim as like a reptilian type angel. I wonder if people were actually seeing like Anunnaki, and they describe these as what we might call the seraphim and the cherubim. Do you think?
Yes. All of those beings, like the seraphim, the Nephilim, the Elohim, all of these names from the Bible are actually let's say soul families of Anunnaki lineages, or groups of Anunnakis. So yes, that's true.
That's interesting. Now, do you have memory of involvement in the secret space program as well?
Yes.
What's going on with that? And like, did you get age regressed, or how did your experience with the secret space program work?
Yes. The theory about the 20 years and back is 100% true. I thought that was in some cases, but I learned that it's in most cases. Usually when you are in the space program, you serve for 20 years, and I don't know the reason why 20 specifically, but you serve for 20 years and then you go back, they age regress you, and you go back to where when they took you for the first time, and you live your life as if you never were abducted for a long time.
Yeah, and do you have memories of like doing like like piloting a ship, or being on other planets and stuff like that?
Yes. I have dreams of being, trained, of being tortured, of being of being an actual like insider, like worker for them, like being a physicist, working with spacecrafts, with advanced extraterrestrial technology, being in the moon and being also in Mars.
It's hard to probably recall everything though, right?
It is, because they use a really powerful they're really powerful dynamics, dynamics, not they use really like really powerful technologies and operations so that your consciousness suppress all of the memories, and you have no idea that you ever served the space program. But 1% of that amount of people that have served the space program actually remembers, and not everything, of course. There is like a progress. For example, I'm 21 and I'm still remembering, because I'm still serving in that parallel reality, because it all works in space and time quantumly. So it's really hard to tell all of my experiences. I couldn't just say, oh,
Yeah, no, I agree. I had this woman on my show, and if you've never heard, I'm guessing you might have heard of her. Her name's Dr. Kimberly McGeorge. She's great with she does like frequency and orgonite, and she's in spirituality, and she's a doctor as well. But she also can scan people's bodies and auras, and she does all this neat stuff. Okay, what she was telling me is she scanned my aura, and she told me that I was in the secret space program, and she told me that I was in there currently. And she told me this twice, and I didn't believe it. And I was like, well, I don't have any memories of it. You know what I mean? And I was trying to figure out, I was like, she said, they're using your consciousness when you go to sleep at night. She said, they're pulling your consciousness from your body, and you're living two lives. Is that possible from what you know?
100%, because that's my experience. Because if everything is quantumly entangled, in a sense, I haven't yet reached the 20 years I'm back in this timeline, let's say, like the end of the service. So, because I'm 21. So in a sense, I am still working there. If we're talking about the parallel, version of me who's there. So when I go to sleep, I have dreams in which I am in a body and I am actually an operative, for them. And they use my consciousness for missions and programs. So you are, what she told you is 100% accurate.
And I always have these kind of visions of flying. I've always been drawn to aircraft. I always wanted to be like a jet fighter pilot and stuff like that. And I always had this affinity towards war when I was, I think a lot of young boys growing up want to play war. But I was kind of like.
Well, me too. And
Oh, you had that too?
Yes, as a female, I love Barbies and all of that, but I also loved everything related to military, and I wasn't a tomboy, but I like those things because I was connected to the space program and I was there.
It's so interesting. I wonder, if I'm trying to figure it all out, because I was a heavy skeptic of the secret space program for a while, but I'm starting to really more believe now. And I'm wondering if you ever look at on YouTube, they have those videos, NASA will release them of the International Space Station. And I wonder if that's all just smoke and mirrors. That's a phrase we use here in the States for bullshit. Do you think the International Space Station might be real, or what do you think they're doing with that?
To be honest, I believe it's real. There's a physical International Space Station, but they use it as a way to pretend that we're in that path, in that place, in our path towards developing space technology and space exploration, I will say. So it's not true. It's not true that that's the most advanced technology we have.
Yeah, we don't need rockets for a long time now. We've had anti-gravity technology since I think the 50s, from what we're learning. But it's funny because mainstream media is just picking up on the UFO thing, and they're trying to say that they don't know what they are. And I think that might be true. I think some government people might actually not know what they are. But at the same time, I think a lot of people are dialed into what's going on, and they're still trying to keep it covered up because of the secret space program.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah. Now I wanted to ask you this. I thought this was really interesting because my psychic abilities are opening up since I started doing my podcast, and I'm really interested in like psi research, like remote viewing, telekinesis, psychokinesis, clairaudience, clairsentient, all that stuff. Like, what psychic abilities have opened up for you, and are you just naturally psychic?
Yes, I was born a psychic medium and a natural conscious channeler. Conscious channeler means that you don't need to get into a trance state in order to channel information. And the most principal entity that I channel is my higher mind, of course. So in my spiritual path, when I started my Kundalini awakening and I had all these activations, whatever, I started to channel things to get downloads, and mostly it was on the structure of existence and consciousness. And it was coming mostly from guides, but principally from my higher mind, from my higher self.
That's so
I can do remote viewing, I can do psychic mediumship, I have clairaudience, vision, and I can read auras, etc. That's because I was born as a medium, but also because I was trained, in the space program.
I have a couple of questions for you, if you don't mind me asking. Like, I've never saw my aura, and I can't see people's auras. Can you see my aura, and what does it look like, if you don't mind me asking?
There are two different ways of seeing the aura of one person. One way is to use your sight with your real, like, physical eyes, because if you train or are born with that ability, you can actually see the electromagnetic spectrum depending on how sensitive your eyes is or has become. And the other way to do it is just to read it with your third eye, like psychically, let's say. And if I get to see your aura, you are now having a deep blue, like a royal blue color, and a little bit of violet, I would say.
Is that bad?
No, it's positive. There's any negative color.
Well, black's a bad color for aura, right?
No, nobody has black aura. Black is not a color.
Oh, okay. I'm not familiar, so you kind of got to school me a little bit. Like, but what is the blue and what does the blue and the violet mean?
The blue means that you're an indigo child.
Oh, that is so cool. So I'm like a star. The indigo is a little bit different than starseed, right? I've had Mary Rodwell on my show.
Yes, but indigo is a kind of it's a step in human evolution or spiritual evolution. It is related to star seeds and earth seeds.
That's so cool. Yeah, that's what I thought. Because I know I interviewed Mary Rodwell, and I'm sure you've talked to her because I know you're in the ufology community now. And she told me about the crystal children and the star seeds and the indigos, and like, are they basically all kind of similar, or what would you say? Is it depending on generation?
Yeah, depending on generation. They depending on what specific state of evolution your aura is in, like either if it's crystal or indigo or rainbow, you have a specific, let's say, personality or archetypal energies programmed within your personality, within your avatar, and they are there for a mission, for a purpose, for a spiritual purpose.
Yeah, this is so much fun. I'm so glad we did this. Like, I'm learning so much. Like, this is so awesome. But let me ask you this. Like, I've had a lot of psychics on my show, and I've had a lot of psychic mediums, but I've never asked them this question. Well, I have, but I just want to see what you think of it. So, are we around spirits all the time? And like, do I have spirits around me right now? Can you see spirits around me right now? Or do they come in and out of our existence, or are they always around us, or what do you, as far as mediumship goes?
I mean, they're not always around us, right? We have our intimacy too and our space, but they are usually overseeing us quite frequently.
Wow, that's so interesting. Like, I've never been able to have contact with like I'm a big believer in spirits and ghosts, and I know a lot of people have proven it with like EVPs. I love EVPs. Like, I used to listen to Art Bell back in the day. I'm sure you know who he was. He was like one of the first starters of in radio here, and was the first to do like paranormal like radio, and he used to always have people with EVPs on his show, and I think EVPs is a big proof that like consciousness continues on after death, and that was one of my big things. Like when I started my podcast, I wanted to know if consciousness continued on. Was that, and I guess like the whole point of our existence, right? Like I wanted to know, why am I here? What's my purpose? Is that kind of why you kind of got into this esoteric stuff?
The reason why I got into this esoteric stuff is because I was pursuing the career of physics, and because it was my dream to let's say give an answer to the question of what is reality and what is consciousness, what is the universe, etc. And so I wanted to create a theory to explain it, and when I was trying to make it, trying to create this hypothesis, I learned that there was an element missing, which is the idea of this abstract concept of consciousness, the idea of the paranormal and everything that had a lot to do with actual physics. So that's how I started my spiritual awakening and activations.
I like that. That's interesting. Now I heard you say on another interview that we don't, or maybe there's somebody else at this, but I was going to see what you thought about this. Is it true that we just don't have Anunnaki DNA, that we might have Pleiadian DNA? And like, when did these manipulations occur? I'm pretty sure I know when the Anunnaki manipulation occurred. I think that was around, I mean, it's depending on what you read, it could be like anywhere from 200,000 years ago to maybe, I'm not sure, but did the Pleiadians come too, and did they do a manipulation as well?
Yes, and the Pleiadians are a evolutionary path of the Anunnakis.
So it was like like I've heard someone say that the Elohim came here and jump started human civilization multiple times. Like we went through this a couple times. Like it seems like we keep messing up and we have to do it over and do it over. Because does that seem right?
Yes, we keep messing up.
Yeah, and society has to start over. It seems like and that's why I think we're finding older and older existence of like past civilizations and stuff, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's so interesting. Let me see what other questions I had for you. Oh, now I asked, is there a holographic nature to these abductions, and what are your thoughts on the theory of like the holographic universe and simulation theory and stuff like that?
Yes, that's really interesting because it's true. There is a technology that they use in which they can basically abduct the holographic information of your, let's say, body. Let's say that the universe is fractal and holographic in nature. So everything first, like everything, it has a blueprint that is holographic in nature first, before the materialization of that actual, let's say, geometric pattern, like a holographic pattern. So the physical body has its material expression, but before that, there is a blueprint which is holographic. And so these ETs have the technology to detect or connect to this holographic blueprint and abduct it so that they can influence your body, quantumly speaking, without necessarily abducting the material version of your physical body. But it's still the material body, not the astral.
Yeah.
And of course, I believe in the holographic theory that is a hologram.
But how do you think it becomes biological? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I've heard that there are the rods and cones in our eyes, or there's maybe like a sensor in our brain that tells our eyes that things are real, that I'm looking at my computer screen, but it's actually not really real. It's holographic, right? And there's like sensors or something in my brain that tell me that. Is that correct? Is that how it goes? Or do you know what I'm talking about, or do I have it wrong?
No, are not like as we, I mean, they are not compacted, and they are not like dense material. Like in a sense, like particles are always vibrating. So everything is like a wave, like a wave expression, like a wave pattern of frequency and energy, like an oscillation of energy. So when they say that, they mean to what they mean is that you're seeing a computer and you think it's a dancing material like computer, but in a sense it is empty. It's all an electromagnetic field.
Yeah, that's so interesting. Like it makes me think like, because I mean like when everything feels real. It's very weird, right? It's very strange because everything like feels, do you know what I'm trying to say? Like everything feels biological, but it's not, right?
Yeah, everything is really like frequency patterns, like electromagnetic waves, a hologram.
And that's why this makes sense when we go talk back to the astral travel. That's why when we vibrate or we raise our frequency or we have a higher vibration, we can then pop out of body. Is that correct?
Yes, because we are accessing a state of consciousness that is of a higher frequency, and the higher the frequency, the less dense, and it reaches a point in which the frequency is so high that it cannot exist in a material version. So that's why there is the astral plane and the physical plane.
Now
there are octaves of frequency that separates levels of consciousness and dimensions.
That's so cool. Do you have you ever looked into implants as well? And do you have any implants?
I do have implants, but most of them are etheric. That's advantageous for them because if I have a brain scan, they cannot detect it or they cannot interact with it at all. So I cannot distract it in any way. And to be honest, it sucks, but it's also advantageous for me because I can just use quantum techniques to deactivate them or get them out of my electromagnetic field. But I do believe I have physical implants in my not in my left knee, because I will wake up most of the time with abduction marks in that leg. And I haven't had any scan yet, but I'm planning to perhaps do one day.
Yeah, I listened to an interview you did with I wanted to ask you about this. I listened to a interview you did with Alan Steinfeld of New Realities, and Geraldine Orozco is on there too. And they were saying that you were like having abductions, but like it was kind of like a thing where like they said like your higher self had agreed to it before you came into this existence, but you didn't want anything else to do with it. Like you were making this human decision to say ixnay on the ishne, or however they say that phrase. You didn't want anything to do with abductions, but like it was something that was signed before you came into this earth. How are the Greys getting, I don't think you covered this in the interview, how are the Greys getting people to sign contracts before they even come into this earth? Do we even know?
They use karmic agreements because there are many people that are connected to that bad timeline in which the Greys did become almost extinct. So because they contain that karmic, let's say, connection, the Greys take advantage of that, and they create let's say karmic agreements like, hey, you serve us, and if you serve us, you will, let's say, close this karmic cycle of energy within your soul.
But it's also a trick, right?
It is.
Wow, that's so jive. Like, because like you think about like the hundreds of thousands of people that have been abducted. I'm doing a show with a guy later tonight who made a documentary on alien abduction, and like he said that it's literally hundreds of thousands of people that are experiencing this. Like it's very common, it seems like, right?
Yes.
Wow. Now I wanted to ask you this: how many humans do you think, though, right, that are on the earth right now, especially in your generation? I'm a generation ahead of you. I'm in my 40s, believe it or not. But like I would say I'm an older starseed, but like in your generation of the people that are in their 20s right now, what percentage would you say are starseeds? Because it seems like your generation is much different. Like, it seems like you guys are more psychic. It seems like you guys are more caring. It seems like you guys are more friendly. I work with a lot of younger people, so I know what they're like, and they're a lot different than the people from my generation, you know. It's just what I've noticed. I mean, I work with a lot of people that are psychic, and I work with people who, it just seems like, was I right about the things I said, or would that just be some people?
Correct. There's a higher percentage within my generation that are starseeds, and that's because there has been genetic mutations within the collective genetic blueprint of humanity. That's because the sun is already is actually and currently in a state in which is sending much more of a intense downloads encrypted or light codes encrypted in its light waves in the rays that we're getting from it. So, and it's arriving many planets, not just our planet. And these waves, these rays of the sun, they are containing so much higher energy that they are mutating the actual DNA of species, you know.
And it's making it a higher species. That's so interesting. So if we go by reincarnation, if reincarnation is real, the people that reincarnate in the next few centuries or whatever will be even higher frequency if we go by the patterns of the sun, you're saying?
Yes.
That's so interesting. Now, I only have a couple more questions for you. I don't want to keep you too much longer. I know you're very busy. I just want to ask you, in another interview, I heard you talk about Kundalini energy and how to awaken it. And I was seeing if you could talk about that and how you kind of explained it with the chakras. Like, I've tried to awaken my Kundalini, and I think I've gotten close, but I'd love to hear what you have to say about it.
Kundalini energy, it's always flowing, no matter what, even if you're not having a Kundalini awakening. But when you are in the edge of a quantum leap of transformation towards a higher density, the Kundalini starts to activate or reawaken again. And that's what we call in this density Kundalini awakening. So there is a surge of energies of that of below the spine, these chakras below the spine that are starting to shower the whole chakra system with new information that is meant to upgrade you into the next level of evolution. And it goes in spirals, you know, it just intertwines itself around the spine up to the third eye, and a new version of you is reintegrated within the vessel.
Kind of like the DNA symbol, right? Like, if you look at the thing that I'm trying to think who it was, but they said Thoth created
Caduceus, you mean?
The caduceus, yes, exactly. The caduceus. The caduceus has the two snakes going around, and they've used that for the symbol for health nowadays, you know?
Yes, and they took one snake out on purpose because the two snakes represent the duality of consciousness of masculine and feminine. But the dark governments took away one snake so that only the masculine will be there, so that the masculine energy rules over the feminine.
What do you think about the serpent energy? And like, if you look at Enki, he created like wisdom lines, they called it. If you look, and it was like, and he had like the sacred, like, it was like that Enki was trying to give the Kundalini. It's like in Chris Hardy's Wars of the Anunnaki. It was talking about Enki's Kundalini energy. Like, did you get into that ever at all?
Yes, the serpent represents wisdom. It's really ancient symbols that represent knowledge, and it's connected to the Kundalini, for that matter, because it's, you know, like it just intertwines with another one. And that's what you represent, masculine and feminine.
I love that. That's so interesting. Well, I don't have any other questions. I'm trying to think. Is there anything else you wanted to say before we finish up?
No, not really.
Well, if you could tell everybody your website, any services you provide, and where to find you and stuff like that.
Sure. My website is marinastrand.com. I offer intuitive or coaching services. I offer energetic readings, And if you are interested, you just have to email me in the contact box below, and we will set out a day. And that's how I work. Because some people reach out to me complaining that they cannot book directly from the page. They don't have to do it from the page. They have to send me an email.
Okay. Well, I can add that in the description of the video when I post it and stuff. So I'll put all your information in there, and then that way, like, because I'm sure the fans will want to contact you because you seem like such a cool person. Like, and I want to thank you again for doing this. I really appreciate it, and have a good night, and thank you.
Thank you for inviting me. It's been a pleasure being on your show.
Mhm. Have a good night.
Have a good night, you too, and take care.
Bye.
You know Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance, so you only pay for what you need. Like how I customized this scarf. Check out this backpack I made for Marco. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Bye.
Oh, wait, hold on. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining me for another episode of the Typical Skeptic Podcast. I have an amazing guest with me tonight. Tonight, we're going to be talking about Atlantis and the Sphinx. My guest is a practitioner of Dolores Cannon's quantum healing hypnosis technique, and she has unveiled some amazing secrets. She's on Gaia TV, and they call her the holistic hypnotist. I have with me Sarah Breskman Cosme, and she's written 2 books. One is called A Hypnotist Journey to Atlantis, and the other one is called A Hypnotist Journey to the Secrets of the Sphinx. Now, it's amazing what she did because she doesn't research any of this stuff. And the person that she had that did the hypnosis done didn't research any of this either. They kind of went into this blind. So all the results they got from this was kind of like revealing, and I'll let her tell a little bit more about that. But I want to welcome her to the show. Sarah, thank you for joining me. How are you?
Good. Thank you for having me.
I'm excited to have you. Now, I guess this all started. How did you get in? How did you get interested in hypnosis?
Well, I was like a regular person with a lot of problems. I had so many problems. I was overweight. I had all kinds of fears, phobias. I mean, I just had so many problems. And so I went to traditional therapy for most of my young adult life. And I never felt like I really got any better with that, although it was nice to talk to somebody. But then I wanted to be a psychologist. That was my plan. That was what I was going to do because I had experience with like talking to a therapist. So I went to college, and while I was away at college, like about 2 months later, I came back to my family's house for the first time after being away for like 2 months. And when I walked through the door, there's a mirror that you can see when you walk through. And when I saw myself, I couldn't even believe what I was seeing because while I was away for those couple months, I had lost a ton of weight and I had not had any of my problems. I hadn't even thought about this while I was away, but it was like as soon as I looked at myself, I thought, oh my gosh, I had forgotten to have all of my problems. And so I thought about it as I'm staring at myself, what happened? And I realized that I had changed my environment and then changed my thought patterns, and that changed my life. So I thought, oh my God, like this is amazing. If this could help me like this, and I basically cured myself, even though I went through like over 10 years of therapy and that didn't work, but I just go away for 2 months and all of a sudden all my problems have disappeared because of my thought patterns changing. I thought, man, I bet other people could be helped, by this as well. But at the time I didn't do anything with it. I continued, I graduated. Before I went to graduate school, I worked as a counselor in a halfway house for mentally ill patients. And my job was to give them their medication and to counsel them. And literally, I felt as if maybe after a week of that every single thing I learned in college was a lie. That's what it felt like to me. I mean, maybe other people have different experience, but that's what I felt because nobody ever got any better. I mean, I thought, man, this is the leading edge of thought. Here I am at college. Is this it to help people that have mental illness or have issues? All that we did was give them medications. And then they would get on more because of the side effects and more, and they were tested on. So of the pharmaceutical companies were testing the people there, and they would wear wristbands so that in case they were to die, we would call the number and let them know that their experiment wasn't working, according to this one person. So I didn't go to graduate school. Instead, eventually I got into hypnosis, especially after my experience changing my thoughts. And from there, I learned right away that there was definitely something that worked in past life regression, because people could come in and heal themselves just with one session. So I studied with Dr. Brian Weiss, and then I got really good at his method until I felt like there was something missing. And then I studied with Dolores Cannon's daughter, Julia Cannon, and I worked my way up from a level 1 practitioner to a level 3. And then before the quarantine, I was teaching with Dolores Cannon's daughter, Julia, around the world. And then I wrote my books and got into it like that. But the way I got into this whole Atlantis stuff was totally by accident. I had this friend named Jen who was a teacher at the school. She was not into any of this stuff at all. And the reason I knew that for sure was because I was friends with her for 10 years. And we used to sit after school on the playground and watch our kids play. And I mean, all those days talking to her, I knew she wasn't into anything spiritual. The closest topic we got to spirituality was she said she might purchase an Esther Hicks book. That's it. And yeah, that's it. And I asked her if she believed in extraterrestrials, and she said she didn't think so. You know, that was her background. And she taught like this. She was a teacher, so she taught, you know, according to what she was supposed to teach. So I was put on the spot all of a sudden. I needed to find a subject that I could regress for this QHHT class that was all of a sudden in Orlando. This was to get my level 3. So I thought, oh my gosh, I need to find someone right now.
I got a question. What's the difference?
Yeah.
What's the difference between a level 1 and a level 3? Is that just like a certification, or is that like because I'm so interested in hypnosis, like, because I really think it can help people. And you know, like I vape myself, and I have some like habits, like just like vaping, like, you know, like I'd like to do past life regression to see like if it could clear up anything for me, you know what I mean? So I'm really interested in it. So like, and I might want to do it eventually myself someday. Like, so like, I just want to know all about, like, what is the difference between a level 1 and a level 3?
Well, level 1 is a beginner. So you start out as a level 1, and then you can take the level 2 class. But to become a level 3, it's really hard. That's why there's only a few in the world.
Wow.
To pass a very difficult. And you need a video submission when you're taking a level 3 class, and everybody criticizes your video submission. Normally, people don't pass right away. Usually it takes a while. But I had to find somebody to videotape, and I didn't want to get a paying client because I thought I didn't want like a paying client to come and me take their video. I just wanted to get somebody that was a friend that would volunteer. So I asked Jen, and then right when I asked her, I thought, oh my gosh, why did I ask her? Why didn't I ask one of my open-minded friends, you know, who I know is into this stuff? Because when I asked Jen, I told her, you know, I need to, you know, regress somebody. This is what I do. I don't know if you know, because normally people in the neighborhood know what I do. So I don't come up to people. I let them come to me, and I don't, you know, preach to anybody. I'm just really respectful of everybody's belief system. So with Jen, it was the same, but we've been friends for so long. She knew I was a hypnotist. So I said, I need a subject. What this is, what QHHT is really like a journey inwards where you can really reconnect with yourself. I mean, hypnosis is focus, deep concentration. So you're focusing inwards, and in a session, you can find out who you really are, your true purpose, and you can even heal your body if you have any issues. But we start with a past life regression. That's how it works in a QHHT session, although people aren't always shown a past life. Sometimes it's in between lives or different planet. But when I asked her, I thought, oh my God, she's going to think I'm totally nuts. I mean, here, like the only thing spiritual she talked about was Esther Hicks. Like, what is she going to think of this? And she said, are you serious? I've actually been thinking about doing something like this because I haven't told anybody, but I have this brain condition called pseudotumor cerebri. And basically, there's this huge risk for a stroke. And I'm working really closely with this medical team of specialists at the University of Miami. And they said, there's no cure for this, but we'll put you on this heavy duty medication and maybe you can live about 20 years or something like that. And she was 32 and you know, she had 2 kids at the time and she was so depressed. So she was like all on board to be my subject. But what happened, neither one of us could have predicted. So she was regressed back to this past lifetime in the 1970s, where she had uncovered and tried to share all this information about a previous lifetime she lived in these places called Atlantis and Lemuria. So she had remembered in that lifetime that she lived in this place called Lemuria, and she was taken by these visitors that were really highly advanced to their island, and she spent 60 years as a prisoner in Atlantis. And this is the first time she'd ever really like thought about Atlantis or Lemuria.
She didn't know about any of this, right? Like you said, like she had no clue what these places were.
None.
That's amazing.
None.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Well, and you know, because of that, from that point forward, I really try to only use, you know, subjects for my books that don't know anything about these places. And it's been pretty easy to find because I don't tell them why I'm asking them questions about.
It's almost like a remote viewing exit. You know what I mean? Like if you, did you ever look into remote viewing? They give someone like a number and they're supposed to just like use their unconscious mind on it, and they don't tell them what it's for or what it's about, but meanwhile they could be remote viewing Mars, you know. But so your writing, it reminds me of a remote viewing experiment. It's kind
That's so neat. I don't know that much about remote viewing, but it sounds pretty cool. I've heard about it.
Metaphorically, yeah, it's pretty cool, you know. Like what I was gonna say was I'm getting back to the difference, and this is a little technical, but Brian Weiss was supposed to be, he was like one of the first to do, I think he was the first to do past life regressions. Is that why you went to him? And then I guess Dolores Cannon was the best. And can you like talk about like what the difference is when you're doing those styles, the QHHT, the quantum healing hypnosis technique versus Brian Weiss's style? Like, what's so much better about the QHHT? Because I know it is better. Like, what does it enable you to do more?
Well, it's not so much that it's better. I mean, Brian Weiss's technique is excellent, but it's just different. What separates QHHT from a regular past life regression is in a regular past life regression, you're just regressing the client to see or remember another lifetime. And then you find out how it correlates to their current life and you bring them back. That's it. In a QHHT session, the goal of the session is so different. The whole goal and aim of the session is to regress the client and bring them to the deepest level of trance where you can access their all-knowing, all-loving higher self. And in that way, you can find out anything you want to know about the client. But even in Brian Weiss's, career, he realized there was something about this in-between state, and he realized that he was accessing this part, but he didn't take it a step forward like Dolores Cannon did. She had realized that as well, but then she took it a step forward and started to access this part directly instead of, just doing a regression.
I think it's amazing. I think it really is. And I've heard like testimonials on people, and I've had people on that have done the QHHT, and like I've heard nothing but good things about it, and like I think it's a really powerful technique, and like I'm just really interested in it. What else can it accomplish for? I mean, like, what is usually the main goal? I mean, is it usually for a QHHT? Is it usually to like, is it someone like with like someone like Jenna, was someone with an underlying illness, or was it more like?
Anything.
Was it more? I'm sorry. Was it more like to get the goal, like to go back into a place where I know ancient time. You know what I mean?
Well, it really doesn't matter. I mean, you can find out anything in these sessions and you can accomplish anything. I mean, the goal for a lot of people that come to me is usually healing, but I've had clients that came, like I had a client that wanted to know how her uncle was murdered, and she was able to see the whole crime scene. She saw that it was actually an accident. They were drunk and somebody backed into her uncle, killing him by accident. And then because they were all drunk and it was like some important people in that one town, they covered it up. So they didn't intentionally murder him, but she learned all this. And then she even found out the eyewitness names. So
Wow.
the next day I got a call from an investigator, but I'm not allowed to say anything, you know.
Wow, that's crazy. Wow, so these get pretty deep, right? I mean,
They get, yeah.
so that's now on your books, the Atlantis and the Sphinx, you used multiple people though. So you didn't just use Jen.
Right.
You used some other sources to get your information, which I think is pretty important because I think the sources were correlating the information, right? Like the
Right.
information was meshing.
Well, it was a really strange phenomenon that I thought was just a coincidence, because as I was working with Jen to help her uncover all these memories, I just thought it was a coincidence as so many other clients were coming to my office sharing similar memories of the same time periods in Atlantis or Lemuria or extraterrestrial crashes. I thought, this is just a weird coincidence, right? Like I was asking my other friends that do this, do you guys always have people that regress to Atlantis and Lemuria? It's just this weird coincidence. And they all said, no, no. And then I realized after a while, it wasn't a coincidence, that all this information was coming, you know, basically from the universe so I could share it.
Like
I
it
had
was
no idea in the
divinely
beginning.
inspired or channeled. Like it was meant for you
Yeah.
to be, so you could put this out for the world, right?
Because I've written this book before. It's just lost.
I was just gonna ask you that. I was gonna say you had a lifetime where your Jen said in your sessions that you had a lifetime where you wrote this, correct?
Yeah. And then what was really interesting, she said that, but like everything, I feel like I always need to get a second opinion, you know, before I believe it, because I mean, it makes sense that I probably wrote it before, and that's why I'm so passionate about sharing it again. But I had another client notice that I wrote this book before, and she had no idea I was putting together a book. So I just almost fell off my chair when she said that.
That's pretty interesting. I was just going to ask you, like, what did Jen say, like, at all? Like, what the people of Atlantis and Lemuria, like, were they like us, or like, because like I was watching a video by someone the other day, and he was like reading like what Plato said about Atlantis, and Plato said that one of the reasons why Atlantis fell is because the species had mixed too much of their DNA with mortal admixture, which means they were breeding with like mortals, which means supposedly they were like demigods or like a species above humans, you know, but they thought themselves to be, you know, they could have been, you know, and then the guy, what was really interesting was the guy did like a comparison of like all the different species of humans that have been on the planet. He did like Neanderthal and Cro-Magnon and like how we would compare ourselves, because we're like Homo sapiens sapien, and we kind of came out of nowhere. And look at us, we're all like good looking, and we're like, we have like great features. And like, think about like what some of the Neanderthals and stuff looked like. Can you imagine like if some from our, but some of us do have some of that DNA in us. But if nowadays, like if some of our species like mated with that, I can see where it would go wrong. You know what I mean? Where people would think like, I think that's where he was getting to with that comparison. But I'll get back to my question. What were the people like in Atlantis? Did she say?
Oh yeah. I mean, in Atlantis, they had very pale skin. Well, what happened was the founder of the last Atlantis, because Atlantis spanned for thousands and thousands of years, and it was a beautiful place before this last time that you would call it Atlantis. But they were mixing animal DNA with humans. But before that, when the founder of Atlantis arrived at this place he called Atlantis, he created human hybrid slaves, and he had technology that he found from an earlier settlement of Atlantis, and he used that in order to build the buildings and to build the shape of the city and everything. He built it in a replica of what he had on his home planet. This was an extraterrestrial, that's why it was so advanced. This is an extraterrestrial crash landed on Earth, and he was able to salvage some of his technology from his ship and went to where Atlantis was and found technology. And that's how he created the slaves. And then that's how he created his civilization. But in later years, well, they always created these human hybrids. They were always doing genetic experiments. But in later years, what really disrupted their civilization was the virus. There was a really deadly virus that escaped off the back of a scientist one day in one of the laboratories, and it just wreaked havoc in their civilization. So this virus was causing all kinds of issues, and they had a massive quarantine in Atlantis. And I even had a client in like 2016, like go back to this ancient civilization where it was super advanced and they were in quarantine. That's how long ago I started getting this information. But so they developed this vaccine, but it was different. It was a slit in the arm, and it was genetic material and like a putty type substance. And once they did, it looked like there were very little side effects of it. And people were able to go out of their quarantine, looked like everything was fantastic, and they were able to go back on, to their lives. But it wasn't until the first set of babies started being born with horrible side effects that they realized they had to do something, because the babies were being born with animal like side effects. So some were born with like fur on their body or different parts or missing parts or animal like parts, because they used animal DNA in this vaccine. It was so at first they were so judgmental about the way that these hybrids looked different that they killed them. And then later on, they started to test them and realized that they had special abilities. So they harnessed their energy and used it for their benefit. But before that, they were very like pale in features. They had very light eyes because they were genetically mutated from this extraterrestrial. So they had light eyes, very pale skin, and like silvery blonde hair, basically. But the Lemurians were darker skin because they had a different way of breeding with humans. They had artificial insemination, but they were breeding with the early man. So their skin was darker.
Wow, that's so interesting. And then did the Atlanteans and the Lemurians ever mix?
I don't think so, because at that point, the Lemurians were destroyed. So I always wondered, why did the Atlanteans want to go to Lemuria? Because they were two different civilizations. The Lemurians didn't have this technology because they were founded by an extraterrestrial crash as well that didn't have technology. So they had a little teeny bit, and they were very advanced spiritually. It was a matriarchal society where it was like women run, and it was a beautiful society full of compassion and love. And so many of the Lemurians are back again now to try to recreate what they had. But it was a really wonderful place. But it wasn't developed with their technology at all. In fact, it was pretty rudimentary, so to speak. Um, so I wondered, why would the Atlanteans want anything from the Lemurians? But
You know what?
what they wanted from the Lemurians.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish your thought. I didn't mean to.
Oh no, it's okay.
I just wanted to tell you, when you said they were a real matriarchal society, I did a podcast with a guy, and we were talking about the death of the goddess. Like back when, before man worshipped a male god figure, they worshipped a female god, and there was a goddess statue before the male god replaced the female goddess statue. And like, if you think about it, life comes from a woman, so it only would be right to have a female goddess. But I think, a god figure should be androgynous. I think it should be male, and I think it should have both male and female energies, but more matriarchal is probably better, but I just want to say that.
Oh no, I mean, back in prehistory, in the ancient days, when I'm regressing my clients, the women were the leaders, because they had this instinctual knowledge about what plants would kill you and what plants you could eat for what benefit. And it would be like an instinct that was passed on through the mother to the daughter. And they didn't have to teach this. It was something that was just transferred naturally from the female line. So they were
a lot of witches know that nowadays. Like a lot of people who practice witchcraft, they know about like herbs and plants and stuff like that. But they don't know like that. That's amazing. Like, but I do you think a lot of our telepathic abilities got taken away and stuff? Like,
I think we were just programmed not to use it, unfortunately, and we just didn't know what they were. So they've just been dulled. But I think now that we have awareness of all this, we can reclaim it and get it back. And I think that's what we're doing.
I think so too. I think it's like a big awakening, and I think it's pretty amazing like what's going on. Like it's, I've only been in the scene for about 5 years, but like the more I see, it's like ramping up, and it's like, so much that, I'm so interested in it that I just wanted to share what I was learning with everybody. That's why I started my podcast. And like, I just like, I really love absorbing the information. I try to study as much as I can, and but I agree with you. We are an awakening point. People are starting to question their reality. I like that, because like, I don't think everybody should, always trust their government all the time, but I don't want to get into that, because next thing I won't be able to put the podcast on YouTube. But but you know what I'm trying to say. Like,
I know.
But so as far as the Sphinx, like, I don't want you to give too many secrets away, because I want people to buy your books and stuff. But like, I read the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, and like, he says that he put his, I don't know if you ever knew this, he said he put his ship under I don't know if you ever read them. I know you don't do much research. No. He said he put his ship underneath the Sphinx. Who knows if it's actually under there? But Thoth was called Thoth the Atlantean.
Oh my gosh, that makes so much sense.
Really?
That makes sense, because from what I've heard from these higher beings is that, well, Thoth was a big part of the Sphinx book, and he held information about the Sphinx, and apparently he's like back in a lot of people's bodies, like this consciousness, ready to share information like that. And I had one client that at the end of his session, I asked, well, he went by the name 3, or Thoth. At the end of the session, he said he was 3. It's a long story. You'd probably have to read the book to understand it. But anyway, apparently there is a ship under the Sphinx. So that's really confirming information, if that's, true, or if that belongs to Thoth. That would be really interesting.
But there's more than that, though. From what you said, you said it's like, it would be, we're not ready for it yet. It would be like the awakening it would be our full awakening, right? It was something like that.
Right.
I can't remember how you said it. How did you say it?
Well, if you were to see really what's in the Sphinx for, in its full light, it would fully awaken you, and there'd be no game left to play, because really what we're doing here this is a game. So we're here to experience this. It's all part of our experience. and we don't want to like fast forward anything. But there are some secrets they let me know. I mean, there's a lot more in the book, but it's interesting because the Sphinx acts like a beacon, like a radio tower. So it records all the information, all the history from Earth, and it broadcasts it out. And then other planets are broadcasting to the Sphinx, and it's absorbed in the Sphinx. And the Sphinx is built on a very special rock, so it keeps this energy active.
That's amazing. And wasn't it? What about these feline beings? Like, wasn't it a feline face on the Sphinx at first, and then it got changed to a man or something?
Right. So it's very symbolic with the crumbling of like the feminine, symbolically, like where man just dominates and asserts his control, just the masculine dominating energy. It used to be the face of like a jungle cat, like a lion almost, because that was the apex predator in the area, is what I've gotten from deep hypnosis subjects. But then it was changed. Mm-hmm. But there were many cat-like structures in Egypt, because some of the survivors that had these vaccine side effects, who also had very strong abilities, had cat-like features. And so some of them survived Atlantis and started up a colony in Egypt, where they, because of their abilities, they were able to tap into crystals and use them and build certain structures. And they built another Sphinx using that ability that they had in their mind because of their vaccine side effects. So I think it's important, just moving forward, that everything in this universe has a divine benefit to it, even if it looks like it's horrific. Every single thing, like even if you look at autism or even savants, there's an obvious like ability there that they wouldn't have if they didn't have these side effects, or this, whatever you want to call it, disability. Not trying to minimize disabilities, but just saying that there's an obvious ability there.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird. Like, did you ever hear?
And back in Atlantis and Lemuria, we were supposed to understand.
Go ahead. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh no! Back then we did it wrong. We like judged each other. We just, we were so focused on judgment and everyone being the same, everyone being like this white Aryan brotherhood kind of thing, and then everything benefiting just a few elite people, and everybody else was basically a slave. And there was no balance. There was no feminine and masculine balance. It was just too much greed, too much control, and the civilization had to be reset. But going back to what I wanted to say earlier, the Lemurians, very spiritually advanced. And I always wondered what the Atlanteans wanted from them, but the Lemurians had this special immunity that was given to them by their star ancestors. And the Atlanteans have been watching them because they had such amazing technology. They were able to watch them from their like stealth-like ships, and they noticed they had this immunity, so they wanted it and they demanded it. But there was no way for the Lemurians to give them their immunity. That was a gift. They couldn't transfer it. So they took the princess as a prisoner, and then they destroyed Lemuria using these like atomic type devices that they put in rifts under the ocean, and they created a huge, massive tidal wave. And I can't tell you how many clients I've had that remember Lemuria being destroyed or remember Atlantis being destroyed.
Wow, this is amazing. And it's like, what's so amazing is that these people are all remembering this, and that they like don't have a basis or background in this field. So this is all coming out. I just have to remind the audience of that like this has to be divinely inspired, like it's meant to come out, because like there would be no other reason for it end up like this. Like, I really truly believe that this is like channeled information. Like, and I don't really usually, but I'm very skeptical usually, and it's not a bad thing. I'm not a bad skeptic. I'm really open minded, really. But like, I just like to be truthful, and I really resonate with all your information. I'm really digging it. It's really cool. Like, and
I think it's good to be skeptic. I think if you just believe everything, that you hear, then, that's not very, not very good. But it's great that I think it's great that you're a skeptic, and then you can go look for things yourself and see what you truly believe. But as they say, oh my gosh, this information is coming out everywhere. I mean, there was even this Netflix series called Sweet Tooth, where there was like a pandemic, and they had hybrid children with animal DNA mixed in, and
Really?
they were killing them off. It's like, oh my gosh. But because this information is ready to be released now, it wasn't before. Because in Jen's past life in the 1970s, she tried to share this information, but it was too early. And that really wasn't that long ago. But we're finally ready now. We finally hit this level of evolution in our consciousness that we can share it and not be called crazy, that this is acceptable now. So finally we can release this trauma. But there's so many people after those civilizations were destroyed. There were so many people, so much karma, so much trauma. If you can think about millions and millions of souls with all this karma and trauma, and we all got together and we said, well, how do you want to, deal with this? And we all decided to come back now. And most of the people walking the planet today have lived in Atlantis or Lemuria and are back again now for this, so they can release this trauma through all these triggers. I mean, everywhere you look, there's like so many triggers. And I think for a lot of people that remember the end days of Atlantis, everything going on right now feels oddly very triggering. And they probably wonder, gosh, I feel as if I've done this before. But that's a good thing, because humanity doesn't evolve in a straight line, go through cycles. So this is great that we're back at this point now. We're doing so much better.
Yeah, I'm going to let you know I'm having my first past life regression this Saturday. It's going to be over Zoom. Yeah, one of my friends, so a guy that I've had on the podcast before, he's learning how to do past life regressions, and I told him, I was like, I never have a lot of money to go get sessions done. So I was like, I'll be your guinea pig. I was like, I'll let you, I was like, I just want to try it. I want to see if it works for me, see what comes out of it, and he was like, okay, we'll try it. And then he was telling me that I want to be laying down and stuff. Is that right? Or it'd be like, I want to make sure I'm like, can I do it just sitting here? Where would you want to be?
Yeah.
Do you think?
Well, do you ever meditate or anything like that?
Yeah, I meditate. I have a small yoga mat I use for meditation.
Do you like to lay down or sit up? Because it's really your preference. Most people like to lay down because your body feels so heavy and relaxed and comfortable. So it's really your preference.
I think I'm gonna lay down, but I think I'm gonna record it because I think I want to see how he feels about this. But I think I want to put it on my YouTube channel. But I'm just like, I'm like a little bit self-conscious. I'm like, I don't know what I'm gonna say when I'm under trance. But, I mean, I don't think I'm gonna say anything crazy. I don't see me. I mean, it's just gonna be past life. Like, it's not like I have any deep dark secrets anyway. So and I trust he's a nice person. So I mean, I'm just like, it's interesting. It's so interesting to me. Like, it really is. Like, it's like, it's so interesting being able to tap into the subconscious mind. Like, I give you so much credit for doing it and wanting to do it. Like, it's the quest for knowledge is so admirable in my mind.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, it's life-changing. Wait till you do it. It's amazing what you can find out about yourself. And then when you really understand who you really are, everything just feels different. Like colors look brighter. You know what I mean? I guess some of my clients have compared it to like like doing ayahuasca or mushrooms, only there's no like physical issues, you know, but you just go really deep into yourself and you can find out so much, you know, without the mess.
And then let me ask you, the last question is like, what was your trigger for wanting to like get all this together? Like were you just curious about the mysteries of the universe, or like were you starting to wonder about like,
No,
oh, it just all kind of came out, like you're saying?
yeah. I
Wow,
I wasn't I was not going to write a book at all. I really it just all just came to me, and then with all my clients coming sharing the same stories, it was literally, I'm not joking. The universe just gave it to me
that's
like
amazing.
that.
That's amazing. So it's
But
obviously meant to be. You know, I think so. I think it's mental. I think it's meant to be.
but now, I mean, I really love it. I love like writing books. I just finished my second one, as you know, and that's fun for me. I love uncovering all this information. It's so neat. And I like finding it out this way too, because I'm a little bit of a skeptic too. And it has to be proven to me for me to believe it. So I like using these clients that don't know anything, because then I can believe it. You know, then I feel like it's validating. And I also like using multiple clients so I can test the information out and see if it's the same.
Yeah, and this, like everything you've said today, nothing was like out of like really out of whack or anything like that. It all sounds like things that can realistically have happened. I mean, like the only thing is we don't know is like where these ETs were from that started Atlantis, or do we? Do we know like where they might have been from?
Well, Jen remembered her star family from the Pleiades that came down and crash landed on Earth. But in not only her session, but other client session, there were multiple different races that came to seed their own population. And it was like the O blood type was directly linked to Atlantis. The Rh negative factor was the breeding between the um, early colonizers, the extraterrestrials, and the humans was the Rh negative. So it was so celebrated, like, oh, this is working, you know, kind of thing. It was very special bloodline. But the other bloodlines are just from other alien races.
My dad was O negative, which is like a really rare blood negative, rare blood type. So he must have been Atlantis blood or something like that. Like, so what were the regular blood types? Were they like just like what?
Just other extraterrestrials crash landing.
Okay, that's what I thought. Like I've thought this whole time that all ET races have seeded all humanity. That's why we all look different. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Look at all the cultures around the world. Like obviously the Sumerians have the story about the Anunnaki, but that's in the Middle East. But then different stories, different cultures have stories of different ET groups seeding them, like the Hopi and Indians have a story about them seeding them, and then the South Americans, the Aztecs and the Mayans have Quetzalcoatl and Viracocha and Kukulkan, you know, those gods. And then even if you go over into India, you go into the Vedic scriptures, they have the gods there. And then you know it's just all over the world, like, and these are all alien extraterrestrials. And I think that's why we all look different. It only makes sense. And I think we're a special being. I think we're different than Cro-Magnon and Neanderthal. I think Homo sapiens sapien is different than Cro-Magnon. I think we're not meant to be on this planet. I mean, what are your thoughts?
Right. We're not really originally from this planet. We've been brought here, raised here, and eventually we'll go to a different planet. I mean, that's what we do as like a group, you know, all of us. That's who we really are. We're just like a group that travels from planet to planet, and we see what the next experience will bring, and we live on the planet till it, you know, eventually is done its life cycle. Then we go to a different planet. I mean, we've been doing it for, you know, for millennia.
Do you think we mind wipe, or do we? I mean, is there like do you think it's like a holographic universe or a simulation where like we're in the Matrix or something, where like we get mind wiped or something, or like where we
Well,
forget, or
Well, life is a game. So like it's almost like we're experiencing like a real video game, if you want to think about it like that. And if you were going to know all the answers, it wouldn't be like a challenge, because when we leave our physical bodies, then everything is known to us. But we want to come in this game, and we purposely don't remember anything so we can physically be in this game, so we can like fully interact. But it is a hologram. It is not completely real. There's so much behind the scenes going on for this video game, if that makes sense.
That makes a lot of sense. That makes the most sense out of anything I've heard in a long time, to be honest with you. Well, one thing I like getting to finish up, I love the fact that your book's on Audible. That's how I'll probably get it, because I like to listen to something before I go to bed at night, and I love to listen to an audiobook. Like that's one of my favorite things to do. Is it, what are all the formats it's on and stuff, and how do we get it?
The Hypnotist Journey to Atlantis is on Audible, Kindle, and paperback, and The Hypnotist Journey to the Secrets of the Sphinx is on Kindle and paperback, and will be on Audible in a couple months.
That's pretty cool. And then, can you tell them your website or where to find you and everything?
Sure. It's theholistichuhypnotist.com, and I don't know when you're posting this, but if you want to see some never before seen footage of client sessions where the client actually literally heals herself, I'm going to be sharing that at the Conscious Life Expo this Saturday at 10. So if you're in the LA area and you want to go see all about Atlantis and Lemuria and learn the parallels that we're experiencing, then come see me.
Let's see, today's Wednesday. It'll take me like an hour to get it ready. I have to make the description of the bio and upload it. I'll have it put up by tomorrow. I'll put it up for you by tomorrow. That way it's up, and like that way this message gets out to people, and that way they'll see it.
Thanks.
Yeah. But this was amazing.
That's
Thank
cool.
you for doing this, and good luck at the Conscious Life Expo on Saturday. I hope you have a great time, and I'm sure you will. You're an amazing speaker, and you're really good at this. I'm so glad for you, and I wish you the best of success. And I'd love to talk to you again.
Let me give you a discount, and you can put it in the link too. I get like a teeny bit of money, but it's a discount. So if you go to qhht.com or qhhtofficial.com and you type in the code TRUST at checkout, you can save 10%.
Oh, that's cool. That's real cool.
Yeah. But you're so easy to talk to. I mean, I love your personality. You can tell right away that you're a really kind soul. And it's really nice of you to share all this information with everybody.
I try to be. I try to be. And thank you. I appreciate it. All right. Well, have a good night.
All right. You too. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice meeting you.
Nice.
All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining me once again. I have a returning guest with me tonight, and I'm really excited and honored to have her on for the second time. I have with me Mary Rodwell. She's the founder and principal of Australian Close Encounter Resource Network, ACERN. ACERN's primary role is to offer professional counseling, support, hypnotherapy, and information to individuals and their families with anomalous paranormal experiences, particularly specializing in abduction contact experiences, or as Mary likes to say, contactee. Mary is recognized internationally as one of the world's leading researchers in UFO and contact phenomenon. She is the author of Awakening, How Can an Extraterrestrial Contact Can Transform Your Life, and The New Human, Awakening to Your Cosmic Heritage. Mary has also produced 2 award-winning documentaries, Expressions of ET Contact, A Visual Blueprint, and Expressions of ET Contact, Communication and Healing Blueprint. Most recently, Mary was featured in several documentaries, including ET Contact, Are They Here? And Australian Skies too. Mary, thank you so much for coming on again. I'm honored to have you on. How are you?
I'm very good, Robert, and it's good to see you. I hope you're doing all right in the US.
Oh, yeah, once we get over this COVID thing,
I think, if it ever ends, but I try to stay where I work a full-time job too. So I try to keep myself busy and it doesn't bother me much. Between doing the podcast and working, there's not much time to even think about it. But so to start off, your book, The New Human, deals with what you call an extraterrestrial upgrade to our species. Now, is this an influx of star seeds incarnating? And why would you say that they were all coming in? And what would your theory be as to why they would be coming in at this point in our history?
Well, it's a really good question, Robert. And the important thing for me as a researcher was trying to put together all the information that I'd gathered over 25 years with the families and children that were having experiences. And what I found that was very important in the patterns is that it's an intergenerational experience, so that if grandmom or granddad had experiences, then it was likely the child or the children, some of the children particularly, and then, the grandchildren. And so I was interested in what was that all about? Why was this intergenerational link particularly was significant is that those that were having experiences, the adults that had children, often had children with what we would say didn't appear quite normal in the sense of what we think as normal. And that interested me, was okay, so if the ETs are doing some kind of genetic work with these individuals, why are these children coming out and appearing so different? Certainly they were a lot more psychic, a lot more sensitive. Many of them are empaths, and they're often labeled as dysfunctional because they're not understood. And that was why I wrote The New Human, because I wanted to show that often they're labeled ADHD or Asperger's or some form of autism or dyslexia. And more and more I had scientists agree with me, particularly the more aware scientists. I've got 2 molecular biologists that say the same thing, because they're saying really that they believe they're upgrades. And the reason that they appear so different is because they're wired differently, and they're wired not to take in a lot of the old programming that the rest of us have, where it shuts us down, because a lot of the programming on this planet doesn't acknowledge anything other than your senses, your 5 senses. It doesn't acknowledge intuition, awareness, knowing, this sensing feeling of information, all the things that those that open up spiritually start to experience. Well, these children have it in abundance, and they tell me, many of them, that particularly the children I've written about it in The New Human, where they remember the planet they came from. They remember incarnating literally, as one little 10-year-old explained, he was a will-o'-the-wisp spirit. He was shown 2 different lifetimes, chose the particular one that was the Earth one, and found himself in mummy's tummy. So a lot of them are very aware. They've come here with awareness, with abilities to help this planet evolve into a more spiritual society and a more holistic one. And this seems to be happening in greater numbers. Certainly that's what I sense. Some people call them indigos, crystals, children of light, all these different names. But they've come in, they say, to help us connect more with the planet, to the animals, to the plants. And the children talk about communicating with animals, some of them communicating with plants. And the whole point is to show that we're all connected, and this is a spiritual evolution that is going on right now.
Yeah, I want to back up, because I'm going to get your opinion on something, because it seems like you're dealing with people who are having more positive experiences. And I want to get that point across, that because there seems to be this divide in the UFO community. I don't know if you've noticed it. There's people that say that they don't know what this hybridization program by the Greys is for. They don't know if it's bad. They don't know if it's good. They don't know if their intentions are nefarious. So I guess what I'm saying is, you said you noticed someone, if a grandmother gets taken, then usually her daughter will get taken, then usually the child of that mother will get taken. So they start getting abducted as young, or they start having those contact experiences as young as a child. They're being taken, right? And they're mostly positive experiences, right?
Well, I'd say don't take my word for it. What we did when the organization Dr. Edgar Mitchell Free Foundation, we actually did a survey globally of 4,200 people. And one of the questions was, did you see this as a positive or a negative experience? And there were lots of questions around how people interpreted their experiences. And what we found overwhelmingly, out of these 4,200 people, 85% of them ultimately said it was a psycho-spiritual transformation of
wow.
and what 85%. 15% were still in the fearful, didn't like it, traumatic. And even though some of them had had a traumatic beginning until they understood what was going on, they ultimately saw this huge shift in their spiritual evolution, you know, changing their diet, changing the way they want to live, becoming less materialistic, wanting to help the planet, all these kinds of things. And the book is called Beyond UFOs for anyone who wants to see the stats. And I mean, we had an enormous number of questions, and it was really quite startling how many people ultimately noticed how they'd shift in their spirituality from their encounters, even though initially, for many of them, it was a scary experience. And that, I think, is giving you a pretty good indication that there's something really positive going on here, because that's not what you'd expect if we had a lot of evil entities trying to interfere with us. You wouldn't expect it to be an enlightening, ultimately, experience for people, because that wouldn't make any sense. It would be illogical.
Yeah, and I think you made a good point there. You said that people are having life-shifting spirituality type experiences, which meaning they're realizing that we are all one, universally connected. Not this is huge, because we're not binded down to a man-made religion that, you know, was put in place. The Bible, I believe, was written by man. And yeah. I think that these people are having this spiritual, that to see that there's one universal creator, that you know, and that we're all one, ETs, humans alike. I think that's amazing. Is that basically what's happening?
Well, you know, I'll show you the book people want to get. This is the book that's got all the stats in it, all the surveys that we did. I mean, you can see it's quite a solid one, and it's Beyond UFOs, the Science and Consciousness and Contact with Non-Human Intelligences. And what it's also saying, Robert, which is really, really important, is that you can have this shift, the same shift where you become aware of communication with these intelligences, if you have a near-death experience, out-of-body experience, whether or not you have a shamanic experience, for example. A lot of these, you know, remote viewing, often it ends up with you having some form of communication with these non-human intelligences. And it's important to understand too, that there's physical ones, there's interdimensional ones, extra-dimensional ones, trans-dimensional ones, and there are some coming from our future. And I had a wonderful story of a 9-year-old explaining he's a time traveler. He's come from the future, and in the future, he doesn't look like this. He doesn't look as human. He said he's only got 4 digits. Now, this is a child of 9 explaining his understanding.
Wow.
And, you know, this is, to me, absolutely fascinating.
Yeah. Now, is it true that some of these star seeds and rainbow, however we want to group them, I'll just say star seeds, are incredibly psychic? I mean, I've heard you say that they can do telekinesis, where they can do incredible things, like you've encountered gifted children with capabilities that previous generations didn't have. Could you go into that a little?
I think some of the previous generations probably did, but were afraid ever to manifest it because of the judgment people have about anything psychic. Only 20 or 30 years ago, you mentioned that you're clairvoyant or clairaudient. People just think you're weird and there's something wrong with you. Now people will admit they go and see a psychic, a clairvoyant or whatever, without the judgment that goes behind it. So there's a lot more acceptance of multidimensional abilities. And because of the science that's gone with that, and there are institutes all over the world now that are testing for psychic abilities, and it's become a lot more accepted. I mean, China's Super Psychics was written by Paul Dong in the 1980s, and they were talking about children that were able to move an object from a sealed container and move it somewhere else out of that container, for example. There's a whole range of things that we found that they can do. And these are just some of the things that these children talk about. I mean, one of the empaths that are being born, they communicate they will also say they communicate with animals. They can also connect with plants and some even crystals. And this takes us into a whole new understanding that everything is energy. And just because it's in a denser form doesn't mean that there may not be some awareness or sentience with something. So it's taking us into a whole new realm of understanding multidimensionality, and that people, are interacting with a whole range of intelligences. If you're very religious, you may see what some would call a light being, and you think, well, that's an angel. Just depends on your perception, depends on your programming, how you interpret your experiences. But many of those psychics will say, I always thought that my guide was, a North American Indian or a Tibetan monk or something. And then when they've really seen it, it's been a blue being with black eyes. But the blue being has known they're not ready to see their true form. So we've got to get past all these judgments of different forms and realize we are multidimensional and we are all able to do this. This is not just the upgrades of human that we're seeing now.
Yeah, and do you see any negative effects that these gifted starseeds are having a hard time adjusting in society simply around others because the others don't have similar gifts?
Absolutely. And part of the reason that I wrote The New Human was to highlight to parents. I get clinical psychologists in touch with me, educators in touch with me as well, different kinds of different teachers and what have you, saying they're seeing these children because they are a little bit more aware themselves. They're absolutely able to say, this particular child is one of the new ones. So for the more awake professionals, they are seeing this, but for a lot of parents and the old model of psychology is just seeing this as an aberration. The child is, there's something wrong with that child because they're not behaving in the way that I expect them to behave. They don't realize that a lot of these children are telepathic. They can read you and they can tell when you're lying and when you're telling the truth. I remember a conversation with a 7-year-old when I was in the US. And he said, Mary, I can tell when someone's lying and when someone's telling the truth. And I said, so how do you do that? How does it feel? And he said, he says, I go all cold if they're lying to me, and I feel warm when I know it's the truth. So he was really clear about how he could assess things. And this is what a lot of the adults don't realize. That child is reading you. So if you're lying to that child, it isn't going to trust you. So they have this awareness, and that is not understood, and it can freak people out as well. So this is another reason why they can be marginalized. People just feel they're different. I'm not, and they get bullied by the other kids because they feel and sense there's something different about them as well. And this is why the parents have to be super supportive and listen to how the child explains their reality.
Now, what other gifts have you witnessed some of these children having, as far as or read or heard about or written about?
Well, I've done a list of them in The New Human, which means that some can bilocate apart from being telepathic. One 8-year-old, I remember her describing to me how she was taken to a planet. She was taught how to use her third eye and to levitate. She was
Wow.
actually also, shown genetic engineering, where they were showing her how they alter different genetics in different species to seed other planets. So they almost tailor make a species for a particular environment, if you like. And that's why, I talk about us all being hybrids. When people say, oh, the hybrids have come to take over the planet, I said, well, we're hybrids and we have taken over the planet. So what's your problem? It's like,
you think,
what's the deal?
With that question in mind, do you think that we were, I always have this question in my mind. Do you think that, like, there's the story of the Anunnaki, obviously, and that's like the Sumerian tablets. Everybody knows about that story. They came and they seeded Mesopotamia, which was, modern day Iraq. But do you think that different ET races seeded different areas? Like in Australia, your culture might have a different story of a different seeding of humanity, but every culture has one, it seems like. Do you agree?
I think it makes a lot of sense given the diversity of humans, from all shades of different colors, for example, different shapes, eyes, and the genetics are slightly different in different cultures and whatever. So my understanding is as many as 12 different species put their genetic material into humanity. Some say as many as 22. So I can't qualify that.
Oh,
but,
wow.
So when you think about it, we are a cosmic race. And we are only just discovering that. So this whole thing about the hybrids that's coming up now, where some say, well, I feel I'm a hybrid, is because some of them are aware that at conception or in the uterus, there was added what we call star ET DNA, if you like, extra DNA from the star beings as part of this shift in consciousness. Because of the high vibration of them coming in, they've come in with more abilities, more awareness. And that's all geared to helping this planet get to a whole new level of frequency and vibration and spiritual awareness. So it's almost like there's been an acceleration to get us to a new point in our understanding, because they want us to join their community. These galactic communities are saying, let's get humans ready now to interact and be part of what they are, which is a galactic community.
I think you talked about it in an essay, is the fifth root race referenced by Edgar Cayce to appear on this planet. And he said somewhere from in the 90, I think he said 98 to 2010. But do you feel like that is happening right now?
I think it's happened, and it's continuing to happen. And each new generation has different skills. And often they're judging the different abilities by their frequency. They like the crystal children and the indigos. The indigos have got the indigo energy field, for example. The crystal children have another ability. There are some that have come in as empaths and healers. There are some that have come in to help with working with earth energies. And one of the little boys I spoke to, I think he was all of 8, said that he talks to the elements, that he can talk to the wind. And it was funny because he explained to his mum, he was on Glastonbury tour, apparently, and there was a wind that came in. It was very breezy, and he said to his mum, I've just found out from this wind that it came from Italy. He explained exactly the origin of where it came from. Whether you want to believe that or not, it's a very interesting thing for a child to say, but I've had other children say that they connect to the elements. So everything we've heard from shamans, and from wise women and healers across the planet, these children are talking about very openly as part of their natural abilities.
Yeah, I wrote down, I listened to another interview to prepare for this, and I wrote down some things that you said. And some of these children can open a flower bud in their mind, describe what a photograph is blindfolded, influence and move the objects with their mind. And I heard you say
even change DNA?
This is actually the ability, I believe, Robert, that we all have. It's just that with them, that aspect of them is more switched on. I think we have the ability, our dormant DNA contains all of these abilities, and as our frequency rises, then these abilities start to be activated. And that's what's happening now. More and more people say, I had my wake-up call at 2012, or this almost overnight. 1 minute I'm a corporate person earning a 6-figure salary. I've let it all go. I'm now in a caravan, trying to be a healer or whatever. It's as dramatic as that for some people, their experience, and that shift in awareness is that dramatic. It doesn't even need to be something as dramatic as a near-death experience. It can be just that they're ready on a soul level to go to that other understanding that they've come here with a mission and a purpose to help this planet.
Yeah, I feel like definitely, like, I don't think I'm a star seed per se, but I feel like my objective on this planet was to do this podcast and to start to help people wake up. Like, because we're at a crucial time where there's a global awakening going on, and I see more and more people every day. There's still a lot of people that don't realize they're surrounded. They watch the news and they won't change, but I see a lot of people changing, and it's more and more. Now, I heard you say in another interview, if you could explain this to me, this was amazing. I don't know if you'll be able to remember this, but a 5-year-old told you how the pyramids were built. Could you talk me? Do you remember how he told you they were built with sound and or levitation?
I didn't hear all the question. Could you say it again, please, Robert?
Oh, I said, I heard you in another video say, talk about how a 5-year-old told you how the pyramids were built. And that's a question everybody always wants to know about how the pyramids were built. And he said that they used their sound to levitate or something like that. It was amazing.
Oh, that was a long time ago. I mentioned a young 5-year-old whose mother was telling him from a book how the pyramids were built. And he said, "No, Mom, you've got it all wrong. I was there," he said. And they used, what was he said? Let me see if I can get the quote properly. I can't remember the exact words now because I used to talk about this so long ago. But he said no, that it was in fact they used sound and frequency to levitate the blocks, the stone into place. Now, what was fascinating that I learned from a documentary completely differently with an actress called Joanna Lumley, and she was doing the pyramids. She was talking about the pyramids, and she was on the Nile, and she said, I find this all fascinating. She was going past all the pyramids and whatever, and I don't think they meant this to happen, but there was a fisherman, an old Egyptian fisherman, who she said to him, "It must be amazing for you to live here and see all this wondrous things, and the pyramids, and what do you think about them?" And he said, he said they raised the pyramids, and he said with a particular stick, he said, and they levitated the stones into place. And this is a really old grizzled Egyptian guy who just said it, and wow. This is a normal documentary. And I thought, people, how many people really got that this was obviously something the Egyptians, the real Egyptians, have understood about how they were built. And it just came out the blue. And I thought, if anything was fascinating, it was the fact that he was aware of it. And he mentioned a rod that they had, which actually obviously sent the frequency out. So, and that's what he said. And they levitated the stones into place, was what the 5-year-old explained, because he was there.
Mm-hmm. That's amazing. And now now we were talking about junk DNA before I got into that, and how you said we can activate it. And I heard you say that that sacred geometry or certain symbols can be in your DVD. They can be triggers for raising consciousness and possibly activating that some of that junk DNA.
Well, this is, I think, part of the way that our junk DNA is being activated is through music, artwork, symbols, this language that many are being coming out with, we call the star language or light language or whatever. And it seems to act as a trigger or a catalyst for people. I remember in a lecture I was giving where I was showing some of the people speaking the languages and what have you. And particularly a lady came up to me afterwards and said, Mary, as I was listening to the languages, she said, I'm a nurse. She said, and I've just started writing this strange script. Literally, after hearing one of the languages, it's almost like that triggered something within her to start writing all this unusual script, which again, those that come out with the languages often find themselves writing these symbols or these strange script and what have you as well. And that's what's fascinating about this research, is that you see the reality of it because of the people that are literally shifting in awareness. And some can get really emotional when they're hearing these languages as well. And the understanding is that some of them are translatable, but some of them are not. They're more felt and sensed, like they're complex programs. And when you have a 7-year-old tell their mother that a script in my book Awakening, they can translate it, and this child in front of me on Skype reads to me, I said to your mum says you can read this script. Oh yes, she says. And I said, can you read it to me? Oh yes. And she says, do you want it in the language or do you want it in English? And I said, can you do both? Yes. So she comes out with this language from this script that Tracy Taylor had written in my book Awakening. And then she tells me what it means in English. And then I said to her, so where did it come from? Where did that script come from? She says, that's from the Greys. So she even knew the source, the extraterrestrial source of that information. And she did this in another way a few months later for me in a group where I had a whole file of scripts, and she was able to translate, not all of them, but some of them. And this is a child of 7.
Yeah, that's amazing. What are your thoughts on the grade? It's just an off question. I have a list of questions written down, but I consider you to be one of the world's top researchers in UFOs. Do you think they're biological clones? Do you think they're from our future? Do you have any speculation as to what they might be?
Robert, let me just first of all say to you that I remember one lady telling me some years ago that she was aware of 165 species of grey.
Wow.
So having said that, some of them I think are like clones. I think they're worker bees and whatever. They've got a job to do, and that's what's described. You know, they help people to certain places and whatever. But there are others that are highly aware, highly intelligent. I think, I'm just trying to remember who told me this. Only recently, a 9-year-old explained that the IQ of the Greys that he interacts with is over 400. This is, by the way, this is a 9-year-old explaining that to me. So he said that. So some of them are incredibly intelligent. So there's different species. Some of them come from different places, but there are some that they say are us from the future. And the reason they've come back is because there were certain things that they lost through evolution, and they're trying to regain that. And one of them is our ability to empathize, our emotional side. They feel they've lost some of that through the generations of upgrade. So some of them, they say, are coming back. So there's, when you say what's the gray, it's like picking one human off the planet and saying, well, that's all humans.
Yeah,
doesn't
there's
compute.
yeah. Now, have you done past life regressions as well?
I've done hundreds of past life regressions.
Because I'm really interested in the afterlife, and I wanted to get your thoughts on reincarnation. And this is going to be a complicated question because it also has to do with time and dreams. The reason why I say this is because sometimes I feel like when I'm dreaming, I'm living like a whole different life. Like I could have a whole experience in 3 hours of dream time that seems like I just lived a week of a life. You know, I'll go to sleep for 3 hours and I'll feel like I just lived a whole week in a life. Do you think that there are parallel realities that exist and that we live these alternate lives in our dreams?
Absolutely, I do. And I'll say that even from my own dream life. And I mean, I actually love going to sleep because it's so interesting. Some of my dreams are so fascinating. And to give you an example, I think we do, depending on the choices we make, some of our parallel lives are with other choices that we've made instead of this one. So for me, it's always been interesting that in some of my lives, I was married and now I'm not, but in those dreams, I'm still married and I'm continuing to have a life. So it's almost like at certain points when we go into a different timeline. So I think from my understanding and what I've understood about the soul is that although we've got an oversoul, we've got aspects that go into have different experiences in different timelines, different realities, different dimensions. And when I've taken people into past lives, sometimes they've told me they can see a life where they've got, a number of different children, and it's completely different to the life they have now. And it's existing now in the terms of now, that it's not, a future thing or a past thing. It's actually all happening at the same time, but we're all existing at the same time. We're just living in different timelines and different dimensions.
That's amazing. That clears up so much because I've always thought that about like when I have a dream that I'm actually living a different life, and that makes so much sense. Now, I've never had an out-of-body experience, but I think out-of-body experiences prove that we have a soul. Would you agree?
Well, I'll tell you why I believe we have a soul. Not only because I've taken people into a place where they've seen themselves separate from their body and go into sorry about that. What I've seen happen is that they will go into hypnosis and their consciousness will leave their body. And I say, where are you? And they'll say, I'm in a place of absolute consciousness, of total awareness or whatever. But the thing that convinced me more than anything is past lives. Because when I've taken someone through an experience, for example, where the experience will be of a particular lifetime in a particular, past event, it could be medieval times, and they've had an experience there, I take them through the death sequence. So they see their dead body and they'll say, well, now I'm in a different place. And I will say, okay, so what did you learn in that other life? And they will say, oh, maybe, it could be compassion or limits or this kind of thing. And and where they'll say they are is a beautiful place where they feel supported, where they'll see some of their soul family, and it could be, mum or dad that they're close to, brother or sister. And they will talk about this place where the soul family then makes a contract with each other to incarnate into a new life with different roles or whatever. And they will choose their parents, they'll choose their siblings and all the rest of it. This is not just once, this has been many, many incarnations. And if anyone wants to know more the reality of the soul journeys. Some great books by, I'm just trying to think, it's called Journey of Souls, Dr. Michael Newton. He talks about, and he was a skeptic, has worked with hundreds of people where he takes them into the between life experience, where they all say the same thing about the soul monads and the way that once we leave one lifetime, we're greeted and we review our life and we decide what we've learned and what we haven't learned. And then we make a decision when we want to reincarnate again and what have you. So for me, it's been experiential, but it's also been through my research. I am totally convinced of the reality that this is just, this is an overcoat for our consciousness.
Now, I throughout my podcast, what I've learned is our purpose here on Earth is like a school, and it's for the evolution of this soul, that we come back to evolve into higher levels of consciousness until we reach nirvana, maybe, I guess would be the right word. Do you agree?
Oh, yes. I think it is each lifetime, wherever we experience it, whether it's this planet or another planet or in different forms, ultimately we're raising our understanding and awareness to a point where we don't need to do it anymore. We've gained the understanding that we need. And I think this is what we chose to do right from being very limited as a soul. They call them the younger souls. And I think we're all helping each other go up the ladder, if you like, to connecting to the source, which we're all part of.
And that's my last question for you. Like, throughout all these past life regressions, and because I'm so interested in the afterlife, you don't even know. I mean, for me to spend this time with you is so amazing, because I can really pick your brain and like find out these questions that I have. Like, what have you learned about this creator source, what the Native Americans call the Great Spirit? What have you learned about that entity?
Well, I'll tell you what a 9-year-old explained to me, her understanding. She basically said that God is not male or female. And she called it an ultra-terrestrial that lives in dayland, along with the angels and light, and we all come from there, was the way she explained it. That was her understanding of God. For me,
yeah, I mean, it's just amazing to me, because this whole system's set up for us to reincarnate over and over again, and then there's actually another dimension where we go to when we're done with this life, and then we kind of recycle and do it over again. It's just an amazing scenario that's been laid out for us. I mean, it really is. It's very interesting. And I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, to me, it's very logical, because if I was an aspect of that consciousness we call the source, God, whatever, wanting to experience different things, then it makes sense that as I learn and grow, I then feel less and less inclined to, incarnate in material form, but in different forms. And when I've talked to people, they've been all sorts of forms. They've been energy. They've been ETs. They've been humanoids. They've been plants. And one little boy told me he was around at the time of the dinosaurs, but he's also been a hare. Not the rabbit, but the bigger rabbit called the hare. He said, "I've been a hare, Mary." Some of them talked about being crystals and what have you. That we've been all sorts of forms to experience different frequencies and different types of energies, and that's what I think is fascinating. It's not just that we've been humanoids some of the time. We've actually been ETs. We've been different forms of ETs, geometric forms, lion beings, cat beings, a whole range of different forms that people are seeing and connecting with, that are realizing that there is so many life forms in the cosmos, and we've probably been quite a few of them.
That's amazing. That is amazing. Well, I'll end it with that. That couldn't have summed it up any better. Thank you so much for your time, Mary. You continue to blow me away with your knowledge. I really appreciate your time. Is there anything you want to leave? Any ending words? Do you want to say your website or anything like that?
Oh, look, if people want me, they just Google me and my websites will come up, and I'm on Facebook as well if anyone needs me or is interested in my work. I do there's lots of presentations on YouTube and interviews like this one. What I'd like to say to you, Robert, you say you don't know whether you're a starseed or not. The mere fact that you're doing this tells me, yes, you are, or you wouldn't be driven to giving the energy to what you're doing now. So thank you for all your time and effort in putting this information out, because you do so much that's very positive by informing people. So
thank you so much. I appreciate it. This was this is an amazing podcast. I'll remember this for all time. Thank you, man.
You know Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance, so you only pay for what you need. Like how I customized this scarf. Check out this backpack I made for Marco. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining me for another episode of the Typical Septic Podcast. I have an amazing guest for you guys tonight. I'm going to hold up their book. It's right here. It's called Orbducted in the French Quarter, which I think is first of all, I think that's an amazing title for a book, like Orbducted in the French Quarter. I love New Orleans. I love the stories of hoodoo and magic and ghosts and supernatural. Well, they have all this tied into it. This couple, Chad and Alta, they have something mysterious about their lives that's drawn them together over time, and they're going to tell you more about their experiences, but they've had an abduction experiences, they've had ghosts. I mean, they can name it better than me. From aliens to ghost shapeshifter to meeting people who have been seen, some unseen. This is their story for the open-minded, and I want to give them a big warm welcome to the show. Chad, Alta, thank you guys for coming on. How are you?
Oh, doing well, and thank you so much for having us. It's an honor.
It is an honor. We thank you. We thank you so much for your work. I've been studying you for a little while now, and we're just so appreciative of how interested you are in so many subjects, and especially people like.
Well, tell the audience more about how this all happened, and I know there was an abduction experience, but there's more than just an abduction experience. This is like a story of the paranormal, and this is also seems like an arranged marriage from maybe ETs. Do you think that the ETs were meant to have you guys together, or what? What are your thoughts on all this?
Well, I'm gonna let Alta take over and kind of tell her little story, her experience of us as we came together, and then I'll expand.
So, if I might, I'll just give you a real fast bio kind of on my history. I happen to be 10 years older than Chad. I'm from the Southwest originally. I'm of mixed native blood. My mother, who has since passed, I just had a birthday last Monday on the 23rd, and that's the death date of my mom. She died on my birthday, right before the abduction took place, just a few months prior to the abduction. Her name is Pam. My mother was a very powerful, self-made woman throughout my youth as I was growing up. She got an education in the 70s in college before women were doing that. She was a widow, and she just really had a big ambition to help the world. She was truly a kind of person who was interested in the underdog and in political issues and all kinds of things that I've not really had a lot of connection to. My mom, because of how powerful she was to me, I'm an only child. I was raised an only child. She was widowed when I was 15. She never remarried, so I pretty much was raised alone. The one thing that I share, and I can't go into anything further than what I offered to you, is that because of her personality and just, I don't know, she was just this very interesting person. she would tell a few people in my childhood, not very many, because she didn't trust many, was such a secret. And the secret was, she claims that I'm born in the late 50s. She claims that when I'm about 6 months old, she says I'm the only other passenger in the car. She's the driver. She says that it's the daylight. It's in the afternoon or it's daylight. And she claims that she's driving across the desert. I don't know what desert. I have no idea where she's talking about, but I'm from the Southwest. That a UFO or a silver saucer came down out of the sky, landed on the road, and stopped her from driving. Now,
wow.
Right. So when she would say this, the few times that I ever overheard her share that, my point is that I had no interest in anything out there. I thought she'd lost her mind. And I like the term that I didn't challenge her, nor did I ever see anybody else that she shared this information with challenge her. Nobody knew what to say, but wow. They didn't come back with questions. I just know that at that point that I'm hearing her repeat that, I am so embarrassed. That's the word. I was embarrassed. And I felt a bit scared that I would leave the room. So I don't have any more information than that, but if true, whatever she was saying, she's not known to be a liar, that if true, it would seem that the experiences began for me in the late 50s.
So it's an intergenerational thing, which is common with abductees. If you didn't mind me, I didn't mean to cut in, but that's a very common thing. I don't know if you guys heard that, but like, yeah, were you guys aware of that?
We are, because the way that I've understood this for the last 20 plus years since our abduction, I've had to become a researcher. I've had to become an investigator. I've had to become the information source. Chad's, kept us going, working and living in the traditional, whatever normal life is. I've had the opportunity, if you will, to just spend a lot of time becoming an amazing, I might add, researcher, because I'm all we've had. And so that's something that was one of the first things I was discovering, is that it did seem to be intergenerational. Plus, my connection with Chad, I think, even goes into that deeper. So that just to kind of catch us up and not take too long on me, but my history seems to have started from my beginnings with whatever out there. Now, if we can fast forward, there's a whole lot of, I've adopted the term high strangeness over 20 years ago. I heard Linda Howell use it once, I think, and I just said that explains everything.
Yeah.
So I've always used this term. I hear it's becoming really popular now, and I'm grateful for that, because to me, it really explains so much without explanation. So I had a lot of high strangeness in my life. For instance, I don't have any childhood memories at all until I'm around 9 years old. Now, I mean, when I say there's nothing there, there's nothing there. My first memory is I'm around 9. We're in Aurora, Colorado at the time. It's my mother, myself, and my stepfather. And the memory is I'm being tested in a hospital that I've discovered was a military hospital for ESP. That's my first memory.
Wow.
Yeah, right. So no understanding of any of that. I don't ever remember really questioning my mom much about it, other than I remember my mom acknowledging that I was different. Well, that's not a term that I wanted to be told, because I already felt different, as often I hear so many of us do. And then that memory. So I have no idea why. The hospital is still in effect. It's called Fitzsimmons Military Hospital. It was in Aurora, and I think they've moved it to Colorado Springs. I can't get records, which is so interesting, I reached out to Grant Cameron, who's become, world renowned in this arena, probably 15 years ago. And he was one of the few that responded to me, and I was so grateful. It was short, didn't feel so sweet, but at least he responded. Because I asked him, how do I get those records? And he made it clear to me in a very short statement, that won't happen.
Yeah.
That's not going to happen. So I've been left with that huge mystery. And then if I might, there's a whole lot in between, but we'll fast forward now to my stepfather dies when I'm around 15. I had a lot of ghosty experiences. I babied up the language over the years just to kind of get through it all. So ghosties and Sasquatchies and, just kind of babied up the language. But I've had all of those experiences. And then around 19, when I'm around, I think my first or second year of college, my mom just all of a sudden says to me, she's moving to, now we're living in the Midwest at the time. We'd left Colorado, moved to the Midwest, actually Iowa. I spent 10 or 11 years in Iowa. And, just felt like I had a wonderful childhood in that regards. And then started college. My mother was working for the college that I went to. All of a sudden, I remember just out of nowhere, her saying to me, she's moving to a place called Little Rock, Arkansas. Now, I remember saying to myself, what is an Arkansas? That the South made no sense to me. I had no comprehension of the South. And so I'm tagging along. She's not leaving without me. We were a little dynamic duo, I thought. So off to Arkansas, we moved. Now, this is in the late 70s. My mom starts college there and meets Bill Clinton immediately. Now, keep in mind, this is late 70s. He's Attorney General of the state. Nobody knew who the Clintons were at the time. And he's a law professor. Mom decides she wants law. She's going to get a degree in law. She meets Bill Clinton. He becomes her first law professor. So life got very strange, just in the weirdness of just that. I'm in and out of Arkansas for several years. I leave, I go out to the Southwest, then I go out to California, then I come back, I'm in Kansas City. I'm very unsettled. I don't know what I want to be when I grow up. I feel very uncomfortable with just life. And I don't know if I'm searching. I feel like I am, but I didn't even know what I was searching for. I'm single. I've never been married. I had no children. Now, if I can get us, again, fast forward to 1990, Little Rock, Arkansas. I have come back to the state. I'm staying with my mom at the time. The fast story on that is it's a Valentine's Day, 1990. Again, I'm 33 at the time. I have never been married with no children, nor did I have any intentions. I was not going to do either. And on Valentine's afternoon, the job I had, I worked in the medical industry. The job I had, the guy I worked with, couldn't stand. He was married with a new baby. He couldn't stand that I was single and I didn't have a date for Valentine's. So he decides he's going to arrange me on a blind date. I make it clear to him, and I'm going to try to speed the story up. I'm not interested in a blind date, never been on one, don't want one. He doesn't care. He makes a phone call right in front of me, and he's talking to somebody on the telephone. I can tell the way he's describing me. I'm thinking, well, I'd be interested in me because he's making me sound kind of hot. And I'm kind of laughing at myself because I'm also hearing that who he's talking to is not able to make the date. So now I'm starting to get very upset. I don't want a blind date, but I can't get a blind date sort of feeling. I leave work that afternoon. I decide to do something very unusual, which is I'm going to go somewhere and have a drink all by myself and just kind of tend to my wounds. Unusual, I don't drink and drive. I just don't do that. So, and I definitely don't go anywhere alone. And on that night, I chose to do so. There's a whole lot to that story that would take up all of our time to try to express to you what I was experiencing. There's no doubt to me My word is beings. I've never used the word aliens or ETs or any of that. My language is the beings. There were beings involved in meeting me that evening to make sure that I left one location and that I got to a second location. And in that second location, I don't have memory of leaving the first and going to the second, but I know that I did. And I know that these beings that appeared to be men that were beautiful, like models looking men, made sure I got to that second location. I'd never been to this place before. It was a huge sports bar. Before the night was over, this place was packed. I found myself separating from the men, the beings, because they're beings. There's just no, I don't know who they are, what they are. They just were more than human. And I had a girlfriend that didn't live far from this place. She was single also. I called her. I asked her if she, was free. And she made it clear. And I told her who I was with. And she was there before we hung the phone up, because I'm describing them as gorgeous as they appeared. One of them was very well dressed with hair your color, sir, beautiful black hair, and expensively, casually dressed. The other one was gorgeous blonde that was wearing a bomber jacket, a leather bomber jacket. I remember him telling me that he was the black-haired man's pilot, personal pilot. Well, that's just, the whole story is so involved.
He was what? I missed that. What? I missed that. I couldn't understand it. What? He was what?
That the blonde with the bomber jacket was the dark-haired man's personal pilot of an airplane.
Oh, okay.
Well, he didn't say airplane. He just said personal pilot.
Okay.
And like I said, the whole circumstances, that's bizarre beyond words. So I seem to have separated when my girlfriend came to that sports club. It's like I introduced them and then I left them and went to the other side of the bar and sat up at the bar all by myself. Again, the behavior is very weird and really out of character for me. You can tell I like to talk. I'm very gregarious. I'm friendly, but this was a weird night. And my point is before midnight of Valentine's of 1990 struck, all of a sudden this guy walks up to me while I'm sitting at the bar and he asked me if I wanted to play pinball. Now, I don't like pinball or anything about it, so I started to be very ugly. And then by the time I started at his feet, because I'm looking down at the floor, I'm not in a good mood. I was like souring as the night was wearing on. This guy is adorable. He's got a beautiful smile and beautiful blue eyes, and he's just friendly. He's tall and thin. I started at his feet, and I worked my way up, and I'm about to let him have it about him and his pinball. And then by the time I got to his face, I'm like, okay, let's go play pinball. So we get over and start playing pinball. And next thing we know, just again, to try to shorten this story, we get around to names. And he asked me my name, and of course, my name is unusual, Alta. I don't know a lot of Chads in my life, and he makes it clear to me that he's Chad that was supposed to have that blind date with me that night that couldn't make it. It's him.
Wow.
I'll let Chad explain to you how that happened.
Yeah, I worked at an oyster bar, and of course, oyster bars are very busy on Valentine's Day. So, I couldn't get off work for the date that my friend had called me about earlier that afternoon. And so after work, it was just nothing but guys that worked there. I mean, we had a female owner and another female that worked on the weekends. But so it's just us guys. Nobody's got dates because, we had to work. So we just decided to go. They wanted to go play darts. I'm like, okay, let's go. And this was the first time I'd ever been there. So,
Right, did you catch that, Chad?
And this was a place just down, like 3 blocks from my house. I mean, that's how close it was, to my, but I'd never really been in there. Never been in there.
And I'll just,
And-
for the sake of conversation, I'll jump in real fast. Little Rock in 1990 was probably at least 250,000 people. It wasn't ginormous like New York City, but it wasn't some.
Man, I
farm
mean,
town.
it's the
We had a lot of
capital.
clubs.
So
Yeah,
yeah.
right.
And so instead, I get to the club, and instead of going and playing darts with my buddies, I mean, there's probably 8, 9, 10 of us. And I'm like, I don't want to play darts. So, I grab me a beer and I go over and play pinball. And then I see this lady sitting at the bar. Hey, lady. Hey, lady. And I go over, and she kind of looked at me funny, and she says, "Yeah, I'll come play." And then we got into names, and she's like, "Do you know a guy named David?" I'm like, "Yeah." "Did he call you today?" And I'm like, "Yeah." She goes, "I'm Alta. I'm the one that we were supposed to have a date tonight." So essentially, we were a date that didn't happen, that happened anyway. We ended up talking all night long.
We went back to his mom's house
Yeah.
where Chad was living at the time. We
And
went in the house with her.
yeah, went to my mom wasn't in town, or she was at her boyfriend's house or whatever, and so I thought everything went, but then she hid from me.
Well, so when we went to his mom's house, we spent all
Oh yeah, well, yeah.
literally like being in a college dorm. That's what it felt like for me. It was so fun, music and fun and
Yeah.
laughter,
Yeah.
and we were just clicking. Him and I were just clicking.
Yeah.
To have 10 years difference between us, you'd have never known it because it was just so smooth. So we literally are awake for his mom to come home the next morning.
Yeah, my mom comes home the next morning, and she's I'm like, "Hey mom, this is Alta. This is my mom Janice."
She came home to change her clothes. She worked for doctors, and she had to get her uni on and get herself ready for her job. So she moves through very fast as Chad's introducing us. "This is Alta. Hi, this is my mom. Hi." And into the bathroom she goes. While she's in the bathroom getting ready, she calls Chad in. Now I'm getting very nervous. I haven't had to deal with a mom in a long time. And I'm trying to find the exit door because I just don't understand at all exactly what's going on. Chad comes back into the room. We're in the den. He comes back in the room, and he's got this kind of smile, puzzled look on his face. And his mom has just said to him,
She said, "Does that name Alta sound familiar to you?" And I'm like, "No." She goes, "Well, that's my dad. That's your grandfather's name." I said, she said, "He went by George because he thought Alta was too feminine." And of course, I knew him as Papa, so, but essentially.
Chad had no idea that his grandfather
then-
and I share the same
And then I tell
first name.
Alta his last name's Duncan. Well,
And that's
that's
my
her mom's maiden name.
Wow.
Right.
So essentially, I married Alta Duncan,
That's his
my grandfather.
grandfather's name.
I mean, and my grandfather was very, because my parents split up when I was like 7 years old. So, it would be, he was like one of my main male figures in my life.
Yeah.
So this is essentially where I've always come up with the term arranged. Chad, it's not his word, and I've always tried to stress I've never meant anything derogatory or negative about the term, but I am absolutely positive that we were arranged, that something out there, something else, made sure we were together and seems to have encouraged us to stay together since 1990.
That's so strange. I mean, that's so. I mean, you hear these like ET arranged relationships, so it's not that strange. Like if you listen to Preston Bennett, he talks about that a lot. I mean, he talked about that. He did a video on it before. So Sorry, you guys go ahead.
No. I'm very aware of him. Like I said, I've become such a involved researcher over the years that I'm so aware of so many of these folks and their work, and have tried to help fill in some of our blanks, some of our questions. So we know that it does seem to be, I don't know that it's typical, but it's certainly, I know we're not the only.
Yeah. So when you guys had this encounter in New Orleans, like, was this your first encounter with the paranormal, or were you guys having paranormal encounters leading up to this? And I'm guessing you had some after it.
So,
well, I'll just say real quick, and then again, Chad will jump in. We married in 1991, and then we moved, again, just to get the story sped up a little bit, keep it all in context, we moved to Louisiana in 1994. My mom had moved there. She was living in a community that was very kind of rural, probably over an hour outside of New Orleans, out in the swamplands, and she invited for us to move there. We took her up on that, so we joined along in 1994. This was an area that was just outside of a town called Hammond, Louisiana. Hammond, again, about an hour, maybe not so long, out of New Orleans, so the French Quarter. Now, prior to that, just to answer your question, I've been having paranormal, high strangeness experiences all my life. As I said, my first memory is being tested for ESP in a military hospital. I've been having stuff happening all my life. Chad, I think, had a very interesting, that seems to get overlooked a lot, experience when he's a little boy in the swamps of Arkansas, which is where he's originally from, if you care to share that, Chad. The crop circle.
Yeah, when I was probably about maybe 6 or 7 years old. My dad and my uncle and my grandfather, they were all rice farmers, plus and soybean. They're crop shared, and we had our country home, and outside, was this big, huge soybean field. Out to the side of it, just acres and acres. And then on the other side of the field was our barn where we kept our tractors and stuff. But right in between the house and the barn, probably, 100 yards away would be the barn, there were these 3 crop circles. Well, they were burnt circles. They weren't like the soybeans weren't laid down. They were just burnt. And it was 3, same exact size, just boom, 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 just in a perfect line between the house and the barn.
Wow.
I remember my dad and my uncle and my grandfather, scratching their heads, I'm out there, as a little guy, and they're scratching their heads. Yeah, this would have been the 70s. And yeah. And I've never seen anything. They'd never really seen anything like that before. They just didn't understand. It didn't compute. I don't ever remember them talking about it ever again, but they were just kind of confused. It's like, what happened?
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to speed along, making sure that we get as much, offered in our because our circumstances, our experiences are so involved and involve so many different types of paranormal.
I need a quick break. I'm going to let Alta talk. I'll be right back.
Okay.
So we, in 1994, we moved to this area called Hammond. That was our first, up until then, as I said, I had lots of all the other experiences, the ghost and the missing time and all kinds of, just about, I don't remember cryptid when I'm young, which is interesting because I'm mixed Indian. And so I just don't ever remember having any of those kinds of encounters. But pretty much, what you can think about, it seemed like I was experiencing. So when we moved to Louisiana, 1994, the very end of it, Chad and I, it feels like it was a Friday night. I think it was a Friday night. And we decided we were going to go out and have dinner and drinks for a Friday night in small town Louisiana. Now, Hammond is pretty good size. It's small, but it's got a university. So it's, it's on the map. Again, it's not just some little farm community. It's still daylight out because we can see very clearly the sky around us. We're driving in probably 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock traffic, and it's pretty busy. I do remember a lot of traffic that we're flowing along in. And as we are entering into Hammond to go out and have our dinner and drinks, I'll have Chad now share with you what happened to us.
So we come into Hammond, and there's like a kind of a bend in the road. And there's like pine trees, big tall pines. And then back behind the pines was the local Walmart shopping center, supersized, with all the other buildings and, other shops there attached. And we get around and we look after, we get through past the pine trees, we kind of look up and there's this craft in the sky. And it seems to be low. I mean, I would say below cloud level. It's not very, it's not like right close, but it's so.
Wow.
I look up, I look at Alta, she looks at me, we kind of acknowledge, like, we both saw what we saw. I look back up. She never does.
I don't take my eyes off of Chad. I went into shock. When he says a craft, he's talking about something that was above our heads in that sky that was bigger than that supersized Walmart parking lot. Everything surrounded
it. Was huge.
Wow.
It was huge. It was kind of shaped, kind of like that. Triosceles, where it's kind of flat. It wasn't like a triangle. It was kind of like that, It had like 3 or 4 lights in the front or in the back and 2 or 3 lights in, on the shorter side, moving very slow. If at all, there's no sound, there's no nothing. There's no other reaction with cars pulling over and everybody freaking out or anything like that. It was like, and I just kind of focused, that, the traffic was moving. So, I focused back on in the car, we went on to dinner and all that.
Wait, I get a question. Did you think that you guys think that we might have been being invaded at some point? Like, do you think that there was like something serious going on? I mean, I know I would have freaked out, right? Like, or what was your first reaction when you saw that thing? Like, or what, did you just, what are you just off?
All right. So my thought was that what went through my head was like, if I don't acknowledge it, if they don't know that I saw them, they won't know that I saw them.
Yeah, and so they won't see you, right?
If I don't see them, they don't see me.
Yeah.
And, back to driving.
And my response was my first memory of being in true shock. I was in shock. My behavior doesn't make any sense because now it might be a whole different story. But when that happened, I couldn't take my eyes off of staring at Chad. Now he's the driver, right? I'm the passenger. I am not going to look back up there because if I look back up there and that is there, that means that's real. If I don't look at that again, that's not real.
Right.
That can't happen. And I was in shock.
That's not possible.
Behavior that makes no sense. But I was beyond fear. I was in shock. We go on to have dinner and drinks that we remember. We knew we were never going to talk about this. This was never going, this was a dead subject. So the next day, wouldn't you know, seems like we turned on the radio, like maybe car radio, because again, this is 1995, 94. We'll be dang if it wasn't a local radio station and the DJ saying other folks had seen what we just were determined not to have to be a reality. Others had seen it and called it in and reported it. When we heard that, I shut it off fast, is what I remember, saying, nope, 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 that didn't happen. We didn't just hear, others saw it either, because that made it real. So once again, we both shut down. Neither one of us were interested to know any more about that. That just was going to become a dead subject.
Non-subject.
A non-subject. So now this is the end of 94. Within no time of that experience, we decide to move to the French Quarter. The French Quarter of New Orleans is, again, like an hour away. When we made that decision, we were not prepared to move to the French Quarter. It's very expensive. It's, you've got to either have we didn't. We were just dreamers and with no kids. I want to remind everybody, for our behavior, we never had children, so we didn't answer to any. So we're just going to do it. We're just, wild and crazy. We're going to move to the French Quarter. When we got there and discovered, just really how tough it is, we ended up living, this gets really nuts. We ended up living in an apartment above the original voodoo temple.
Wow.
Yeah, that had been created 300 years ago. The building
It was a voodoo temple?
The apartment was right above the voodoo temple.
That's amazing in itself. That's huge. Like, that is so, that had to be so strange, right?
That place was alive.
Oh, but what's interesting is I didn't know nothing about voodoo, hoodoo, she-doo. We didn't know any of that.
We were
raised a Southern Baptist out of Arkansas. I was raised with religion in my life, Orthodox, Catholicism when I'm little. My mother was a very open-minded woman and allowed me to experience life without a whole lot of restriction. So, but the one thing I didn't know nothing about, he didn't either. We didn't know nothing about voodoo. When we got moved in, the voodoo priestess who lived there also in her priestess area of the courtyard, she saw right away us carrying in my regalia, my native regalia. Then we discover in short time, voodoo honor Native America. They have altars in all of their temples that are honoring Indians. So this priestess decides she wants to be a sisterhood with me and be in business. Well, I didn't want none of that. I just need a place to live. And I'm just trying to, get on with life. So we were discovering all kinds of things about living above that temple. One of the things we discovered, and Chad will share this with you, is that the voodoo priest who had died right before we got there, that used to be his apartment that we moved into.
Oh,
so,
wow. That's
the voodoo priest and the voodoo priestess didn't live together.
No,
they were
didn't
kind
like
of,
each other.
yeah, they were kind of oil and water.
And this priest was from.
He was from
This
Belize.
priest was from Belize.
He was.
So he's the real deal, as authentic as you can get.
And so, my first experience there, I'm laying in bed, and all of a sudden I feel something on my chest, about right here. And I go up and I scratch, and then I feel it again. And I go up, and I scratch. And it happens 3 or 4 times. And about the last time I opened my eyes, and I could see, horizontally right above me was this very short-statured African-American man. He was bare-chested. He had like some hemp and beads, just some like really, native jewelry kind of stuff. I couldn't see him from below his waist. It was kind of foggy, it was just a fog. And he would take his finger and put it on my chest right here.
And tickle.
And was tickling. Because if it was something besides that, it would be in different places. So, but I saw him pull his hand back, and he faded away. And like a couple of weeks later, another couple moved into a kind of a small apartment down below us, next to the next door to the
just to paint
temple.
Picture a little bit better for you. The property that the temple sat on, and is still there, was the courtyard, had a huge courtyard and buildings that we discovered used to be the slave quarters 300 years ago. They converted those slave quarters into efficiency apartments. And so they're cute and adorable, but when Chad said those buildings were alive, those buildings are alive. There's no question about it with history. And it's still living history and still acting out there.
So this couple moves in, and they had been married by the priest. Now, we never saw him, never met him or anything, because he died before we moved there. So they start bringing out their wedding pictures. And then, so she's, showing the wedding pictures, and then she goes, and this is priest, and I can't remember the priest's name, but priest such and such. And I'm like, wow. I'm like, and then I told them the story that I just told you, or in your listeners. I told them that story, and they go, well, that makes sense, because he was kind of a trickster. He would test people to make sure that they were okay to be in his space. And by the way, you're living in his old apartment. He didn't live with the priestess. He lived upstairs in your old apartment. And I'm like, oh, wow. And like after this happened, actually, I'll back up a little bit. So I worked in the restaurant business in the French Quarter, and so when I saw this, I didn't remember it immediately when I woke up. I went to work, and this flashback kind of thing comes back to me, and it, I remembered.
And he has a sore on his chest from sweat.
Yeah, I've got like 3 or 4 layers of skin.
Right,
I mean, I dug deep into my skin.
Wow.
That's what kept, reminding me about what the heck happened to me last night. But anyway, they said that he would test people, that if you weren't cool enough to be in his space, or if you weren't this and that. So after work, I get home, and out to be a Native American, I grabbed her smudge, and I put that, I had to just go, and I was burning the sage and candles, and I'm like, hey, it's cool. You ain't got to go anywhere. Just don't mess with us. Just don't mess with us, man. I'm gonna paint this place. We're gonna have a nice, clean apartment. Just don't mess with us. And I never had any more experience with him.
Chad had this experience. Lots and lots of experiences there, but one of the most vivid is a fire that took place. Now, with that said, we're asleep in bed up in that apartment. We're on the second floor. The temple is not directly below us, it's over.
Yeah, it was kind of like a fourplex. There was 2 apartments on the top. On this side was the temple, and this side was the gift shop, her gift shop.
It was like directly below us. So we're up on the second floor. The one thing, you never want is fire in the French Quarter. Those are 300-year-old buildings.
And they're all attached.
And everything's attached, right? So you just don't want a fire in the French Quarter. So we're asleep, and all of a sudden, I'm smelling smoke. I'm very sensitive. I wake Chad up, and I'm like, Chad, I smell smoke. And Chad's like, you're dreaming, go back to sleep. Okay. I try to go back to sleep, and then the next thing I know, we got white smoke coming up in our bedroom. It's now coming in our bedroom.
Wow.
Right. I get his attention again. He can't deny we got smoke coming in the house. We're hauling booty out of that apartment just as fast as my little fat legs can get me down those stairs. Chad's got long, skinny ones. And we get down into the courtyard and we're yelling, fire, fire. We're like the fire alarm, trying to let everybody know who's in those efficiency apartments, the priestess, and everybody. We got fire. We see white smoke billowing. I'm not exaggerating. I sound exaggerating. I'm not. It was billowing out of the temple. Billowing. Next thing we know, I'm trying again just to condense this story. We got at least 10 to 15 big, huge, beefy firemen who have shown up there about this fire. There's no fire. There's no fire.
I mean,
they're
you
all
could
moving
see
around
the
the temple.
smoke.
Chad
you
went
know?
into the temple.
Yeah, I went in, the priestess went in, and the fireman.
And there's no fire.
There's
and
no
there's
fire.
Smoke billowing.
Yeah, you could see the smoke in the, ceiling.
So what we, just to end this story so we can move on, is what we discovered. Now them big beefy firemen got the hay out of Dodge. They didn't want to be there. They didn't want to be there in the first place. People were that lived there afraid of the temple and a lot of what it represented. So they were happy to see they showed up and, nothing to see here. Let's move on. With this huge mystery of where the hay is all this smoke coming from? What is this about? While I'm standing out in the courtyard with all of the residents, Chad's in the temple, and then, he's trying to help any way he can. I'm telling you, it was as if there was some director in the sky, some movie director in the sky saying, hit the lightning, hit the thunder. Stuff was going off around us above our heads up in the sky. It's mind-blowing. And it was only over us, not this, there was no rain, but I'm telling you, terrifying lightning and thunder started exploding as if something was saying, okay, hit it. And then instantly it was like the director said, that's enough. When we're all like scared out of our wits and we see the firemen all leaving, when it starts
we finally, I come to this one altar that she had, and it was her wedding anniversary. So she had her wedding dress up on the wall, his suit up on the wall, the priestess, yeah, the priest and the priestess. So, and then she had like depictions of the saints, and then her altar with the candles and all on the floor. I find it's one of those jarred candles, and it had gotten so low that it burst and caused the fire to travel around the herbs and other trinkets up to the wall. It went up the wall. It stopped at the saints. If it would have went beyond the saints pictures, it would have caught her wedding dress afire.
Right.
Wow.
And then that would have been
just bizarre.
Really bad.
Bizarre. When he's going through in the temple, when I'm going through out there in the middle of the night with all the residents and this weird sky action that's going on. So not long after that, we know we don't want to be there no more. It's time to go. So we had been there probably several months. We had started finding our way, Chad and I. We both had employment. I was doing really well. Chad was doing really well. So we were making the kind of income we needed to kind of move up a little bit. So we decided that's enough of that. We've been there and done that. We're going to move into the quarter because the temple is on the outskirts of the quarter. The quarter is about if and it sounds like you might be familiar with it, it's about 13 blocks square. So at this point now, our new home is this amazing townhouse that's in the middle of the corner with those fancy balconies like you see on
Yeah,
television.
we can see the cathedral out our back.
You know, we
window.
just
Mardi Gras must have been crazy for you guys, right?
Oh yeah, it was nuts. I mean,
it was nuts. So we moved in to this new townhouse that was alive because everything was alive there, everything. So we're having, you know, just this amazing journey of moving up and kind of finding our way. And we're very excited. And now we're in about 1997. So my birthday is in May. I just had a birthday on Monday.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Thank you so much. And we feel like this has been such a wonderful gift, you inviting us on. We just can't thank you enough for this. My mom she's left Louisiana a couple years prior and she's gone back to Arkansas. She was not in good health. She didn't want to stay there. We wanted her with us. She adores Chad. He adores her. And so it's just a happy little family. So she's going to move back to Louisiana. She's going to move to the quarter where we're at. We pre-rented her a mother-in-law cottage in our courtyard. Adorable. We have everything all set up for this move. She's kind of going to come back and surprise me for my birthday. I'm turning 40 at the time. Chad was 30, just to give you perspective. So, as I said, my birthday, May 23rd. When we're so excited about her return and life is looking so amazing, she wasn't allowed to. She died on my birthday.
Oh God, I'm so sorry about that. That's tough.
It was huge. It was a huge devastation to both of us. And so has died in Little Rock. We've got to go back to Little Rock and try to, you know, handle my insanity because I'm dying. I was dying. And Chad, you know, kind of saved my life because he has through so much of my stuff. And so we go back to Little Rock, we handle the affairs the best as possible. We get back to New Orleans. Now I am so dark inside. I can't find the light. Whatever the light is, I can't find it. Because I'm just pissed and I'm hurt and I'm lost. Who takes a mother away on their birthday? It was like, if there's God, I was just really having it out.
It's tough. It's so tough when that happens. Like I lost a parent when I was 21 and it never, like.
I'm so sorry, Robert.
It makes you question. It's like, it's so hard because there's like the beauty in life. Baby's born, or when you see, like I say this all the time, when you see like the flowers blossoming in the spring, but then there's death, and they like it's such the duality of life is so crazy, right? I mean,
so crazy. It's all so crazy.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, and thank you for sharing that. We were just so sorry to hear that from you. Again, thank you for sharing. So this is in May. Her death. I'm surviving because I throw myself into work, and that's it. I have no happiness going on inside of me at all. With the exception of my love for Chad, I don't have children. I didn't have anybody else but my mom. She's my only family besides Chad. And so, I'm beyond devastated. I'm just hanging on. 3 months later, now get us into September of 1997. I'm working in a reading salon, really kind of exclusive reading salon that it was a family-owned business that started their business in 1929. They kept it in the family. They ran it kind of like a mafia, very tight, very controlled, and safe. And I worked with folks of all walks of life, every celebrity you can imagine, all the way down to maybe people who couldn't afford to even come in the shop. And so I got this very vast sort of connection to the world out there that I'm not interested in. At this point, I'm not interested in anything except just getting through the days. The shop that I worked in, they had 2 shops in the quarter, this family. I was very close to the family, Chad as well. Chad was entrepreneuring himself. At this point now, he's kind of creating his own way. And he's starting a cleaning business, and he's a handyman, and he cooks, and, you know, he can just do everything. So he's, you know, he's trying to get on with his life, kind of entrepreneuring. So the shop I worked in particular, where I was at most of the time, this young woman that I worked with, we call her Christine in the book. At the time, she's 24, Chad's 30, and I just turned 40. She asked me if I wanted to go out that evening and have dinner and drinks in the quarter. We'd never done it before. I'm like, wait, that sounds like a respite in this terrible time that I'm experiencing. So I accepted. I say, let's call Chad, because Chad loves to play with the girls, and the girls love for Chad to play with us. So we only lived a couple blocks from the shop. And when you live in the quarter, you walk everywhere. We had a car, but it cost a fortune to have a car because you have to pay for parking and so on. So we did have a car, but you know, you walk everywhere. So I called Chad or let him know, get yourself all cleaned up, get all cute, come meet us at the shop. We're just going to go out spontaneously tonight. No plans. We're just going to go out. And we're going to go find a party because I need one very badly. And I know Chad certainly did. Okay, so that's where the book, Abducted Ashley, starts. Chad meets us at the shop. She's got the keys to the shop, so she's got a managerial duty she's got to take care of at the end of the night. As we walk out the door of the shop, the 3 of us, she locks the door. It's still light out. No. It had just really gotten in the dark time.
It was like probably around 9:30.
Somewhere around 9:30. Shop closed at 9.
Shop closed at 9, so after.
So I remember when we stepped out, seeing something that was really weird for me, as strange as that sounds. And it's not that weird, but I just don't go around talking about energy, the air, energy, sort of, you know, new age kind of sound. Woo, yeah, I guess that's what they call it. But when we stepped out of the shop that evening, I very distinctly said, man, it feels, the energy is weird out here tonight. It's weird. I don't go around normally and talk like that. So that was bizarre just in itself. And I remember both Chad and her acknowledging that as well. And they don't go around and talk that way either. So it seemed to get our attention immediately, whatever it is. We walk a few blocks to the famous Bourbon Street. We're going to start on Bourbon, and we're just going to work ourselves across the border, again, spontaneously, no plans. When we got to Bourbon, again, I can remember taking note and saying, where is everybody? Where is everybody? There were no people. There were a few stragglers, but there were no people in the French Quarter. Take that in. Anybody who knows the French Quarter knows that even in slow months, there's always people on those streets. There's always musicians. There's always activity. Not this night, not on this night. And I'm saying, where is everybody? Where is everybody? It's like we're trying to find a party, and where is it? We stopped at the first location that we stopped at that night after I made those statements was a place that Chad had worked in when we first moved there a couple of years prior. So the point of that is we knew everybody. We knew the owner, we knew all, you know, we knew the staff and we knew the management and so on.
We knew the band. We knew the band.
This place is large. It's one of those, again, you see on TV when you see anything about French Quarter Bourbon Street with the balconies. It's got
It's like
breeze when you walk in.
it's like downstairs you had the it was half of it was like the bar, and then you had what they call the carriageway, and it's kind of like a breezeway or hallway that goes down, and you go into the courtyard, into the back for seating for food.
Beautiful courtyard that's set up for restaurants.
Upstairs during the day we would serve food. At night it was a disco,
So
and
it's
then
this very large place. that had a lot of staff. Not this night. When we walked in, there's nobody. There's nobody.
One person.
There's nobody there but one human being that happened to be a black dude that was friends of ours that we hadn't seen in a long time, that was a manager. There's no wait staff. There's no patrons. There's no bartenders. There's nobody. There's nobody. That just got too weird for words. More to that story, but just again, to move the story along, we decided, he offered the three of us a house drink. He made us a drink. I don't remember any of us drinking it because we were so bored and could not believe what we were experiencing. We just decided we're going to get on with the game and we're going to go try to find a party. We thanked him. We spent as long as we could with him, but we just moved on. We never drank. We didn't hang out. We just got going. We stopped at another spot midway through the quarter. Once again, there's nobody in there. There's a bartender. That's it. We don't stay there. We just keep right on trucking. We get to the other end of the quarter. We went to a place that we've always gone to. Now, we weren't bar hang routers, but again,
We had our spots. We had our cool
locals
spots.
have your spots. So this happened to be one of our spots, and it happened to be a place called Dragon's Den. It was an upstairs place above a Thai restaurant. Okay, so you got to go up some cranky stairs to get up to this place. We've been there a couple of years. Again, we knew the band, we knew the people. On this night, as we go up those stairs, we get to the top of the stairs and the door is shut, and there's a sign on the door. And all the time we'd ever been there, we'd never experienced this. The sign was they were asking for a cover charge. What? There's not even any people, but they're asking for a cover charge, and the door is shut. Now we're just
we tipped the band.
now we're just we're beyond this experience. There's no explanation for anything that's happening to us. In a real piffy kind of attitude, we just did a little swirl on the steps and said, we ain't doing this. And down the steps we tried, sort of, again, pouty and saying, what in the world? We come out of this place, again, keep in mind, no alcohol, no drugs, and did not appear to have anybody around us who could have drugged us, because we've had many people challenge everything about this story. Because this ain't a story. This actually happened to us. We come out of this place, we're back on the street. Now our last opportunity to try to have any kind of a night is across the street at the last location, and that's called Checkpoint Charlie's. Checkpoint Charlie's is a big dive it's just a big dive. The famous folks would play there after they get done with their gigs. They'd hide off and they'd play there. If you got lucky, you might see somebody famous, but people didn't go there to see anybody famous. It's just a big dive. On this night, that big dive had a doorman. It had never had one of those before. As we're coming across the street, we see this cute little Nirvana looking guy. If you know who I'm talking about. Kurt Cobainish kind of looking, if that gives you any idea. He's blonde and he's adorable. He looks like he's around the same age as our friend that's with us. She's 24 at the time. And he's the doorman. I mean, he's a little squirt. Anything could have hurt him. So I couldn't imagine that this dive had a doorman, first of all, that looked like that. So I just kind of breezed past him because I'm like tripping out. I'm not believing how this night is playing out. And as I go past him, what do you know? The door is open. I look in. There's nobody in there. What a surprise. There's nobody, not even a bartender, just the doorman outside. At this point now, I'm over it. I'm done. I'm well cooked. It's got to be all of 11 o'clock. We've been out there an hour and a half, maybe. Again, no alcohol, no drugs. I preface that, and not even the hint of it. To experience this very weird night. When I saw there was nobody in Dragon's Den and we got a doorman, I can't explain anything that's going on anymore, and I don't want to. I fall into this deep darkness again, the pain of the death of my mom. Things just aren't playing out right. So I walk down the block, about a half a block, maybe not quite that far, to a stew. I go sit down on the stew. Chad follows me. We leave our friend. She's visiting with the little doorman. At least it looks like they're having a good time. They're friendly, at least. And I'm thinking, well, not all is lost. At least she's met a friend. But I say to Chad privately, I just want to go home. I felt like Dorothy and Oz. I just want to go home. I don't even want to walk the blocks back. Let's get a cab. I just want to go home. That's around 11 o'clock that night. The next thing I know, it's the next day. I'm now sitting up, cross-legged, Indian style, on my daybed in my living room with the sun blasting through my windows. I didn't wake up. I came to. Huge difference. I came to. My eyes popped open and I'm rubbing my arms and I am flipping out.
Wow.
My arms, I feel something sticking out of the upper part of my arm. It felt like a sticker, like a piece of cactus, but there was no pain. It was just sharp. Now I'm absolutely losing my mind because where's Chad? Where's our friend? Oh my God, how did I get here? I'm looking around, I'm scanning around my house from my angle of where I'm sitting. I had view into my bedroom. I say this kind of hinting, laughing, not really, because it really happened. I see a lump in my bed, covered up in blankets. Now, I've always said I'm praying that that lump belongs to me, but I have no idea what is laying in my bed under those blankets. And I only see one lump. Where's our friend? This would have been the time 2 lumps would have been acceptable. So I start to get up off of my daybed. Keep in mind, I'm sitting straight up. My bathroom happens to be right next to me. So I beeline, instead of going straight to the lump in bed, I beeline into the bathroom to figure out what the hay is in my upper arm. That was mind-blowing what I went through in that bathroom. I got a pair of tweezers. I pulled that sticker out of my arm. That's tiny. It is so tiny, but it was sharp. When I pulled it out, it left a teeny, tiny, microscopic almost hole. What I had between my fingers was solid when it came out of my arm. And the time it took me to pull it out and look at it, it started dissolving. Now,
are you serious? Oh my God.
It's an oh my God. And I'm yelling that at the top of my lungs, and more so as it's dissolving. I turned on the faucet, and I say this in all honesty, I scrubbed my hands till I thought they'd bleed. Whatever that was, I had to get it off of me. I had to get it. It had to go.
She said it was kind of stiff in the beginning.
It was solid
in the beginning. But then when she started rubbing it, it was almost like it turned into like a celery fiber, and then just kind of completely dissolved.
Wow.
So
you hear that a lot with implants. Like I heard when Roger Lear or other people would remove implants, that they would disappear. That's common, you know. Like that's interesting. That's probably was an implant, right?
Well, what's interesting is nothing has disappeared. Only what I pulled out of my arm, because I still have the object.
Yeah, there's
With
still
that
something
phrase,
in her arm.
Oh, it's very obvious. We'll get to that in a second. When I went through that in the bathroom, now I've got to get to the lump. Oh my God, Jesus, let that be Chad. By the time I come out of the bathroom and I'm beyond mortified, I moving towards, and now Chad is up. He's now awake and out of bed. He's rubbing his eyes and he's sleepy and he's moving towards me. And I'm like losing my mind. And I'm waiting for him to explain to me something. Next thing I get out of Chad is he wants to know how we got home.
How did we get home?
And I'm like,
It
he
was-
sounds so
yeah,
calm,
it-
but there was nothing
Oh,
calm about this experience.
But yeah, no, I was freaked. I was like, I know we weren't drinking. I know we weren't anything like that. We're not out there partying. Last thing I remember was being on that street corner. And now I wake up around 9-ish, the
Time
next morning.
perspective is, it's 11, the last thing him and I remember is 11 that night. The next thing I know, somewhere between 8 and 9, the next morning when I come to, and then he's waking up following that, somewhere between 9 and 10. That's how much time is missing from 11 the night before until the next day. When I tell him what I've just gone through in the bathroom, as I've said before, I wasn't looking at all of my body because I'm so flipped out over my arm. I can't think straight. Chad happened to see what I didn't
because
see.
she's showing me, because it's about like right here in her arm. It's right up in this area. So she's showing me this, and I look down, and like about right here, right up underneath, it's as if something was either holding her up on either side or holding her, maybe on both arms, because they were on both arms. There was like 3 fingerprints, and then, it was like 4 fingerprints, a thumb and 3 fingers, and lightly bruised.
What would have been interesting if you guys, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Chad, but I was just thinking if you guys would have had a black light at that point, because Daryl Sims says if you get a black light and you see that fluorescence on you, that's alien imprints. Did you guys ever hear that?
Oh, sure.
Yeah. We worked, and
what they say.
And if we knew now if we knew then what we knew now, and this was before, cameras on the phone, and
we were not thinking nothing about no pictures, no fluorescent, nothing.
You didn't know about it, right? Yeah.
We are losing our minds.
Yeah, our minds just.
Plus, our friend is missing.
Right.
Please remember, there were 3 of us that night, and she's missing. There is no accounting for her. She's not in our house. So on top of him seeing this in my insanity, with my arm, I still have an object that's in my arm. As I said, we'll get to in a moment. She's missing. So we're terrified. I'm terrified. Chad is a controlled, just hanging in there with me. I don't know what is happening with him. I'm terrified because I'm terrified. Plus, I got something in my arm. I pulled something out, and I got a lump that you can feel and touch. It's perimeter. It's everything. And it seems to change shape, and it moves. And I'm losing my mind. So it would so happen, as luck would have it, because I have none, I was off work for the next couple of days. Chad and Alta pulled the curtains, and we barricaded ourselves in our house. We did not surface. We didn't come out. Food can be delivered, there they deliver food on, bicycles and all that.
You can get anything delivered.
Yeah, right. Get anything delivered. So we didn't have to come out, and we didn't. We barricaded ourselves in and literally waited for our friend to make contact. She didn't. So we sat for over 48 hours, beyond terrified. Now I've got to go to work a couple days later that she works at. And I've got to walk into my shop after just having this absolute insane experience about her. Where is she? Oh my God, where is she? Okay, so I get to work that morning. She's there.
Wow.
She's fine. She's beyond fine. She's a pretty amazing woman anyhow, and especially at 24. When I'm like grabbing her, just so happy to see her, because I'm pretty animated. She made it pretty clear to me. She knows something happened to us that night, but that's as far as she wants to go with it. She doesn't want to deal with it. She doesn't want to explore it. She don't even want to talk it. But this is her story, and she's sticking with it because she's given us permission. I had her put it in writing years ago, and it's pretty vague because she has so much memory loss. But this is what she told me happened to her. She remembers 11-ish on that corner, right along with us, and then her lights go out. The next thing she knows, it's somewhere around 3 in the morning, so she's got like 4 or 5 hours that's missing. It's completely gone. What she does know is she's behind the steering wheel of a moving car. It's moving slowly. It's moving slowly. It's moving slowly, and it hit a parked car, and it knocked off her rear view mirror. And she says this is what jolted her too. Now she's in a whole other area of the city than where she parked the car that morning. So all the mystery involved in that. The car is seeming to drive itself, and it's heading to a neighborhood she don't need to be in at 4 and 5 in the morning. Is a pretty tall, thin, long blonde hair, very attractive young woman. She didn't need to be alone in that good at that time of the morning.
Yeah.
And the reason she's there, what would appear, is she's gone to a house that a guy lives in that she had just broken up with. I call this guy Wolfie Boy. His name is Will, and I call him Dark Will. And then I retitled him Wolfie Boy because right before this happened to us that night, she dated this guy for a minute in her life. He is her polar opposite, long black hair. She's got long blonde hair. He's adorable like she is, but he's got a darkness about him. So I call him Dark Boy. She says that the day she decided to let him know that she liked him, but she wanted to see other people kind of story. I say it's I liked you, but she has him come over to her apartment. She lived on the other side of the quarter. She had a duplex at the time. It's daylight. This is all happening in daylight. They're standing out on her front porch. She's giving him the, I like his story, but I want to see other people. She's right. He's only just right in front of her face. They're just inches apart. And she said he becomes so upset, emotional when she's telling him she wants to see other people. She said he turned into a wolf. He turned into a wolf.
Oh my God.
She said she turned her head away instantly, and I knew she wasn't lying. She doesn't lie. She doesn't lie. And I knew what she was saying was absolute truth because she was in shock. Because that's what happened to me when I saw that floating city back in Hammond originally. I turned my head away and stared at Chad like, if I don't look, that's not happening. She turned her head away from him as soon as he shifted. And when she turned her head back, he shifted back human and shifted a second time. When he did it the second time, now I'm telling you, they're only inches away from each other's face. I'll clean the language up, but her words were, you, in a very startled voice, you just turned into an effing wolf. And dude responded to her in a very startled sound. You saw that. He confirmed to her. She saw what she saw. Now that's where that car drove from the night of us being taken. When she got to his house, he lived in a fourplex, is what we understand. He had the downstairs part of the house. He's got a huge, it sounds like a scary movie, a big iron gate, I think, around his yard. It's always locked. Well, not this morning, not the morning that car drives up in front of this place. It's wide open. She says she gets out of her car. Her behavior, this is nothing like her. So this is all just as bizarre as everything else we're telling you. She said she goes up the stairs. She gets up on his porch. His door is open. He's inside the living room or inside the doorway. He's got a light structure or something above his head, and he's playing guitar. She said he stopped playing, looked right at her, and said essentially, either we've been or I've been waiting for you. Just something creepy you see in scary movies.
Wow.
Yeah, she said, you know, she goes in, which is just unbelievable. She said she becomes hysterical, a controlled hysteria. She starts crying hysterically. She said he moved her in, like gently, moved her into a room, and she said she cried herself to sleep. She said before the sun was completely up, so it sounds like it was only maybe an hour or two that she's there. She says she wakes up, she's laying down, she's completely dressed. She didn't have any sense that he had done anything to her. And she said she just got herself up and got her out of there and never looked back. Now, this just all happened prior to us being taken. That's what she says happened to her that night.
Wow.
So, I'm the only one out of the three that has memory of what I call the in-between. I have no memory of coming off the street and absolutely no memory of being returned home, but I have a very distinct memory of in-between. A few years later, we found somebody to give Chad regression, and his regression is really a lot of what the book is based on. And if you share that, and then I'd share with you my memory, however you'd like to hear that.
I'd love to hear Chad's regression because I know it deals with a lot of extraterrestrial stuff, and like I've heard it because I listened to other podcasts you guys did. I want the audience to hear it because it's really interesting and it's mind blowing. If you want to get into it, Chad, like.
Oh yeah, definitely. So again, this is as far as what Alta was saying and we were saying earlier. I mean, 11 o'clock is the last thing I remember. In my regression, what came out was I'm sitting there, just sitting on the stoop. I'm just sitting there, standing there in front of her. Our friend Christine comes over and joins us. I look over to my right and around the corner, and you could kind of see through that the building had big, like, windows. And, it's right there on the corner. So you could kind of see through this one into, out the other one. And then, I could see this bright light coming from the windows and from around the corner. So I get the girl's attention because this was a brighter light. This was not like, headlights from a car or something. And plus, actually, if I remember right, you have to, but anyway. So I get their attention, and we come around, come around the corner, and this is Frenchman Street. We're on Frenchman Street at this point, and about halfway down the block, probably about 15 foot off the ground, off the street, there's this orb, and it's probably 12 foot in diameter. And it's this bright white, just pure white energy ball of light.
Chad describes it as clean.
Very clean. And we sit there, we acknowledge it, and it just comes towards us. And when it comes towards us, it kind of engulfs us. It takes us in. It abducts us. It just kind of swallows us in.
It literally abducted us.
And my next memory is I'm walking down this hallway. It's very metallic. There's no rivets, no bolts, no seams. It all seems to be kind of just this hallway. It's kind of gently turning to the right. And there was this little being in front of me. And he was probably about 3 foot tall, big bulbous head. I only saw him from behind. So I never saw his face or anything like that. big bulbous head, kind of a pale gray skin tone. He was wearing like a body suit, almost like a scuba diver kind of skin tight jumpsuit. Now he wasn't real thin like the beings that you see on TV or the ETs that you see on TV. He had substance to him. He was like a small person. He kind of waddled when he walked, you know.
Yeah.
To my left, out of the corner of my eye, I could see a tall blonde female walking beside me. This does describe our friend that was with us, but I didn't turn to look to see if it was her or anything. It was almost like I was, you know, in a trance or something like that. You know, I was never afraid. I wasn't anxious or anything like that or scared. My next memory is I'm in this room and it just seems infinite. It's very dark. You know, I can't see the walls. I can't see how big this place is, but it just seems just huge. Off to my left in the distance, probably, 15, 20 foot away, I saw a tall blonde female laying on an examining table. There were three beings around her. There was one on each side and then one at her head. She was nude, but she was like censored, her body parts from head to toe. I mean, I couldn't see her face. I couldn't see her feet. Couldn't see anything. I could tell these beings that were around her were probably, 7 foot tall. They were wearing these cloaks, but not like, hoodie cloaks. They, it's just like, like the Grim Reaper without the hood, or, Jesuit priest or something like that. She never seemed to be in distress or anything like that, almost as if she was, out of it, or, I didn't see any kind of like testing or anything. My next thing I know is I focus back on my immediate. Now I'm sitting in this chair and it's almost like a dentist chair, but it's a lot more comfortable, I look over to my right and there's this little blue bee. And he looks a lot like the little grays that you see on TV, very small framed, thin, but he was this vibrant blue, just, electric, vibrant blue. And his aura, his presence was that of like a professor / shaman / ancient knowledge, science and shamanistic, together, as one. He goes over and he picks up this box and he has it in his right hand. He takes his, he has it in his left hand. He takes his right hand and puts it into the side of the box.
And what did his hands look like? I'm sorry. Did he have like fingers like us, or did he have 3 fingers, 2 fingers? What do you remember?
Three fingers and a thumb. Yeah. So he's only got 4 digits.
Okay.
Very long. Again, his skin tone was just this blue, and it's kind of like us, like he was darker here, it was shaded, where, usually a person's skin is darker on the outside and lighter on the inside, underneath. Just this beautiful shade blue, big almond shaped eyes, little slit of the mouth, and I remember thinking, wow, he's blue. He's blue. So he puts his hand, into the side of the box, and he pulls his hand out, again, 4 digits. And it's like this blob of, You know that stuff that we used to play with when we were kids? You know, it's like that slime stuff that it was kind of translucent and, you know.
Like Nickelodeon made it or something?
Yeah, something. Yeah, right. You know, it kind of reminded me of that, but it was, you know, it was free floating. It was probably, you know, maybe the size, excuse my cat.
That's cool.
You know, yeah, it's Sphinxy, everybody. Say hi.
Hey, Sphinxy.
Okay. All right. So, you know, yeah, you adopted us. So it's, you know, just free floating above his hand, you know, and it's kind of just undulating. You know, it's blue, the same color tone blue as him. Come on, dude. And it's got little sparkly stuff like glitter, metal flakes, you know, in it. And it's just kind of just doing this, you know, undulating. Well, he takes his right hand, and again, he's only got 4 digits. So he does like this kind of peace sign, almost like you see depictions of Jesus or the Buddha, you know. He does this, and when he does this, this stuff starts spinning, and it's faster and faster and faster, you know. And as it does that, the metal flakes and this glittery stuff kind of dissipate out of it, and it's, you know, spinning along with it like a small universe, kind of, I guess. You know, it's just kind of, and it starts slowing down, and as it slows down, it turned into this like double-pointed, very clear crystal, diamond something. You know, it was kind of probably about double pointed. Yeah, it was, you know, so big and, you know, not very big around, you know, it was kind of thin, and it was just slowly spinning, you know, above his hand. And I remember thinking to him, you know, why are you showing this to me? You know, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a scientist, I'm not an engineer. You know, this is something important. And I used to think, in my beginning, I was thinking maybe this had to do with some kind of free energy or electricity or something like that. But I think it's even beyond that now. I think it's more of like, not only is this free energy, but maybe this is kind of a love, kind of peace, something where it's even beyond our, you know, my thinking. And my next memory is waking up in bed the next morning. Oh, no, I'm sorry. My next memory is I'm in another room, and it's kind of a triangle. You know, there's only 3 walls. There's 2 very straight and 1 kind of concave. Again, the walls are metallic, no rivets, no bolts, no seams, nothing like that. Now, this part kind of weirds me out because it just doesn't seem, but in the middle of the room is this like overstuffed black leather chair. And I remember thinking how out of place it was, because this is some kind of contemporary, and this is some kind of space age room. And I remember thinking how out of place it was. And I remember thinking to myself, it looks comfortable, but it's not. So I didn't even go and sit on it. I went over and got a little closer to the wall that was kind of concave. And what I thought was this solid metallic wall, once I got a little closer to it, like 5-6 foot away, I could see through it. It was translucent. Now I could tell it was thick, but I could see, yeah, it was a wall window. And this wall was probably 15, 20 foot kind of, you know, long, and probably 10 foot tall. You know, I mean, it was huge. It was like seeing this, and I could see, you know, stars and planets, and it was like you would think what you would see if you was out in the spacecraft or, you know, out in space. And I'm sitting there in awe, and I'm tripping out, and I'm looking around, and all of a sudden, this little thing kind of buzzes right outside the window wall. And I mean, it was just like, it was just, maybe 3 foot away from whatever I'm in, and, outside this window wall. And it goes past me. It goes about 7, 8 foot, 10 foot, maybe. And then it stops and it comes back, and it's like right in front of it. And it was kind of shaped like a rugby ball, or a football kind of thing. It was probably about 3 foot long. It was probably about 2 foot wide. It was metallic. It had like all these little wires kind of moving around, little antennas, little blinking lights, and I could feel intelligence coming out of it. I could feel, it was almost like it was surprised to see me as I was it. It was almost like, something going, look at the little monkey in the window, It sat there for maybe 30, 45 seconds at the most, and then shot off in the same direction it was going in at high speed. And then the next thing I know is I wake up the next morning.
Wow, it's weird. Ryan Musgrave Evans, he does like investigates. He talks about the cryptoterrestrials. He said that these tall whites, they take like stuff from like us, like like weird stuff, like a school bus or something, and they'll put it in their craft. Like so that out of place chair, it seems like the ETs have some kind of like affinity for like what we have, or what so that's not that uncommon. I have heard that before, that like they have like stuff of ours in their like elaborate craft. Have you ever heard of that?
No, I haven't, but Alta's the studier. She tells me what's important. Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I do. I'd like to mention, if I could, before our time is up, in my memory of that night, I'm with a being that is none of what Chad described. I mean, up to count, best I can do with Chad's regression, I've counted at least 4 different types of beings that Chad maybe even counted out there, maybe even 5, but none of them was who I was with. And who I was with, he never experienced. And so our friend behind the steering wheel of a moving car and having a wolfie boy experience, Chad having this encounter with all these different types of beings, that very profound encounter with the blue being, and that very direct interaction. In my case, in my experience, I'm with a blonde female. Everybody likes to use the word Nordic. Again, I've always, these aren't my words or my language connected to any of them, because I didn't ask her who she was, because I didn't care. I was so happy to be with her. I didn't care who she was. She could have been anywhere. But in my experience, she was, in the experience, the most beautiful, physically beautiful female that I would have ever imagined in my imagination. She was perfect, well over 6 foot tall, long blonde hair, perfect stature, perfectly built. Her, whatever she was wearing would have been, as Chad described earlier about one of the beings, a bodysuit or something that appeared to almost be, absolutely connected to her skin, or was her skin, I don't know. And I'm standing on a crater. One minute I'm on the corner, and the next minute I'm on a crater, standing on the edge of a crater. And as I'm looking around me, I look like I'm standing on the so-called moon. Now, at this stage of my life, don't believe anything any longer. I am so beyond belief. I either know or I don't. And I'm suggesting that what I experienced, the coloring of my environment, the crater I was standing on, and everything going on around me look like the films we've seen of the so-called moon landings.
Wow.
And she is standing there with me. And we had this full-blown experience. And again, she was not part of any of Chad's experience. And certainly from our friend's version of what she knows, no encounter with that. Chad didn't sound like he was ever standing on the moon or someplace like it. He's on a craft. And yeah, mine was completely different and very directly connected. Because as I'm standing with her, I'm so happy I can't breathe. I am childlike, and I've said this many times for anybody who's ever cared to hear us. If I had a tail like a puppy, it was wagging off of me. I was just so happy to be with her. I didn't care where I was. I didn't care who I was. I didn't care who she was. I didn't have any questions. I just was so happy to be in this connection with her. So.
That's strange. That's so strange. Well, so what do you guys take of this? Do you obviously you guys were abducted, but and did you ever have any experiences after this?
Many.
Many? What happened? I'd love to hear about it.
So much of this has been edited out of our book, which we were sad for, and didn't just had to accept what came out of this experience. But we've had so many experiences since then. So we leave New Orleans in 2001 and moved to small town Alabama. Small town Alabama. This is where Chad's parents live. They're not together, but they both live in this small town. So we moved here to small town Alabama, and it's kind of it's a lake town, a little small lake town. We're sort of are we rural? How do we consider this? We're kind of in the boonies, somewhat town connected, but a little bit on the outskirts. And one night, we're in bed, just sleeping away. And the next thing I know, now, in my life history, of course, I don't have childhood memories, but I never heard my mother ever say that she ever caught me sleepwalking or anything like that. But on this night, after we moved here, small town Alabama, we're in bed asleep, and the next thing I know, at the time, we had a Great Dane, a small pony, and a half Rottweiler Doberman. We had huge, big, beautiful dogs that slept in beds right outside our bedroom door. Those dogs never reacted. Anything that ever happened to us here were connected with those dogs. The dogs were either paralyzed, put out, knocked out, never reaction, because these are dogs that would die for us. On this night, I'm removed out of bed. The next thing I know, I'm standing right outside my glass doors, my glass French doors. It goes out into our backyard. I'm placed out of bed to there. While I'm standing there and I'm coming to, I realize I'm not in bed. And by the time I can say what in the world, I had some little something about thigh high right next to me. But now it's pitch black out there, so I can't see what it is, but I know I'm not standing there alone. As close as I can come to it, it's like a cousin Ed standing right up against me. By the time that I want to examine what the hey that is, before I can do it, I have voices talking to me out of the sky. The first voice is, as far as I'm concerned, it's her. My love for her, and that's the only way I describe it, is my love for her. I love.
Hey, do you guys hear that noise?
I love Sphinxie, my
I hear some like. Do you guys hear that noise?
Are you hearing noises?
I'm hearing a growling noise.
No.
You guys don't hear that?
Oh, that's weird.
That happened to us in New Orleans.
That's happened to us.
That happened to us one time. They got caught on recording. We could send that to you.
You don't need to send it to me. I can just rewind this. There it is again.
12.
It's if you listen, it's happening again. It's good.
Wow. And it's quiet over here.
I keep hearing it over. At first, it sounded like traffic.
When you said growling, though, that's very...
I can't tell what it is. At first, it sounded like traffic, and I was like, "Are they in a?"
Yeah, no traffic.
Alabama.
Do you hear that?
No. But I'm not surprised.
Oh my God! This is insanity. This is so crazy. I keep hearing it over and over again. It's something. It sounds like something demonic. Oh.
I think I heard something.
Now you guys are cutting out. Are you guys still there?
Yeah, growling caption, and the guy that...
Yeah, we're here.
Okay. That was so weird. I don't even know what that was.
Growling once before captured it.
But it's a lot on here. You'll hear it.
I'm not surprised. It's that weird.
And
that growling came out before.
You guys must have some kind of something like something following you, so like to everywhere you go.
Yes.
But I don't think we have some kind of evil something after us or anything like that. I don't.
Maybe a trickster.
Trickster, yes.
Tricksters, yes, but I mean, I don't think.
Well, we have never, we've never accepted. We've been in a lot of negative environments of people and what they do and how they generate that and create that.
We know
that is
how
not
to,
our story.
Yeah.
We don't accept it. We don't buy into it.
No.
We're about love and honor and honesty and sincerity. But trickster, yes, I'm convinced all of this is trickster.
Oh yeah.
Because when I was put in my backyard, when that growling just started, I hear voices up in the sky, up in the night sky. My head goes backwards instantly, like I hear her. And what I started to say when that growling started is I'm in love with her. I have a love for her, and I don't even know who her is. But I hear her voice talking to me in the night sky, and she's using a language I can't understand. But she is clearly talking because she has a tone that I would know, it's like music to your soul, and you recognize that. And that's what I'm hearing above my head. And as I'm listening with my head back, I'm not caring anymore about Cousin It standing next to me or anything else. I just want to get to her. I want to see her again. I want that connection again. And by the time that I can start trying to get that thought in my mind, how can I make that happen? I got another voice. Now she's up above me and to my left. Psychologically, I've done a lot of study with all of this. I think that's very interesting. She's above me and to my left. Another voice comes above me to my right, and it's a booming, I call it a pissed off daddy sound. I got a male voice speaking English who is not sounding very happy with me. He doesn't sound like he cares too much about me. He just sounds like he's upset with me. And he says, and he calls me by name. And he said, Alton, don't bother being afraid. Like, what? You have just scared the bejesus out of me. I've been taken out of bed. I'm in my backyard. And now I've got this going on. If I don't sound like some nutcase, who's ever going to believe this? How do I tell Chad this and he doesn't get me committed? And at the end of that experience, my wrist of the same arm that the object is in the upper arm exploded in light.
Oh my God.
There was no pain. It was crazy to see this experience happen. My wrist exploded in light. And then the next thing I know is the next morning, I'm back in bed. I wake Chad up and I tell Chad what I've just been put through the night before. And I tell Chad, I have another object. I call these unknowns. I don't call them implants because I have no memory of anything being implanted in me. I call them unknowns. That's just me. I tell him I have another one in my wrist. I show him my wrist. My wrist looks just normal. Well, even my upper arm where the first one is, you can't look at my arm and see anything. There's no entry wound. There's no scar. I have x-rays of that object via Dr. Roger Lear before he died, is the reason why I have those x-rays. The one in my wrist, you don't see nothing there either. So when I say this to Chad, he's like, I'm thinking he's at this point thinking, oh, she's dreaming. Or, okay, whatever you say. He didn't shame me, but I certainly felt like he didn't necessarily believe that I had this happen to me. Because you can't prove anything. Within a few days, there was a lot to the story. Within a few days, my wrist became so swollen and out of shape, and the pain was unbelievable. My wrist looked like it had been mangled. It was horrendous what I went through for a couple of days. That didn't happen with the first object in my upper arm. This one in my wrist, this explosion of light, within a couple of days of either, I'm not saying Chad didn't believe me, but just the questioning of, was there really something there? My wrist, or somebody decided, trickster, said, really out to you're going to question, we'll show you. And my wrist looked mangled, and it was so painful. And then it finally, the swelling went away, and everything went back to whatever you call normal. I go right back to a doctor who knew why I was coming to get my wrist x-ray, get my arm, my upper arm x-rayed again, and my wrist. Well, the upper arm still shows the same as the other x-rays did via Dr. Lear. But the one in my wrist, no picture would be taken. Couldn't get a picture of it. She said, that's not unusual. You have to have an MRI. Well, I have no insurance. And people who are also willing to say, to get all that, to do that, to do that, they're not paying these bills, and they're huge. Thousands of dollars. We don't have it. And nobody's ever been willing to help us. So, no, I didn't get an MRI on my wrist. What I did get, though, for my sanity's sake, is I had a friend at the time who lives here in Alabama. She lives a couple hours away. She had just graduated. She's middle-aged and gone back to college. Just had graduated as an ultrasound tech. She happened to be a traveling tech, so she had her little ultrasound machine that she traveled around with. She calls me up one day, unexpected. She lives a couple hours away. I didn't know she was coming by, but she calls me up and says, hey, I happen to be, in your hood. I'm going to come by. What I figured out was she thought I was nuts. So she's going to come here and prove I'm crazy. Okay, she's not going to charge me. Show me I'm crazy. She gets here to the house. She has me lay down on the couch, and she starts scanning my wrist. And in no time, I heard a bit of a gulp, a sound come out of her I didn't want to hear. And that told me she saw something she didn't want to see. And what she said is, oh my God, Alta, whoever or whatever put it there, placed it where it won't cast a shadow. I couldn't write a report for a doctor if I wanted to. Oh my God. Now she left me with that. I've never seen her since. She didn't want no more to do with us. Lots of people have done this. I don't think anybody's really, strangely enough, written us off as crazy. It just seems like I think people are afraid it's contagious.
It's not.
And it doesn't seem to be contagious. But that was one experience that took place here on this property. One more real fast one for you, and I will send you the picture if you care to see it. I met you before the show, but then I knew I'd have to explain the story to you. Short story is, it's daytime. It's a beautiful morning here because it's so humid in the south. On this morning, it wasn't humid, it was gorgeous. Chad's sitting right outside those French doors. We've got them wide open. He's sitting right outside the doors in his little lawn chair having the coffee, the morning coffee. I'm standing in the French doorway having my coffee. And out of nowhere, a pain that was so severe hit my foot that I let out, I call it a girl scream. I screamed at the top of my lungs. Chad flew out of his chair, the coffee is flying. I'm a bleeder, so we're expecting whatever got me, I'm gonna be bleeding to death. And oh my God, little drama. When we look down at my foot, there's no blood, there's no redness. And Robert, this time we had a camera right there, one of those old one steps, those little Polaroid thingies that do it. Again, this was 2002 or 3 or 4 or something like that. We grabbed that camera. I had him take a photo of the instant. And what you'll see is that something decided to excise a triangle out of the top of my foot. They took my flesh.
It was like a little scoop mark, but it was in a triangle.
Oh my God.
Now, this is at the same time our next door neighbor, we're in the middle of no man land, Alabama. This man next door, he since has died, Mr. Kennedy, lovely man, kind of an old curmudgeon. He was from England originally, really into gardening, and he was putting in a pond. At the time he was putting that pond in, he dug out a triangle. The shape of that pond was in the shape of a freaking triangle. I thought that was just weird.
That is.
But what do I know? And at the same time, he's dug out all this land in the shape of a triangle before he gets the water in it. Something has taken a triangle-shaped hunk of flesh out of the top of my foot.
Yeah, it was like a little, like
like
ice cream scoop.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not very big, it's probably,
It doesn't have to be big when they take it off your
Yeah.
body with no
I
anesthesia.
thought maybe she'd been stung by a wasp or, something like that.
No.
The way she jumped.
The way I screamed.
Yeah, the way she jumped and screamed, I thought,
I'm not a screamer.
yeah.
I'll send you that photo. Just now,
Yeah, I'd love to see it.
Photo that might seem nondescript or whatever. I'm telling you again, that happened in front of us. In
Right
front
there.
of us, right where we're sitting.
Right there.
And I have one more question before we go, because we've been going a while, but your story is so interesting. In your bio, you wrote that Chad had an encounter with a black-eyed adult, which you usually hear the black-eyed children. Can you tell me about this? Because I'm real interested in them to see if they really exist, and what's up with that?
Oh, wow. Okay, so we leave New Orleans and we go out to
We left New Orleans. Our experience, our abduction was 97. We left New Orleans in 98.
right.
And went back to the Southwest.
Yeah.
We go to New Mexico.
And we end up in Albuquerque, or we start out in Albuquerque, but we're like, no, this is not where we want. So we move into this old hippie community.
Up in the mountains.
Like up in the mountains. It's right there between Santa Fe and Albuquerque on the Turquoise Trail. So I mean, that they filmed Wild Hogs there. If you ever saw that, John Travolta and where they're on the motorcycles. Anyway, just this old hippie community. It was old mining community that the hippie, that the artists, it turned into this artsy kind of place, community. So we move up there and we go to this old saloon. Now this place was called, I think, the Hitching Post or something crazy like that. And I mean, it's still got the hitching post out, and there's usually horses, out front.
Straight out of time.
Yeah, it's straight out of time in history.
Yeah.
And so we're there, and there's probably about 7 or 8 of us around this round table, in this old saloon. And the guy sitting next to me, he's just this, guy living off the grid, long, stringy hair, not a real big guy. And we're sitting there, and he said something really derogatory, about Altamont. It was just.
And this was somebody who really liked.
Yeah, this was we had hung out with him.
We'd become friends. So
this was not like a.
Bizarre.
Yeah.
It came out of nowhere.
It just came out of nowhere. Right. And I looked over at him, and he looked at me like, kind of like that, and his whole the whole eye was just black.
No white.
No,
all that
no nothing.
Just black.
And
wow.
I didn't look away. I'm like, okay, I've been around. I know how to put my blocks up. Just put a block up and just get away from the situation, and I kind of put energy towards Alta because she was on the other side of me. She didn't hear what he said. Actually, I don't think anyone heard what he said.
Right.
He said it pretty loud.
Right.
But he didn't, but I don't think anyone else heard it. And I'm just kind of like, okay. And probably about maybe 5 minutes at the most, he got up and walked out. And I never saw him again.
Wow. Do you think he might have been possessed or something? Or do you think he was?
Turn your eyes completely black.
I don't know. It was crazy.
Everything else, how that happens. And how do you go from really caring about people? He wanted us to move on to his property.
Yeah.
He was trying to rent us a place that he had on his property.
Yeah.
It was so bizarre.
Yeah. This guy I don't know where he got his money from, but he had.
He didn't care about that.
Yeah. He had a nice set-up house.
A lot.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden this shift took place.
And he just turned at me, and I'm like, holy crap, his whole eyes are black.
That's insane. That's so insane. And then
I'd never even heard. I got children back then.
And in the insanity of that, take note of this. When we first moved up there, we went out and checked it out, first of all, just a little, road trip, and just kind of took in the environment, just trying to see if it was anything that was even possible. Because I knew we didn't belong in Albuquerque. We weren't supposed to be there. So, to me, this is as weird as all the rest of it. The trickster, all the story. That saloon that we spoke about, that place is gorgeous. When we walked into that saloon, it's huge.
It had the roulette table up on the wall. And
when we walked in, there's nobody in there. Once again, it's an empty location. But there were frozen daiquiri machines all lined up behind the bar and all the flavors. And we're just coming out of New Orleans, where you can get a frozen daiquiri on the corners.
They got drive-through.
Right. Daiquiris. But that's the only place we've ever been where that was the norm. All of a sudden, we're in no man's land, New Mexico, and we walk in this ancient
cowboy saloon, and he's got daiquiri machines.
And they've got all these daiquiri machines.
That's actually pretty cool, right?
Well, you know, this little blonde-haired dude, middle-aged, comes out from behind the bar, or from the back room, whatever, to offer to help us, trying to speed the story up. The short story is, this dude was our neighbor in the French Quarter.
Wow.
Right. He had him and he happened to be gay. And again, this was 1998. So time's a little bit different, apparently, whatever. I don't know. I'm not into any of that. We love all. But his husband or whatever owned a hardware store across from the saloon. And I guess it was supposed to be a secret that they were husbands or whatever. So I guess maybe he thought we were going to out him. I have no idea. That's certainly not who we are.
Because we're like, where did you get the
What in the world?
daiquiri machines in a cowboy? And he goes, well, we're from New Orleans. I'm like, well, so are we.
And we're from the French Quarter. We're like, so are we. They
That's
had
so
been
cool.
years prior, and they literally were our neighbors. I mean, it's just, they didn't take too kindly to us after that. Again, people are strange, you know, and they got secrets and they want secrets.
I got one more question. What about the lizard monkeys? Where did that come in? Like,
Oh, okay. So that was. When
I gotta hear all the stories, you know?
Man, there's so many. But the lizard monkey. So we moved here to Alabama from New Orleans.
In 2001.
2001.
And Alta's bored.
Alta gets bored.
And that's not a good thing.
So she discovers the local ghost hunting club around here.
We've never done any kind of ghost hunting anymore.
We live in New Orleans. We didn't even go on the ghost tours. You know, we lived it. We lived it.
So I'm trying to figure out how to entertain us. I find this when she wants folks that she trusts to go out ghosty busting with her. So I contact her.
She puts in her application.
Yeah. I let her know, you know, we just moved here from the quarter and we've had all these experiences and yada yada. Well, she's inside herself excited. So she wants us to meet her in the middle of someplace I don't ever want to go again, Alabama, to go on this ghosty hunt with her cameras and her tripods and her this and her that. I don't even allow filming. So, because I am so anti-camera. So when we show up at this place, it happens to be a trailer in a small park around a lake, and they've got a church on the property that I think also was demonic. I mean, this was a real scary place. She wants me to go up in that trailer, and she wants to check me out. See, can I really, why are you bragging? I'm just saying, I'm just along for the ride. You know, I know that I'm sensitive, and I hate all that language. So she wants to check me out, so she's watching me with that camera. I go up in that trailer, and in a short amount of time, I figure out very quickly, somebody died in here, and they died on their couch in this living room. And now she knows, yeah, that's true. Grandma died on the couch in this living room. She's captured, Chad saw it, there's a red orb following me on camera. Right, Chad? Right?
Yeah, it wasn't on video. It was still pictures. It was still pictures.
Oh, still pictures.
Yeah.
And this red small orb that seems to be following. We're getting to the lizard monkey. When she sees that I can do what I can do, then next thing I know, Grandma's granddaughter shows up over at this place. Granddaughter asks us, kind of begs us, to come to her house to talk to her little boy. She got like a 9-year-old or a 10-year-old, whatever he was at that time. Okay, we don't want to get involved. This is like too much drama. This is too big for us, but we can't say no because we're not even sure what we're doing. Talk to a little boy, okay, boyfriend or a husband, whatever he is. He's a big biker guy, big biker guy. When we walk in their house, biker guy and 2 or 3 of his biker buddies. They're all sitting on a couch staring at the Weather Channel on television. I'm like, oh, this is weird. What are they watching? The Weather Channel. Okay.
We just
went right past them. We go into her kitchen. She brings her little boy in to meet us. I visit with him for a minute, whatever, and then him and Chad get this connection going. And the lizard monkey story is.
okay. So prior to the lizard monkey, supposedly granddaughter's out there
At Grandma's house.
at grandma's house, and because they've had some of these weird experiences, she starts reading out of Revelations, and she starts talking and she's on the front porch, little deck of the trailer, and all of a sudden now she's got this long hair. Something grabs her by the hair, pulls her down, and starts pulling her towards the yard.
Wow.
Yeah, invisible force. Now again, this is what she's telling us. She said that her boyfriend and another, like Alta said, these are, big biker guys, no jokes. One's got one leg and the other one's got the other leg, and they're playing tug of war. Trying to keep her from being drug off this porch.
By this invisible what?
Okay, so they finally get her back in some way, somehow. Okay, same porch. This little boy says that he's just kind of sitting there and he's got like his arms on the rail, kind of probably the second rail because he's little, and he said all of a sudden this thing starts walking out from underneath the porch, and he said it looked like a monkey, but it had like the skin of a lizard. So
oh my God.
Yeah.
He said it got probably about I would say 15 foot away. He said it turned and looked at him, and then turned back around, took one more step, and disappeared.
Wow. Holy smokes.
Now you could tell, so sincere. This was not something he made up.
He didn't make, and plus the terror in the mother.
Yeah.
And the boyfriend was very pertinent in walking into that house. When this little boy shared this with us, I don't want to say we just hit the door and ran, but we both knew we were in way over our heads at this point, that we could do nothing to help them other than to believe them and to wish them the best and get on with our business.
And never go on a ghost hunt again.
And never do a ghosty bust again. As we started to leave, because we made our goodbyes as polite as we could, and telling her, you're a woman of faith, lean on your preachers, get all the help you can get around you. That's all that we know how to offer you. And I'm so sorry. This is all that we can offer you. It's not like the television shows. Next thing we know, we're trying to leave the house. Now, this is small town Alabama, wherever this was. I don't even know where we were. Chad didn't even know where we were because we're new in the state. I swear on my mother, every tornado alarm that could go off was going off all around us. As we came out of that house, we then understood why boyfriend and his buddies couldn't take their eyes off the Weather Channel, because we were now being inundated. No exaggeration.
They didn't even warn us.
Inundated in tornadoes. We get in our car, we're not even sure where we are. We know we've got a good drive to get home. When we take off, again, it feels like the end of the world, just like those scary movies. And all these alarms out in the country, they just blast them across whatever, are going on. We get to this one area, because I'm pretty sure we're not going to make it. It was
I
that
finally get to
terrifying.
where I'm used to going, in an area I knew. Go ahead.
No. And then,
Yeah.
so we, as Jan is starting to
I'm like,
recognize where we are,
We're almost.
right, we can take a breath, but we still got a long drive to go. All of a sudden, the traffic has stopped. In the middle of the highway, it has just stopped. He's slamming on his brakes. There's a female running up the middle of the highway on foot, screaming because a tornado had just jumped the road, went up a small hill, and just exploded like a bomb. This brand new house that had just been finished built. Now,
Wow.
Chad's jumping out of the car because he's going to go play rescuer, and I'm like trying to hang on to his skinny
No,
legs.
you're not.
saying, Don't leave me here in the middle of this highway, and oh my God, you're going to get dead, and oh my God. So he finally realizes they got lots of people piled up on that pile up there trying to do rescue and what have you. But I mean, I'm telling you, within seconds, a tornado had come across, jumped that highway.
If we wouldn't have got lost for a second,
Right.
or if we would have been a little faster, it would have taken us off that highway.
Oh my
I mean,
God.
it was just
Now we're trying to get home from the monkey lizard ghost hunting experience, and we see the coroner vehicle be kind of navigated in through this stopped traffic and all. Now I'm just beside myself. I am so upset I can't hardly think straight. We don't know what to do because now we're learning that those tornadoes are in the direction we're going. And so now we just feel like trapped critters stuck in a car. We tried to get home, then we got scared. So we just pulled off, we stopped, we waited, and then we just decided, what the, we've made it this far. Let's just try. Hallelujah, we got home that night. This was all around Thanksgiving. But
Wow.
yeah, no more ghosty busting for out. It doesn't get bored anymore.
You guys have some amazing stories.
But that was,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Oh, I was just.
I'm just saying, it has been that's a little bit of it. Yeah, this has been a journey.
You guys have amazing stories. Tell everybody before we finish up where they can find the book if they want to buy the book, and if Experiencer wants to get a hold of you to share their story or something like that, how can they do that too?
Okay, well, as far as contacting us, you can find us on Facebook. We have our Facebook page, or Abducted in the French Quarter. You can also contact me there to purchase the book. I do also have it on Etsy. If you're in the French Quarter, you can stop by Alta's shop that she works at via telephone. It's called Earth Odyssey in the French Quarter. It's a beautiful gem and crystal and jewelry shop.
I used to work there when we lived in the quarter, and then when we moved here, Chad has family here that were ill, so we left in 2020 or 2021. We left in 2021 and moved back.
We're back in Alabama.
Property that we lived on that I told you about. I was taken and put in the backyard kind of stuff. We moved back to this property, and so the book is in this shop there.
And then, and again.
And we love to communicate. So if anybody's ever interested and wants to reach and just share, or just say hey, or ask us questions, we love.
That's kind of why we started doing this and talking, is to let people know that hey, you're not alone. There are people out there that have had experience and have seen stuff, and and we just want to let everybody know that.
Exactly. I feel the same way. I feel like, I haven't had experiences myself, but I let people come on my show and tell their experience because I know what people are going through. And also I found all this so fascinating. Like, I don't care. I usually don't do podcasts this long. Usually I'll do an hour and a half tops, but this was so fascinating. I'll just tell you, like, I love this. We've been going about 2 hours and 10 minutes.
Well, we're just so grateful.
I am grateful too.
wow,
Thank
okay.
So grateful and so. We'd also, you know, if I could part with and leave people with this as well. I have objects in my body that I call unknowns. I know there are probably thousands, maybe millions of us that do have these. That's something I've become very aware of in all my years of study. I'd like folks to know that when I got my first x-rays via Dr. Lear, long distance, I was here in Alabama. We went to smaller town than where we live now to get these x-rays of my arm done. The first go round of these x-rays, the object wouldn't take a film. It would not allow a picture. It would not. You can feel and touch this object in my arm. And the x-ray, the doctor certainly knew it, and the x-ray tech certainly could see it, and she was losing her mind because it took 3 times before we'd allow a picture. It made them crazy. They never wanted to see us again. They wouldn't deal with us any longer. That's a huge story in itself. So I just, you know, we've gone through a lot of trauma, and a lot of it's been done, I have to say, by humans. And we're just so grateful to you, Robert, that you exist and that you allow a place of safety for people like us to share and to tell you our truth. And we're just so grateful to you. I'm sure the world knows you exist to the best of our knowledge. We just can't thank you enough for all the time that you've given us. And
Thank you too. I mean, I appreciate it. I think you guys are awesome. Like, this was so fun. Like, I loved hearing your stories. Like, I could probably sit all day and talk to you guys. And if I'm ever down in New Orleans, I'll come and visit. Like, because this was awesome. This was great.
We look so forward to it. We
all right,
sir. You have a wonderful night, and thank you for everything.
All right, thank you too. I'll send you guys a link when I post it, which would be probably soon, tonight or tomorrow.
All right,
okay.
awesome. Thank you.
Bye. Okay, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining me once again. I think tonight's going to be one of my favorite episodes ever. Tonight we can really cover all the aspects of what we talk about on this podcast, and some that we haven't talked about yet, but fit into the realm of the paranormal and what we talk about on this podcast. We're going to be covering UFOs and consciousness, how it interacts with each other, you know, specifically conjuring UFOs. Is that something that's possible? We're going to be talking about witchcraft and magic, something that we really haven't delved into. We're going to be talking about an ancient, I think it's ancient, Italian witchcraft called Strega, which I had heard about before on the Art Bell show, but our guests tonight can get more deep into. And then I want to get into even the paranormal, like ghosts and the afterlife and poltergeist, because my guest has done research on that too. Let me tell you a little bit about our guest. She's very well researched in all these fields that I named. Her name is Susan Demeter. Susan Demeter is a Canadian-born scholar, author, artist, and witch. The themes of her writing, research, and art and spirituality incorporate her lifelong interest in exceptional human experiences, UFOs, nature, social history, mysteries, and cosmic magic. Susan has conducted scholarly research on behalf of the Defense Studies Department of the Canadian Armed Forces College in Toronto, Canada, on the topic of UFOs, and for the Coastal Parapsychology Unit at the University of Edinburgh, Scotland, regarding poltergeist activity. Susan's writing and research have been featured in a number of publications, and she is a contributing essayist to Robbie Graham's groundbreaking UFOs, Reframing the Debate. Susan's essay explores the subject of UFOs through the lens of parapsychology. Susan has actively investigated spook lights in Canada and her adopted home, Italy, including in the field work as an independent, boots-on-the-ground UFO researcher. Over the last 2 decades, her approach to the UFO subject has evolved from nuts and bolts to more exotic and right-brain thinking. Susan's first book, Cosmic Witch, was published in both English and Italian in August 2020. She's also conducted a series of experiments based on and inspired by the work of the late mathematician
Dr. A.R.G. Owen, and psychotherapist Dr. Joel Whitten, popularly known as the Philip Experiments, which will be the focus of her second book, Cosmic Witch 2, Conjuring UFOs, Social PSI and Magic, which will be available in late 2021 or 2022. And Susan lives in the Apennine Mountains near Bologna, Italy, with her husband, astrophysicist and electronic musician, Massimo Tirodani. I hope I pronounced that right. And her home studio faces a mountain peak that was in ancient times considered to be a holy place by both pagans and early Christians, and it is there that the ultra-terrestrials, we'll ask her who they are, inspire her witchcraft and her art. Read more about her author online at susandemeter.com. Susan, thank you for joining me. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for asking me to be your guest. I'm really excited about talking to you too. I'm sure we're going to get into some really, interesting and intriguing topics, all the stuff I really love. That's why I've dedicated so much of my life to them. So again, thank you so much. I'm really excited to talk to you tonight.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate you taking your time. And just so you know, Susan's told us there's a thunderstorm. So if the power goes out, we'll just do this where there's a thunderstorm where she's at. So we'll do this again if something happens. So first, I guess I want to talk to you about conjuring UFOs. Is this something that's possible with our mind or projecting our consciousness? I know Stephen Greer does his CE5 meditations, and he's been able to have some success seeing UFOs with that. Would you say conjuring UFOs is similar in a way, but in a witchcraft sort of type-ish way?
Well, yes, I think that it's certainly it's a component of that, or it's a part of that. I believe it's intimately related to our consciousness, and Stephen Greer's methods. I know that there's controversy surrounding Dr. Greer, but the methodology themselves, and I've tested this out, they do work. I would say they would work probably for most people if you go out to one of these sort of sites where perhaps maybe more UFOs or spook lights are seen, and you sort of practice this methodology, eventually something will happen. So it is a part and part of that. I think that with the Conjuring UFOs, the second book that I'm currently writing, it's more, they're different techniques, but they all involve sort of creative play. And they're sort of based on the work of the Owens in Toronto in the 1970s. So what that was a series of experiments that were put together to see if a poltergeist and an apparition could be created by a group of people that were sort of pooled from the general public. They all had different backgrounds, but they all had a sort of an interest in this type of study. And what they wanted to do is to sort of see that they were actually creating something, and that they weren't perhaps necessarily conjuring something that was outside of themselves. They got together these group of people, and they created a fictional story about a ghost called Philip. And they sort of wrote the story together. They sort of did seance around this fictional ghost. And sure enough, now they never got an apparition of a ghost, but they did have all sorts of poltergeist activities, like rappings on the table and all this kind of stuff. And it was filmed in Toronto for a film company, and on the regular television show, the news, like the breakfast morning show, filmed them doing this. And they also, some of them went to Ohio and to the university there, and there were physicists that were testing their table and recording these knocks and trying to figure out the physics behind it. So they did have some success, and there were other groups as well that later, under the guidance of the same scientists, who were trying to do the same thing with different levels of success. But the main one, the Philip experiment, which was Conjuring Philip, was the book that came out of it, is really, when I learned about this in the 1990s, and I was fortunate to find a copy in a used bookstore, and I read this, and I was so fascinated, and I thought maybe we could apply this type of technique to UFOs. And so I ended up conducting similar types of experiments with conjuring UFOs, which, like I said, I'll be getting into that more in my second book, which will be really just getting into the meat of trying to manipulate psi and maybe co-creating with another intelligence to have these types of experiences.
That's what I was. That's what I was just thinking. I was thinking, do you think that somehow our consciousness? I'll say this in the most simple way because I think in simplistic terms, like, do you think our consciousness is actually tapping into a source of extraterrestrial intelligence? And because I've heard of other people doing that as well. Like people, there's some people that will just have UFO sightings around them, and people say there's certain people who say they can call out, or not call out, but they can say that there will be a UFO somewhere and it'll happen. Like this has happened before. What do you think's going on here?
Well, I'm not 100% certain. Like I from my belief standpoint, I don't have 100% belief at like I don't have 100% idea of exactly what's going on, but I do feel that it is intimately connected to our consciousness and that it is both an internal experience and an external experience. In that, I think it comes from deep within our own psyche, and we may be co-creating with an extraterrestrial or an ultra-dimensional or another maybe intelligence, maybe the greater human consciousness, which is like sort of thinking along the lines of the pair experiment and Robert Jahn and the ideas of a global consciousness. It could be that. I'm not really 100% certain what the intelligence is. If it's solely just us, I don't know. I don't think that's the case, but I do feel that it's intimately tied into our consciousness, and that if it is another intelligence, extraterrestrial or maybe even currently here and sharing our space with us, but we just don't normally experience it within our reality because it's a different dimension, then it's something that's coming from us and from them, and we're creating the experience. And what we see as spaceships, in fact, may not actually be spaceships. We are seeing them and experiencing them that way, but that may not be exactly what they are. So it's all very fascinating, and that's why I'm pushing forward with these experiments, is to try to hopefully maybe just chip a little bit at that iceberg at the surface, because I think we're only seeing the very, very tip of it with these experiences. I think it's much more deeper than that. So
I think so too. And it's really weird because the reason why I lean towards interdimensional is because, well, first I've heard that these UFOs can pop in and out of sight. Like that's only hearsay. But what I know from experience, not my experience, but from what we have is David Fravor's testimony. He's flying an F-18 plane and everything's all physical, and he sees the tic tac, he engages it, it shows up on its radar. And now that's not to say that it is physical. I don't know, like just like we don't know in the end. But like, I guess go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to interject, and I'm sorry, but I was just going to interject because it's on radar. There has to be some physicality to it, and I mean, we know from numerous reports and from various countries that they cast shadows. People have seen a shadow of a disc going by, so obviously something is breaking light. There has to be some physicality to it, at least partially, at least for some of the time. But I'm not 100% sure that what we perceive is actually what it is. It could be something else, or it could be symbolic of something else, or it could be a means of this other intelligence to try to communicate something to us. And so we might not be being able to interpret the message or the communication. It's like, when you try to communicate with something that's so vastly different, like an insect or something, is, we can't use our language or even our bodies to try and convey a message. So how would we even try to communicate? It could be symbolic. So,
That's amazing. That's amazing thinking. I don't even have anything to interject to that. I mean, I've never heard anybody open up and attack the subject like that, because I've always stuck to the interdimensional, because I guess it's easy. It's easy for me to say they're interdimensional because, me as someone who hasn't done any of the studies like you, I just know from what I see. And, like I said, I saw David Fravor's testimony and I think interdimensional, but what you're saying opens up a whole new can of worms. I mean, it's really interesting.
Yeah, there's just, I think that really what we know is just this tip of an iceberg, just a tip. And hopefully, I used to think when I was younger, I would think that maybe, I'll have an answer one day. And I don't think probably we will, but certainly with every little bit we do learn, and including when you have people like, the pilot Favor and Kevin Day and people like that are coming forward, that, it just gives us that little bit more that maybe something better questions can come out from testimony like that than what we have, even if we're never going to resolve it, maybe within our lifetime. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I'd love to pick your brain on this topic. I wrote down a bunch of questions, if you don't mind, because I want to ask you about all this, because what are your thoughts on alien abduction cases? Because there's some that have been like really compelling, like Travis Walton's, for example. I'm sure you know his because you study the subject, and then Betty and Barney Hill. Do you think that there's a possibility these people could have experienced something physical? Because Travis was, left and then found 5 days later. And I guess I could let you take it from there from your answer.
I think there is physical and there is psychological trauma that can come from some of these sort of interactions with whatever this is that's doing this, the alien or the ultra-dimensional or whatever is truly happening. There is some physicality, obviously, that is to it. But is that physicality coming from something that's happened internally or externally? I don't really know. I'm really fascinated by the work of Kenneth Ring, who was the first person to point out, really, that I'm aware of, that death seems to, a near-death experience seems to have similar sort of patterns to the alien abduction narratives. So it is very fascinating to me. I was always interested in the fact that with Travis, his story of what happened isn't necessarily like the movie. And my first exposure to his story was through Fire in the Sky, the film, by Tracy.
They didn't do that very much justice. They really blew that up and made it sound bad, right?
Well, no, the movie is wonderful from a point of view of being a horror movie, and it's like I still occasionally revisit it because it's so cool.
Yeah,
and every time I live I live in a mountainous sort of area, and I'm surrounded by many, many hectares of nature preserve. So there's lots of forest around here, and when sometimes we go out for a drive and we're in the forest, and I think about that, and it's like, oh, this is so similar to what happened in Arizona to Travis, just the sort of scenery with the dense forest and the logging and all that. I think the movie is fine but you have to take it like as a horror movie, because I mean the truth of Travis's story is better. There's a documentary that was done that he was more intimately involved with, I think, with the production, and he really tells the story much better. And I think in the end, he sort of feels that the beings, whoever, whatever they were actually trying to heal him or heal him from the trauma of being, in that sort of, I guess, blast of light, or, when they, with the other loggers saw the disc-shaped object with the blast of light that seemed to toss him. And I think he felt that he was healed of injuries by these beings in the end. So it was traumatic, but maybe in the end it wasn't as bad, or there wasn't as a bad attention behind it. So
yeah, I want to transition into witchcraft because I'm really interested in it, and I guess that's where we can get into the ultra terrestrials too. But I want to get into your book, Cosmic Witch, because I want to get your definition on witchcraft, because besides researching, and I dabbled in a few sigils in my life, and I may have even tried a spell or two, and I haven't had much success. So my question is, what's your definition of witchcraft, and how does that translate into your book, Cosmic Witch?
Okay, for Cosmic Witch, I discuss, it's in part semi-autobiographical, but I discuss all sorts of different paths for the witch. Witchcraft and witch, even just the word witch, is very broad depending upon who you ask. But I mean, witchcraft for me is something that I began doing, I guess, at a much younger age, without even really realizing, working on magic, studying tarot, studying astrology, working with celestial energies, and sort of, I would say, really having a worldview that changed ultimately because of these UFO and paranormal experiences. It's sort of at a very young age, because I had these experiences, I sort of, my view of reality was shifted to thinking, there's a lot more here. There's another realm. There's something else than if I had not had those experiences. So in my book, Cosmic Witch, I talk about my UFO experiences as initiations into magical thinking and towards my feelings and practices as a witch, which is very nature-based. I'm a pagan. I'm an animist. I believe there's consciousness in all throughout the universe, and basically, so that is how I am a witch. And I'm a self-practitioner. I'm sort of out on my own. But I do in the book discuss various traditions in modern witchcraft, and how people, can perhaps explore those more if they're interested in paganism and witchcraft, because it's something that is really growing, I think. Certainly in Western culture, the interest is really, really growing.
Well, I think it's been suppressed for a really long time by the Catholic Church, and I think we can both agree that the Vatican archives hid so much stuff. And I don't know if you want to get into that a little bit, how the study of witchcraft, and I'm not just talking about, I know in my question I said spells and sigils. I know that's only maybe like 2% of witchcraft. I know it's about nature and like you said, celestial energies and stuff like that. So
well, sure, I do spell work, and I have worked with sigils, and I have an altar. I have more than one altar, actually, depending upon what I'm doing, but I have my basic honoring table, or my altar. I do daily sort of gratitude and offerings to local spirits here in the forest, in the mountains where I live, and I do work with various spirits and goddesses, and so I like that is a whole bunch of things, but it's a very sort of eclectic. Witchcraft can be very eclectic, and it really, depending upon the person, the path that they follow can incorporate many different things. So
yeah, now I noticed you said goddesses, and I noticed your name was Greek Demeter, because I'm Italian and Greek myself, so I know a little bit about Greek culture. Do you believe that there were once a time gods and goddesses, or do you mean, when you say goddess, you mean nature?
Oh, for me, there are the traditional goddesses, obviously, of the Greek pantheon and the Roman pantheon, and there are other goddesses depending upon the cultures, you know, that you're drawn to.
Yeah.
Uh, for me, and Celtic and Indian and so forth. But for me, I mostly work with nature spirits, but I do have goddesses, and I guess for me, the goddess for me is the cosmos herself. So I call her the Great Star Mother, the Great Star Goddess, and that is something that works for me. Other witches have other gods and goddesses they work with. Some don't at all. Some strike out in a different way or view being a witch in a different sense. So it really it depends on the individual and the group.
Yeah, I guess it depends. Now, in your bio, it says the ultra terrestrials inspire your witchcraft. Would that be the same thing? Would that be that you would consider the cosmos, or would you say that would be like a group of entities that you would?
Oh, these that tends to be more like the entities that I associate with the UFO question. So and the little beings that maybe perhaps I interacted with as a child, which also I talk about in the book. So I just name them as ultra terrestrials because my experiences of all here on Earth. So as far as I know, they're terrestrial or terrestrial oriented. So.
Well, wait, can you?
Yeah, I borrow that. Yeah, I borrow the ultra.
I missed a big part of this interview. I should have asked you, if you don't mind, about your childhood, and if you could talk about your experiences, if you don't mind. Could you get into that?
Yeah, sure. I can. The earliest experiences I remember are very dreamlike and sort of when I was older, I've wondered perhaps they were more imaginary in nature, like having an imaginary friend. But I used to, like when I was very small, kindergarten age, have like these experiences with this little blue being boy, who I would go behind. My mother had these big heavy curtains that were along a sort of bay window, and I would climb up in there with my stuffed animals, and I would meet this being there, and we would sort of go on this shamanic flight trip to different places, and we had our own language that we would speak, I guess, through telepathy, and it was like these adventures that we were having, and that sort of stopped after my sister came along. So I wondered if, as an older person, oh, maybe this was just an imaginary friend, but I don't really know, because after that, when I was about, I guess, 6-7 years old, I started seeing these little beings, and the first time was in a sort of a new build that my parents were, because I was no longer an only child, so my parents were looking to upgrade their home, and they went to this area where there was these new builds, and they brought me along with the realtor, and I was excited, and they sort of let me run around the house a little bit. And while the grown-ups were doing their talking, and I ran into this one room, and it was all exciting because there was the sort of like skylights, and I'd never really seen skylights before, and I was so excited, and I thought, oh, I want this to be my room because this is so cool. There's like, you can see the sky and that, and I remember running around and thinking, I'm going to go tell my parents that I've picked out my bedroom. This is going to be our new house. And I turned around, and there was a man, a little man, standing there in the corner of the room, just sort of frowning at me like I had kind of done something wrong or bad. And I remember looking at him and thinking, this is impossible. Like, this is not, who is this? This isn't a person. This person shouldn't be here. It was like already in my mind, I knew this is an impossible thing. Okay. And after that initial experience, and I, by the way, I was scared. So I kind of, my whole demeanor changed, and I really didn't want to live in that house anymore. And thankfully, the deal that my parents, they had put money down on the house, but it kind of fell through. So we ended up not moving to that particular place. And I was really happy about that. But after that experience, I started regularly seeing these beings, sometimes in my bedroom, sometimes during the day. And as well, I would see eventually a wolf, and it was a large wolf that would come and be with me and like be beside my bed at night. And the wolf was like, you know, would talk to me, and it was like my protector. Like I would be on my bed and I'd have all my little stuffed animals and stuff guarding me around my bed from these little beings and this wolf. And then that eventually stopped when I was like a preteen, but I sort of, as a teenager and as a young adult, kind of, I started getting into Jungian psychology and that, and I sort of sussed out the fact that I was the wolf. I created the wolf. The wolf was there to protect me from whatever these beings were. At the time, I thought they were ghosts because that was the only thing that was sort of in my, you know, that I could understand. And I guess maybe being a kid watching Scooby-Doo, knowing about ghosts, I thought these are ghosts. But then later on as an adult, I had UFO experiences, which led me to UFO research and finding things like Crowley's lamb and other sorts of ideas of homunculus and that related them more to the UFO and perhaps the gray aliens. So
it could have been the gray aliens that were visiting you the entire time.
It could have been, yeah.
I want to go on a sidetrack for a second, because one of the questions I have for you is about, like, what do you think about death and the afterlife? But I guess I can ask that question now because you mentioned Jungian psychology, and when I think of Carl Jung, I think of the Tibetan Book of the Dead, which honestly completely freaked me out. I tried reading it, but then I started contemplating my own peril, you know, when that would be and how it would go down. And am I going to end up in the lower, I can't remember what they called it, the lower astral or something. But you know, what were your I guess what were your thoughts on the Tibetan Book of the Dead? First off.
I think that it will work for Tibetan people. I think I think that really our experience in death is going to have a lot to do with our culture and our belief systems. Because again, I think that this is all intimately tied to consciousness. I do feel that consciousness survives death, but then if we are in a world of thought, then we are going to be, or information, then it's going to be subject to our cultural and our own beliefs and that sort of thing. I don't think that there's any one specific thing. Many different religions speak about different types of afterlife and that there are some sort of common features with some, but I really think it's going to be dependent too upon ourselves and how we feel. And at the time when our times come.
What do you think about reincarnation? Do you think it's a possibility?
I do, and I've known many people that, you know, I know them very well, and I respect them, and they have given me insights into their own sort of past lives. I don't have any past life memory.
Me either.
I'm really drawn to the sea, so I sometimes joke that maybe I was a mermaid or a selkie or something in a past life. I don't know, some sort of mythological being.
That might be with your culture, because like I said, I'm Greek and Italian too, and I've always been drawn to the ocean. I don't know why, but I've always been drawn to, not any rivers or anything like that, the ocean in particular. I was always drawn to the ocean. Your research on ghosts and poltergeists, like what kind of theory, if you don't mind me picking your brain, like what did you come up with that? I mean, what do you think about ghosts and poltergeists? Do you think ghosts maybe are human consciousness existing in some other form, and poltergeists are something we make up?
I think it depends on the individual cases. I mean, I am strongly oriented towards scientific parapsychology and the idea that with some of these poltergeists, it's an expression of somebody's a person that's gone through a trauma or is having a hard time and they cannot properly express that. It may be expressed in sort of psychokinesis. So that's the sort of the physical effect of consciousness on the physical environment, whether it could be things being tossed about or that sort of thing. I think and I discuss a bit scientific parapsychology as well, and psi, and how I feel it's related to witchcraft in my book as well. But again, like with all of these things, there's no 100% answer that to me is satisfying at this point. It's all still very mysterious. Beyond these things do happen, and they have been measured. Psi has been measured. But beyond that, it's like I'm not 100% certain on anything.
We don't know for sure what. Yeah, it's like even with Beth, none of us. But my whole point of this podcast is to get brilliant people like yourself on my show and really pick your brain to see what you think about it. I mean, you don't have to be right or wrong. You know what I mean? I just want to have a conversation, and I just want to know what you think, because like I started this podcast because I wanted to know. I wanted to interview a lot more people on the paranormal, obviously, and on UFOs and on what happens when we die. You know, that's a big thing for me. And so I really don't. I think when anybody that comes on here, I don't think there's any right or wrong answer unless somebody's thinking really far out and it just doesn't make any sense. You know, but I mean, you know, I think you're right. I don't think we have an answer. I think, like you said, like things can be measured, and you know, you can get down to brass tacks about everything, but do we really know in the end? I had a guy come on my show. He was telling me that you could measure how ghosts were in the room by putting talcum powder on the floor of a haunted house or whatever, and they would walk through and you would see the ghost footprints. So obviously that was consciousness continuing on in some other form. But another reason why I wanted to have you on for my own personal reason, and I hope my audience is interested in this because I am, and it's what I emailed you about it. I wanted to talk to you about Strega, witchcraft, because I think it's an interesting subject. You know, from what I know, it's a more ancient form of witchcraft that comes out of Italy. And the reason why I know about this is a pagan woman who used to come on the Art Bell show. In my mind, she's a legend. Her name was Evelyn Paglini. She opened up so much to me about using color and just so many different things she brought on the Art Bell show when I heard at a young age. And she was the only people I knew her background was Strega. And she said it came from her ancestors. What do you know about Strega and how it differs from general witchcraft? Or if there,
Well, there is a sort of a school, so to speak, of witchcraft, Stregarina, which, as far as I know, is Italian American, meaning that it really came about from sort of the people who emigrated from Italy, maybe even a century or so ago, that were bringing sort of their customs and traditions from Italy to America. So with any type of folk magic, it's going to take on the flavor of culture. So as a North American, because I'm originally from Canada and I've been living in Italy for a couple of years now, what we do in North America versus what happens in Europe can be different, because we have our own sort of customs and things that also incorporate our new world. You know, an American is still, you know, is going to be an American. You know, you can come from different parts of the world, and at the end of the day, you're still an American. Whereas, so as far as I know, there was a fellow, I think his name was Robin Gramesci, who was he came he descended from immigrants from Italy, and he sort of really popularized that form of, or that school of sort of Italian American witchcraft. What people don't really realize, I think, some people don't realize, in Italy, Italy is actually fairly new as a country. It only has been really a country since I think it was 1860. So what you have is you have diverse regions throughout the country. Like you have all sorts of, like in where I am in Emilia Romagna, there's a huge Celtic influence. Many redheaded people, many people looking like they're displaced from Ireland that run around here. There's Lombardy, there's Südtirol, there is the south and Sicily and Naples. And these places are quite diverse as well because of their culture, because they used to be very like fiefdoms, like little sort of like, there would be like warlords that were running this part of the fiefdom and that one and that. So there's different schools of magic that run throughout Italy. So I wouldn't say there's one Italian sort of witchcraft, but there's many different types of witchcraft and ways of being a witch in Italy today. So
yeah, I
I
wanted
know.
to tell you something funny. Me and my friend laughed about this last night because I was talking about it, and I was telling him that I was having you on the show, and I mentioned Strega, and I forgot that it is I knew that it was an Italian American tradition, and the reason why I know this is have you ever heard of them? This is a joke, but it's not a joke. Have you ever heard of the Maloik, the evil eye? Someone casts the evil eye on you. That's called the Maloik. That's an
Yes.
American tradition. That's something we say that if somebody casted the evil eye on you, that you would have bad luck or something like that. They would call that the Maloik.
Yeah.
Isn't that
Yeah,
funny?
it is. It is, but it is also, I talk a little bit about the evil eye as a way that women would use to avoid rape and other things. You know, the evil eye is a thing, and I did talk to a friend of mine whose Nona apparently taught her about the evil eye on Christmas Eve. This is a tradition. But again, that's more something maybe that would be Southern Italian. So it depends on you know, like there's different things, like in sort of far northeastern part of like Friuli in Italy, there's a lot of Austrian sort of influence, and in Südtirol, because at one time they were parts of Austria. So it's wonderful being in a country that is so diverse and but yet still unified. But yeah, so it depends. Each region, there's different types. Like, and where I live in Bologna, there are wicks, but there are also witches that are very shamanic, and then myself. I'm a self practitioner. There are others that are like me as well. So it all depends on you know, like each region has its own sort of cultural influence and background. And the Stregarina that's popular in America, that also, it has a lot of American flavor to, and as it should, because you're part of magic is everything that's around you. It's what you're breathing, it's how you're living, it's what you're eating, it's what you're being a part of, you know.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask you a question that I have here on my list. That I have so many questions. I'm sorry, I won't make this a long interview, but I have to admit this is a fun conversation. I tried to make it interesting because, like, you know, I want it to be interesting for you as well, because I don't want to just be hitting you with all these questions. Like, but no, when you think about magic or spells, do you think that like maybe 80 or 90% of that is consciousness and intent? Or do you think that if there's ingredients involved in a spell, then that helps the spell as well? Or do you think it's the intent and consciousness?
I think that the larger part of it is intent and consciousness, and we're literally sort of gaming the system to kind of shape reality in ways that we would want it to be shaped. And for a different witch, certain ingredients, certain methods, certain things, certain tools will work better than others. So it really depends, I think, on the person. In my book, I, as far as tools and rituals and things go, I say the most important ingredient is the witch herself. or himself, because the men can be witches too. So, but I do think that, like, because again, with my background in parapsychology, I do sort of lean towards consciousness and sort of our own psychic, our natural abilities, which I believe everybody has. That that's the real thing that's at work. The ritual and the ceremony and that is just something to help keep our left brain occupied while the right brain is doing sort of the communications and the shaping of reality and communicating with the spirits.
Okay, and this is one of the last questions I have for you, but it's really interesting because on your thought basis that a lot of things come from consciousness, I want to get your ideas on this and tell me what you think. I interviewed a guy who was doing magic, and I didn't realize until halfway into the interview that he was sacrificing and evoking demons. That was his way of doing magic. What are your thoughts on demons, and what are your thoughts on people evoking demons? Is that a form of consciousness as well, or what would you say to that?
I would say that when you're working with spirits or you're invoking certain beings, that you should do so with all due respect and caution. That I don't think that it is something that should be taken necessarily lightly, although people do, and without any sort of harm coming to them. I would still say that people should be very aware and of what they're doing and approach any of these types of things with all due respect. Knowledge is power, so make sure you know what you're doing.
Yeah. So, and the last thing would be, would you like to talk any more about your new book, or any last impressions on the audience that you want to leave, or anything else you'd like to say before we finish up?
Sure. I mean, if people would like to see more of what I do or what I'm about, at least my main sort of online cupboard is susandemeter.com. From there, you can sort of snoop around and find all sorts of fun little like goodies and other links to things that I am involved with or projects that I'm doing. I can give a shout out. I'm going to be involved in doing a Spooklight presentation, which is free to the public for the anomalyarchives.org. It's a fundraiser for their streamathon, so they are looking for help and donations in keeping their building alive. This is the Anomaly Archives in Texas. Which is a physical building where people can go and get all sorts of occult texts and paranormal things and sort of things that you might not be easy to find otherwise. So I'm going to be putting up links to that. And then, of course, there's my book. Now, the book I have, can I hold it up? This is
go ahead.
This is the Italian, The Witch, La Strega, which is pretty much the same as the English. The English here is Cosmic Witch. And again, it's sort of, it's a foundation to other books that I'll be writing that will involve sort of social psi and conjuring of UFOs with different methods that I've tried. And with anything with magic, it's like what has worked for me in the past probably won't work for me now in the present or the future, and it may not, and it never works the same way twice. But the next book will be like a magical cookbook, so to speak, that you can kind of take a peek in and see the experimentation I've done and sort of how that's worked out for me in regards to actually trying to make contact and making contact with what we would consider UFOs.
Yeah, well, I can say to end this, I can just want to thank you first off. And second of all, I think you have a really cool thing going. That's to break it down in simplest terms. Like, I could get really whatever and say, oh, this is, but I'll just say it's really cool because not many people mix parapsychology. That's basically, it's parapsychology, because you're mixing the paranormal, UFOs, witchcraft. I mean, you kind of do it all, and that's really cool. And I think the audience will really receive this well.
I hope so. And thank you so much for having me as your guest. I've really enjoyed talking to you.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Thank you. And we'll have to do it again sometime. When the second book comes out, you can come on again and we can talk more about it. Sound good?
Absolutely. Definitely. Let's keep in touch.
All right. Thanks.
Which is the new TV? And which is the TV bought locally from someone on OfferUp? Try OfferUp first and save up to a lot. Download the app today.
Go.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining me for Fascinated at who I have with me today. I have one of the people who, a woman who edits for Billy Carson. She edits all the material for Forbidden Knowledge TV, and I wasn't aware of that, but I was familiar with her documentary she put out on Inanna. Now that's amazing to me because I love the Anunnaki. I'm drawn to the Anunnaki, the story, the history. Maybe it's because of my heritage. I don't know what it is. Maybe it past lives, but but let me tell you a little bit more about my guest. I have with me Dolly Iana Jensen, or Dolly Indigo Star, and she's a host, speaker, author, director, and she was a real-life explorer, anthropology, mixed archaeology, alongside ancient civilizations theorist, astroarchaeological research, and mass image. She's also considered an indigo starseed and had multiple awakening experiences with ET contact. And like I said, she edits for Billy Carson on the Forbidden Knowledge TV. So this is an amazing opportunity, and I want to welcome her to the show. Give her a warm welcome. Dolly, thank you for coming on. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Thank you for so much for having me on.
Yeah,
Robert, pleasure.
Yeah, thanks. And what's amazing is your connection to the Anunnaki, and I think all of us that like the story of the Anunnaki, we all have some kind of connection to it. And it seems like you have a connection to Inanna because we made a documentary about Inanna. And can you get into that like a little bit?
Yeah, I've made a series, a part 3 series on Inanna and her life and the queen that time forgot, basically. This queen has gone by many names, multiple names, and she has been worshipped throughout history in multiple cultures, and her name has been changed, I do believe, within the different cultures and different religions. And my deep connection with her in my own family tree, that I've had connections right the way back. It says that I have in my DNA that I've got connections to Mary, the Mother Mary, and Mary Magdalene. I can get that up for you in my records. So right through my family line, I have kings and queens, and I've always had this deep connection to the Middle East, to Mesopotamia itself, Egypt, Africa. I've had this fascination from a young child and had multiple memory recalls of previous lives that I've lived as well.
That's pretty amazing, and I'll just tell you, like, real quick, like, I feel I have the same sentiment as you. I actually have, like, part Lebanese heritage, so I've always been kind of drawn to the Middle East, and when I found out about the story about the Anunnaki, I was really drawn to it. And then I had Leslie Mitchell Clark on the show, and she told me that actually Enki's genetic lab was in the Cedars of Lebanon, which I don't know if your research backs that up. We can see if it does, but maybe that's why I'm drawn to it. But what I was going to ask you was, does your information say that as well? And I'll ask that question first.
My information, they are connected to this ancient civilization that could possibly be an extraterrestrial race that helped to seed what we know as humanity. And we have multiple mothers that were used. It wasn't just one mother. There were about 9 mothers, I do think, 9 or 12. There's debate over whether there were 9 vessels or 12 vessels used within the creation. That the story as goes that Anunnaki representatives from the female stepped forward from their areas, if you like, and their genetic races to partake in the seeding of humanity. And Enki played a huge part of that, because he was the overall Earth Command at the time when all this was going on. And in the epic tales, we get to know Nimana, his sister, who later became known as Ninhursag. She being the overall mother of all, the divine mother of the heavens. This is what we have come to find out.
Yes,
so
yes.
Enki's seed, basically, within every single culture upon the planet.
Well, I was going to
Every
ask
shade and tone.
Sorry, we have a delay.
That's okay. Fire away.
I was going to say, well, what's weird is, like, I think that the Anunnaki seeded us all, but I was wondering if we have, like, other ET races as well that seeded the different cultures, because if you think about it, we all look so different. I've talked about this on my show before. Like, we have Chinese people, we have Africans, we have South Americans, we have Caucasians. They're all. What do you think?
Yeah, you've hit the nail on the head, and all of these are the star nations. The Anunnaki is made up of these star nations. So you can say Pleiadians, Arcturians, Sirians, Andromedans, the Zetas, they do have something to do with it. The Draco, the Reptilian, they do have something to do with it. All these strands are part of our DNA, and they make up the multiple races that are scattered across the globe.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Now, I wanted to get it back into Inanna real quick, because I'm really interested in her. Like, what, because you mentioned Ninma was like the mother goddess of humanity. Now, I was always confused about who was Isis, because I know all the Anunnaki names, they relate to other names. Like, Enki was Neptune and Rome, and then he was Poseidon in Greece, and then Enlil was Jupiter, or maybe yeah, and then you know what I'm talking about, and then he was Zeus, but I was always confused about who was Isis. Was it Ninmah, or was it Inanna? Who would you say?
Well, we have a crossover. I would say it's Nimna. I would say it's her. Because we have Isis, who became Ishtar, and Ishtar is also said to be a representation of Isis, because they have a really similar story when they went into the underworld.
Yeah.
Both of these epic women share the same tale, and they are the representation of the same house and the same royal house. And when we look at pictures of Ishtar, who was known as the Queen of Heavens as well, in her celestial boat, the Queen of Heaven and Earth, we have the same as Isis. She was the Queen of the great heavens and earth.
Yeah,
well, you know, she had both. So was it that these women were one and the same people? And when that they went into the underworld, was it just that they entered Argatha? Did they go into another kingdom in inner earth.
What was weird was if you think about that story of Anana going into the netherworld, I think she has to give up. It's weird, like she gives up a part of her clothing. Is she like she gives up all her rings and her jewelry, and she gives up all her clothes before she gets in the underworld? And she meets Ereshkigal, and she goes there to free the Muzi, right? Is that correct?
Well, it wasn't quite like that because it was a royal status, you see, because she was so cross, because her lover had been murdered basically, and she flew into a rage and had a huge fight with Marduk, and there's a huge tale of her chasing him into the epic Giza pyramid, and he locked himself in there. He locked himself in, and Enki was really fearful for his life at some point. And this is at the point where Inanna went absolutely ballistic, and she went into the underworld to try and retrieve Dumuzi. And Enki actually sent in a robotic man, it's talked of, to retrieve her and give her, basically they used technology to bring her back to life-saving medical equipment as we read it in modern day terms. But when she went in there, she wasn't actually stripped of her clothing. She was strewn, she was stripped of her weapons. She went in there just as a woman, basically. She went in there as a grieving woman in the pits of despair and into darkness. She went within herself, and she had to go and contemplate and talk with herself. And this is where we get into this whole thing of Ereshkigal, because that speak of Ereshkigal, just that she was an older sister. And my part of this is I have a theory that possibly could she have met part of herself? Could she have met in there the dark part of herself? Because if we think about it, when we all go into depression, we meet parts of ourselves that we just don't want to face.
That makes a lot of sense.
And this woman had been stripped bare of the only love that she'd ever known, and she chose this guy for herself, the shepherd, and she was really passionately in love with him, and all she wanted to do was bring him back to life and resurrect him.
Now,
so was it faced herself in there? Did she go into despair, into the inner earth, and stay there and contemplate?
Now, you know what I love about these Sumerian tales is they all connect, like, and they all have something to do with one another. If you look at like the Epic of Gilgamesh, Inanna ties into there because at that point Inanna's doing some kind of like weird sex magic where she's inviting lovers into her lair, and you can correct me if I'm wrong because I'm not demeaning her in any way. This is from my she's inviting lovers into her lair, and they're either ending up satisfied, I would just be nice about it, or they're ending up dead. She's using like some kind of weird magic, and so Gilgamesh is like, no, I don't want anything to do with that. You know, he wasn't trying to, get on that. You know what I'm saying? Like, is that the way the story went, or what is
well, kind of, but I have a really deeper picture of this woman after studying her for quite some time. And basically, I would just say that she is your modern day, ordinary, today's woman. But we have to remember that this woman represented a royal house. She was a woman of status and stature that everybody looked up to. So just as we have today, we look at our women in fashion and our royalty, and we're looking at what they're wearing and what they're doing and who they're with and who they're dating. And Inanna was a very sexual woman. Back in those days, sex and the sexual acts were either there were lots of punishment and crimes for rape. That was the worst punishment that could ever have been instigated, and that was because of Enki and his antics down by the river.
Wasn't it Enlil who raped Sud and she became Ninlil? Or is that
Yes, that's right. That's Sud. And but this whole conflict of rape and women and what their sexuality, she was just portrayed as a deeply sexual woman, and because she had status and authority and power and could hold her own with her brother and her status within the royal family because of her bloodline of her parents, she kind of had more of a domain ownership for her domains on Earth and held them very well.
Now, was Anu Anu her dad? Was she the direct descendant from Anu? I mean, I know they all were.
Anu is her great grandfather. Anu is her great grandfather.
So who was her dad? Enki, or was?
There is Tail, is Enki, or is Enlil, because she talks of them both, and there's a crossover.
Wow, this is amazing. You know, I mean, one thing you mentioned was
there's a huge crossover of her parents and her lineage. Could it possibly have been from that rape? Because Inanna was a twin.
Was Ninurta her brother?
Her brother, Utu.
Utu?
Yes, he was known as Utu.
Shamash, the sun god, right? Or
yes, and yes, and her mother was the moon goddess.
That's amazing. I love talking about this stuff.
So you have Nana, and so you have a crossover. So then you go into Enki and Ninkuga, and they took on multiple wives. You have to remember this, that these guys, Enki had multiple wives.
Like one of his wives was Damkina.
He had his first creation with, one was Damkina, one was Nikuga, one was, I haven't got my glasses on. Let's get the glasses on. That would be better, and then I can read it better for you. So we have Satur, who was known as Ninsun. So she was the sheep goddess. And then she was connected to Logabanda, who was the king of Uruk, one of the very first kings of Uruk.
There was a story about him,
that
right?
Was the father of Gilgamesh. Yes, that's the father of Gilgamesh.
Wow.
So that's where Inanna, and you see, so Enki and Ninsun, they had a son who was Dumuzi.
Okay.
And also Enki had a daughter with Ninkuga, the reed lady. That was Inanna's mother.
Wow, that's amazing. So that was Inanna's mother.
Yeah, this is where the huge crossover. So Inanna, this is why Inanna is known as the Queen of Heavens and the Queen of Earth, because she is part of the rulership of the family tree in the heavens, but because of the creation from Enki and the earthborn, and she was earthborn, but because she's of heavenly descendant, that's why she became known as Queen of Heaven and Earth.
And now, did she have? Some of them had different places, like Ninmah. Gerald Clark called her the medical officer. I know they gave her.
Yeah.
I think they gave her the Indus Valley to rule over. Like, what area did Inanna rule? What area did Inanna rule over?
She had music, poetry, beauty, and building. She had beautiful designs. Inanna was kind of like an architect, but she was also a kind of badass warrior as well. She kind of got down and dirty with the boys and didn't mind, standing up for justice and what was right and what was wrong. She was kind of a fair woman, a very fair woman. And if she made a mistake, she also kind of tried to rectify it. Fertility alongside sex and war and power. So the war, power, and conflict and chaos go hand in hand, where she's there with all her weaponry, and she's got her 1 foot on the lion showing her status, and she's there with her power. And then we have her in another picture where she's holding the MEs. So she's holding all of the keys to humanity, if you like.
I was wondering about what the MEs are, because they talk about that a lot. There was wars over the MEs, right? Like
there were huge wars over the MEs because it's the blueprints and it's the secrets to mathematics, astronomy, agriculture, biology, geometry. It's all those things that are the secrets of what we can't figure out.
That's amazing, and it's like they handed it down to us, And I was just thinking about that. Now, do you think they had someone rule over the earth? Like, I know there's been tales of like people said that Marduk, I know Gerald spoke about them ruling over precession of the equinox, and supposedly they thought that maybe Marduk was ruling over Pisces, and that maybe possibly during the age of Aquarius that could be the time of Thoth, or Ningshita, Thoth, whoever you want to call him. Some people say he was Jesus as well. I'd like to get your opinion on that. But do you agree with this rulership of the precession of the equinox? I'll ask you that first.
Do I agree with what? This rule of precession of the equinox? Well, Marduk was actually fascinated, as you know, with the moon, and he was fascinated with the planets. It was Marduk that was the great astronomer. And it was also Marduk that was basically responsible for half of the canals and irrigation and aqueduct systems that are spread all over the globe.
Wow, I never knew that.
Yeah. Enki and Marduk, they took some time and actually studied on the moon and studied the celestial bodies and the movements. And because they didn't work in modern day timeline today, they worked in Shahs back then.
Yeah. Which was a Shah was like 3,600 years, right?
Yeah, one Shah was 3,600 years, and they just went on and on and on. And some of these kings, if you've seen the king list that's in the Ashmolean Museum in Oxford, in Reading, I've been there. I've seen this list. It's no bigger than this big.
Wow.
The cuneiform writing on there is so tiny, so tiny. And it has a list of kings that have reigned for thousands and thousands.
You know what's weird? They say it goes. They say it adds up to 432,000 years, which it sounds like coincidence. It being 432, like 432 hertz. But I don't think I think those kings actually ruled for that amount of time. Like I think there was a difference in lifespan. I think that was Anunnaki bloodline. I think the 432 thing is just a coincidence. What are your thoughts?
I think their timelines are a lot different to our Earth timelines.